Chapter 1 Goddess Rebate System. Semi-parallel world. In the mountain city in an elegant coffee shop in Southwest University. Yi Dong, let's break up. Liu Weiwei looked across at her boyfriend Yi Dong, whom she had been dating for 3 years, and spoke calmly. There was even a look of disdain in his eyes. Yi Dong was stunned by Liu Weiwei's sudden words of breaking up and even a little confused. He was even fantasizing about their bright future after graduating from college in 2 months. Weiwei, you must be kidding me. I can't stand being frightened. Yi Dong's face was full of disbelief and he asked hesitantly. Liu Weiwei disagreed and instead spoke calmly. Yi Dong, you know I can't go back to the small county town with you. Of course, if I let your parents buy a house in Shancheng with full payment, write my name on the property certificate, and buy a car worth 500,000 yuan, and your parents can't live with us after we get married, then you can treat what I just said as a joke. I am the only son of my parents. How could I abandon them? And you know my family's situation. My parents are just ordinary workers. How could they afford a house in a mountain city? Looking at this woman whom he had loved deeply for 3 years and had given his all for 3 years, she casually stated such harsh conditions. Yi Dong suddenly felt that the other party was extremely unfamiliar. In the past 3 years, Yi Dong's meals at school basically consisted of steamed buns and cabbage, and he had finally saved up some living expenses. In addition, he had a part-time job at school, and basically all the money he saved was spent on Liu Weiwei. Although Yi Dong already had Liu Weiwei's body, when he thought about his dog-licking life in the past 3 years, he ended up with a simple breakup. Yi Dong couldn't help but yelled at the top of his lungs, Liu Weiwei, why? You clearly know that I can't possibly fulfill the conditions you proposed. Faced with Yi Dong's hoarse roar, Liu Weiwei didn't take it seriously at all. He said in a cold tone, why? Your family rents a house in the county town, right? You don't expect me to follow you back to the countryside to live with you after I graduate from college, do you? I finally got out of the countryside and I never want to go back to live in that small place again. Well said, people go to higher places, water flows to lower places. Weiwei, your choice is the right one. At this time a voice came from behind Yi Dong, and a man with extraordinary temperament slowly walked to Liu Weiwei. Brother Gang. When Liu Weiwei saw the man coming, she quickly stood up and went to his side. She looked like a little bird and her delicate appearance made Yi Dong furious. Zhang Jigang, Yi Dong and Liu Weiwei are all classmates in college. I heard that his family opened a restaurant in Shancheng and the assets should be worth tens of millions. He is a well-known rich second generation in the class. He usually drives a BMW worth 400,000 or 500,000 yuan on campus. I don't know how many vain girls he has harmed. Looking at Liu Weiwei's appearance, Yi Dong even suspected that the two of them were already together. He angrily scolded, Liu Weiwei, it turns out that you have been involved with Zhang Jigang for a long time. Then what did you mean by putting forward those conditions to me just now? After hearing this, Zhang Jigang looked at Liu Weiwei in confusion. Weiwei, what conditions did you just put forward? Liu Weiwei glared at Yi Dong hatefully and then acted coquettishly like Zhang Jigang. Jigang, I know what his family's conditions are. I just proposed a condition that he absolutely cannot fulfill. Please don't misunderstand anything. Now I only have you in my heart. After saying this, he even slowly leaned towards Zhang Jigang. Zhang Jigang was very proud of himself. Among all the women he had played with, Liu Weiwei was considered to be of top quality. Although it is not original, he doesn't mind at all. In the past I had not taken any action because Liu Weiwei was dating Yi Dong and they were in the same class. A few days ago at a friend's party, Liu Weiwei was also there. When she urged Liu Weiwei to drink, she drank 2 more glasses. When sending Liu Weiwei back to school, he just showed a little bit of his financial resources, and after some persuasion the two of them went to the hotel to make love. Although Zhang Jigang was not as handsome as Yi Dong, he made Liu Weiwei, a little girl from a small county town, discover the beauty of another world. The money Zhang Jigang spent on her in the past 2 days is comparable to the money Yi Dong spent on her in the past 3 years. After comparing the two, Liu Weiwei felt that this was the life she wanted, which is why this scene happened today. Yi Dong, we are all classmates and dating is a matter of mutual consent. Since Liu Weiwei is willing to follow me, you shouldn't take it too seriously. Zhang Jigang looked at Yi Dong proudly and did not forget to rub some salt into the wound. Faced with Zhang Jigang's ridicule, Yi Dong felt nothing. I just felt disheartened. The relationship I had had with Liu Weiwei for several years was over just like that. I don't know what is real in this world. Is it true that money is the only thing that is real? Ding! A suitable host has been detected and the super goddess rebate system is binding. 30%, 70%, 100% binding successful. Ding! Host, do you want to activate the system? This series of voices in his mind immediately confused Yidong, who was feeling disheartened. After the shock, what followed was ecstasy in my heart. System. A unique magic weapon for losers to turn the tide. As a literature lover in the 21st century, of course I know what the system is like. I never thought that this day would come. In my heart I hurriedly said silently, activate. Ding. Before the system is activated, we need to test the host's strong heart. Please slap the two annoying people in front of you and then pour the coffee on the table on the face of the green tea bitch. After hearing the system's task, Yidong acted without any hesitation. Not to mention that it is related to such a big matter as activating the system. This matter itself is also what he wants to do most right now. Zhang Jigang was feeling quite proud when he saw that Yidong didn't say anything back. Suddenly slap. Yidong was slapped hard. The two of them were originally standing very close to each other and they never expected Yidong to dare to attack, so they couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. Yidong, you dare to hit me. Zhang Jigang spat out a mouthful of blood foam, then looked at Yidong Yuan in disbelief. Zhang Jigang, you stole my girl and showed off in front of me. Do you think I dare not hit you? Yidong snorted coldly and replied. Liu Weiwei, who was standing by, finally reacted and screamed. Ah! Jigang, are you okay? There's blood in your mouth. Then he looked at Yidong with resentment. Yidong, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I've been blind for the past 3 years. I misjudged you. Yidong sneered in his heart. He did not forget that the activation task arranged by the system was to slap each person in the face. Chapter 2, Tearing Down the Green Tea Bitch. Bang! Liu Weiwei held her cheek with one hand and looked at Yidong with an expression of disbelief. This super bootlicker, who had been caring for her and taking care of her in every possible way for the past 3 years, just slapped her hard in the face. Ah! Murder! Call the police! Then he screamed loudly. This campus coffee shop is not very big to begin with, and the conversation between the few people just now was heard clearly by other students. With just a little association, the relationship between these people can be clearly understood. Yidong's behavior was so gratifying that it made people feel extremely happy. Who would call the police? When Yidong heard Liu Weiwei scream, he finally felt relieved. But he had not forgotten the last task mentioned by the system. He picked up the coffee on the table and splashed it on Liu Weiwei's face. Ah! Yidong, I'm going to kill you. After a scream, Liu Weiwei, who was on the verge of collapse, rushed towards Yidong with her arms waving. Thump! Yidong is no longer as gentle to Liu Weiwei as before. Without hesitation, he kicked her to the ground. Yidong's ferocious look scared Zhang Jigang, who was covering his face next to him. He even forgot the pain and took several steps back in a hurry. Liu Weiwei happened to see this scene and shouted at the top of her lungs, Jigang, call the police. I want to arrest this bastard and put him in jail. Zhang Jigang then took out his cell phone tremblingly and dialed 110. Yidong did not stop Zhang Jigang from calling the police. This minor injury was not enough to constitute a crime. The worst-case scenario was that he would be detained for a few days and have to pay some compensation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the system. This system is a super goddess rebate system. The host can spend money on any girl with a comprehensive score of 8 or above. For beauties with a score of 8 to 8.9, no matter how much money the host spends on them, the host can get double the money back. For goddesses with scores of 9 to 9.5, no matter how much money the host has spent on them, it can be returned tenfold to the host. Super goddesses with a comprehensive score of more than 9.5, no matter how much money the host spends on them, they can be returned to the host 100 times. After listening to the system's explanation, Yidong immediately understood. This super goddess rebate system is, to put it bluntly, a dog-licking system. If you want to make more money, you have to spend money on beautiful women first. System, are there any restrictions or anything like that, and is the source of funds safe? Yidong has also read similar novels about super rich people in which the source of funds is simply glossed over with a single sentence saying it is safe and reliable. Isn't that nonsense? If an ordinary person suddenly has millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, he can say that he is lucky enough to have won some super prize. But if you, an ordinary person, suddenly have tens, hundreds, or even hundreds of billions, it would be strange if the relevant departments did not investigate you. If the source of funds is unclear, by then you won't be able to enjoy any amount of money. Ding! In the primary stage of the host, the daily rebate amount cannot exceed 1 million yuan. If it exceeds, there will be no rebate. When the host completes the designated task, he will receive a super reward or an increase in the amount. As for the issue of fund security, please rest assured that any rebate funds of the host will be obtained by this system in the international financial market for the host's safe operation. All sources are legal and compliant and there will be no problems. Yi Dong was very satisfied with the system's answer. He was currently studying finance, so this explanation of the source of funds was the most appropriate. As for the current daily quota of only 1 million yuan, Yi Dong doesn't care at all. He doesn't have more than 1,000 yuan on him now, so it will be useless even if he is given a larger credit limit. Ding, the host has just completed the system task and slapped 2 people and is rewarded with a 3-person kill. Note, after the host receives the reward, his skills and strength are equivalent to the sum of 3 ordinary soldiers. Ding. Do you want to receive the reward? Yi Dong didn't expect that the enjoyable behavior just now would have such benefits. What else is there to consider? Get it? Suddenly a warm current suddenly penetrated into Yi Dong's body. He felt that his strength suddenly increased 4 or 5 times. My hands are now many times more agile than before. System, isn't it triple the power? Ding. The power here is not based on the average value of the host's body but is directly infused into the host, which is the sum of the power of 3 ordinary soldiers. Yi Dong understood immediately and looked at his strong body. This was because he was taller. He glanced at Zhang Jigang. If it were someone with Zhang Jigang's smaller body, he would have to increase his strength by at least 10 times. Zhang Ji had just helped Liu Weiwei up when he saw Yi Dong glancing over. Liu Weiwei was so scared that she loosened her hands and fell to the ground again without being able to stand steadily. Ouch! After a scream, Liu Weiwei looked at Zhang Jigang with a bit of dissatisfaction. When she was bullied just now, this man not only did not help her, but he actually took several steps back. Now he was so frightened by Yi Dong's look that he trembled. She is now a little doubtful about her choice, whether it is really the right one. Seeing Liu Weiwei's eyes, Zhang Jigang was also extremely embarrassed. He was really scared by Yi Dong's slap just now. Standing so close, he was really afraid that he would be slapped again at any time. Seeing that Yi Dong ignored him, he helped Liu Weiwei up. Just at this time, 2 policemen came in with the school security personnel. The school security personnel only learned that a fight had taken place after the police arrived. I was also a little angry. If this kind of fighting incident on campus is not handled properly, they will have to bear some responsibility. Normally we would mediate through them and we would only call the police when there was no other way. Yi Dong looked at the 2 policemen who came in and felt a little disappointed. Normally in movies where this kind of scene appears, there would be a beautiful policewoman, but why are there just 2 middle-aged uncles? 2 policemen came in and took a quick look, and they knew that Yi Dong and the other 2 should be the parties involved. Who called the police? What's going on? Before Liu Weiwei could say anything, Yi Dong spoke first. Uncle Police, they were the ones who called the police. They just provoked me on purpose and I couldn't help but hit them. When Liu Weiwei heard Yi Dong say that he just made a light move, she was furious. Until now her left cheek still feels hot and burning. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "He's talking nonsense. He looked so fierce just now that he wanted to kill me." Liu Weiwei's tone made the police officer who was questioning her very unhappy. Although the young man in front of him is tall and speaks politely, he doesn't look fierce at all. He glared at her and said, "Whether it's nonsense or not, we will make our own judgment. I'll explain it one by one and ask you later." Liu Weiwei suddenly felt extremely aggrieved. Who is the victim after all? Chapter 3. Buy a cup of milk tea to celebrate being single. Zhang Jigang regretted it since the moment the police and security personnel came in. He thought that choosing to call the police after being beaten was a cowardly act. You must get up where you fall, this is what a real man does. Thanks to his generosity, Zhang Jigang got to know a few gangsters on and off campus. He couldn't defeat Yi Dong alone, so he called a few gangsters to join him. How could he still fail? Thinking of this, he didn't wait for Yi Dong to continue speaking. I took the initiative to say to the police officer who was questioning me, "I'm sorry I called the police. We are classmates. It was just a small misunderstanding. Can we solve it ourselves?" When Liu Weiwei heard this, she opened her mouth wide and looked at Zhang Jigang in disbelief. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Jigang glared at him fiercely. In Zhang Jigang's mind, the relationship between him and Liu Weiwei was just a relationship of money and sex, which was far from reaching the stage of marriage. Zhang Jigang gave Liu Weiwei a fierce look and forcibly swallowed back what she wanted to say. I'm afraid only she herself can understand the grievance in her heart. Are you sure you can mediate between yourselves? For such minor disputes, the police of course hope that the parties can mediate the dispute themselves to avoid wasting public resources. Zhang Jigang said affirmatively, "Yes, we can mediate between ourselves. I apologize for my impulsiveness in calling the police just now." The two policemen looked at each other and nodded to each other. You college students should cherish your current status, don't act impulsively, and think more about your parents. Afterwards, the police officer gave a brief criticism and then left the cafe. The school security personnel breathed a sigh of relief and said to the others in dissatisfaction, "It's such a big deal, why bother calling the police?" After saying this, he left the cafe with a gloomy face. Yi Dong was a little confused by Zhang Jigang's actions. He thought he might have to face a few more days of detention, but he didn't expect Zhang Jigang to propose a settlement himself. After Liu Weiwei saw the police and security personnel leave, she asked unhappily, "Jigang, why did you say that just now? Wouldn't it be better to arrest this bastard and put him in jail?" Perhaps because the police had just left, Zhang Jigang was not worried that Yi Dong would dare to do anything to him. He glared at Yi Dong fiercely. He grinned and said, "You beat me up, but it's not that easy to just go to the police station and lock me up for 2 days. Yi Dong, I won't be named Zhang unless I find someone to beat you up until your teeth are all gone." After hearing what Zhang Jigang said, Yi Dong immediately understood. No wonder he said those words to the policeman just now. It turns out he wanted to attack me physically. Yi Dong was just thinking about trying out how good his skills are now, and he couldn't wait to find some gangsters to practice with. He sneered, "Zhang Jigang, if you don't find someone to cut me, you are not a son of a mother." After hearing Yi Dong's arrogant words, Zhang Jigang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "I also know that it's useless to show off my verbal skills here. Okay, I hope you can still be so arrogant then. Wait, Weiwei, let's go." Liu Weiwei now knew a little about Zhang Jigang's plan. She looked at Yi Dong hatefully, and then the two of them left the cafe. After the two people left, some of the students who were watching the fun around them actually started applauding. Some girls even looked at Yi Dong with stars in their eyes. Yi Dong is a little over 1.80 meters tall. Although he is not very handsome, he is the sunny and attractive type. Although they knew from the conversation just now that Yi Dong's family conditions were very poor, it did not hinder their fantasies about their other half. Hearing that someone was applauding him, Yi Dong responded to the dozen or so people around him with a smile. He originally wanted to see if there were any suitable girls to verify the authenticity of the system's rebate. It's just a pity that although there are 5 or 6 girls in this cafe, their looks are average and definitely not above the 8-point standard recognized by the system. Then he took a look at the coffee on the floor, apologized to the boss when he paid the bill, paid 100 yuan more, and left. After leaving the coffee shop, Yi Dong was now extremely excited. I checked the balance on my phone and saw only a few hundred yuan. What he wants most now is to verify the authenticity of the system's rebate as soon as possible. If it is true, he can reach the peak of his life in minutes. I walked around the campus and saw quite a few beautiful girls, but I wasn't familiar with any of them. Although Yi Dong does not have any social phobia, it is still quite embarrassing to suddenly strike up a conversation with a beautiful woman he is not familiar with and express his willingness to spend money on her. It's not that he can't find a suitable candidate, so Yi Dong decided to go to the Douyin live broadcast room to give it a try. Yi Dong also didn't know whether rewarding beautiful women on the internet would have the same effect. Just as he was thinking about it, 2 familiar figures came into Yi Dong's sight in a long queue in front of a milk tea shop on campus. Ni Kursen, the recognized beauty in Yi Dong's class, and her best friend Wang Xiaoqian. There is no need to consider Wang Xiaoqian's average appearance, as Ni Kursen's appearance is definitely that of a beauty. In the finance department of Southwest University, she is also a beauty who is considered the most beautiful girl in the department. She is even more beautiful than Yi Dong's ex-girlfriend Liu Weiwei. Thinking that he was about to witness a miracle, Yi Dong was extremely excited and walked up quickly. Ni Kursen, Wang Xiaoqian, come here and queue up to buy milk tea too. When Ni Kursen heard that it was Yi Dong, she smiled and replied, "Yi Dong, it's you. Are you here to buy milk tea for Liu Weiwei?" It is no longer a secret in the class that Yi Dong has been following Liu Weiwei like a lapdog for the past few years. The milk tea here is not cheap. The cheapest cup costs more than 20 yuan. Ni Kursen thought that based on Yi Dong's usual living habits, it is definitely impossible for him to come here to buy milk tea for himself. Yi Dong sighed and said half jokingly, "Don't mention it. I was just dumped by Liu Weiwei, so I am now a free man. Come and buy a better cup of milk tea to celebrate." Yi Dong's words stunned both Ni Kursen and Wang Xiaoqian. In their hearts, although they look down on Yi Dong's dog-licking behavior, it is undeniable that what Yi Dong has done in the past few years is definitely that of the best boyfriend. I really don't understand why Liu Weiwei suddenly wanted to break up with Yi Dong when they were graduating from college. And looking at Yi Dong's expression now, he doesn't see the pain of a bootlicker after being dumped at all. Wang Xiaoqian said jokingly, "Yi Dong, you didn't just break up with Liu Weiwei and now you are planning to take advantage of our Ni Curson." Her words made Ni Curson blush. Although she admitted that Yi Dong was a rare and good boyfriend candidate in terms of love, she really didn't have that idea. At least Yi Dong's family conditions are not up to her standard. Chapter 4: Mobile Beauty Wealth. After hearing Wang Xiaoqian's teasing, Yi Dong couldn't help but look at Ni Curson again. In the past few years my mind has been on Liu Weiwei. Although I know that there is another beauty in the class who is more beautiful than Liu Weiwei, I have never taken a close look at her. Because of Wang Xiaoqian's teasing just now, her face turned slightly red. With a slender and graceful figure, soft arms like a snow doll, and beautiful and round long legs, the word graceful and graceful is so appropriate to describe Nicole and I. Of course, after what happened with Liu Weiwei and with a powerful weapon like the system at hand, Yi Dong no longer had any thoughts about talking to his girlfriend for the time being. But Yi Dong's gaze made Ni Curson's heart tighten and the shy expression on her face became even redder. "Yi Dong, where are you looking? I was just joking. You don't really want to take advantage of my Ni Curson, do you?" Wang Xiaoqian pretended to be angry. Seeing Wang Xiaoqian still talking nonsense, Ni Curson hurriedly said shyly, "Xiaoqian, stop talking nonsense. I just bought a cup of milk tea. I don't have any intentions." Wang Xiaoqian smiled and said, "I was just joking." In Wang Xiaoqian's heart, she doesn't think Yi Dong has any qualifications to pursue Ni Curson. Of course, if Yi Dong wanted to have some kind of relationship with her, she wouldn't care too much. As they were talking, it was the turn of the three. Yi Dong's eyes lit up. To be on the safe side, he had already asked the system about Li Curson's score in his mind. "It's exactly what I thought, 8.5 points. Belongs to the middle level of beauty." He hurriedly said, "Ni Curson, Wang Xiaoqian, we are classmates and we will graduate in more than 2 months. How about I treat you to a cup of milk tea today?" Before Ni Curson could say anything, Wang Xiaoqian hurriedly replied, "Okay, Yi Dong, you said it yourself. It's rare for you to be so generous. I'll order something more expensive later." Yi Dong just wanted to try out the system's rebate as soon as possible, so he didn't care how much money he spent. He laughed and said, "I can still afford a cup of milk tea." Then he said to the clerk of the milk tea shop, "Please give me 3 cups of the best milk tea in your shop." Seeing Yi Dong being so generous, Ni Curson and Wang Xiaoqian were stunned again. After more than 3 years of being classmates, it seems like I just got to know Yi Dong again today. Is this still the bootlicker they know? Except for Liu Weiwei, it is very rare to treat classmates to such expensive milk tea. Even a bottle of mineral water is very rare. It is precisely because of this that for more than 3 years in college, Yi Dong's popularity in the class is not particularly good and most of his friends are just nodding acquaintances. After a while, the waiter prepared 3 cups of milk tea totaling 120 yuan, and Yi Dong couldn't wait to pay the money. Ding! The host has doubled the funds to 80 yuan. Hearing the response coming from his mind, Yi Dong really wanted to roar to the sky 3 times. I silently thought to myself, "System, can you transfer the funds directly to the phone?" Ding! The money can be transferred to a mobile phone or bank card, or even converted into cash and placed in the host's bag. After handing the milk tea to Ni Curson and Wang Xiaoqian respectively, Yi Dong checked the balance on his phone and found that there was indeed a transfer of 80 yuan. Looking up at Ni Curson, Yi Dong's eyes lit up and he felt that Ni Curson was a moving treasure. When Ni Curson was sighing at Yi Dong's changes in her heart, she looked up and saw Yi Dong looking at her. My cheeks turned red again. Is this guy really planning to take advantage of me? But Yi Dong looks really handsome today. Ni Curson also had a boyfriend during her college years. Although his appearance was not as good as Yi Dong's, his family conditions were much better than Yi Dong's. The conditions are similar to those of Zhang Jigang's family. But men with such conditions are relatively more likely to be unfaithful. After discovering that there was another woman interfering, Ni Curson chose to cut the Gordian knot. Looking at the sunny and handsome Yi Dong in front of her, Ni Curson suddenly felt that the family conditions of her partner might not be that important. Wang Xiaoqian inadvertently discovered that the two were looking at each other. I couldn't help but joked, "Xin, what's with that look in your eyes? How come Yi Dong's cup of milk tea captured your heart?" What was rare was that Nicole and I did not refute but just lowered her head and drank her milk tea shyly. Wang Xiaoqian was also stunned when she noticed that there was something wrong with Ni Curson's expression. In fact, even if Ni Curson and Yi Dong were attracted to each other, it wouldn't matter to her. But today's scene is too fantastic. Yi Dong didn't have such an idea at all. He was just thinking in his mind how he could spend more money on Ni Curson. This is a 100% compound interest on the spot. It's rare to meet such a familiar beauty, so I must make some money. Then he mustered up the courage to say, "An Ikerson, can I ask you to go shopping?" Wang Xiaoqian looked at the scene with her mouth wide open, thinking that An Ikerson would refuse. Unexpectedly, An Ikerson actually nodded and agreed. That's all right. The shock in Wang Xiaoqian's heart could no longer be described in words. Then he said firmly, "Yi Dong, why did you only invite An Ikerson? I want to go too." Faced with Wang Xiaoqian's request, Yi Dong also felt a headache. Wang Xiaoqian's appearance does not meet the system's standards at all. To put it bluntly, the money spent on her will never be repaid. If he had a choice, he certainly didn't want to bring Wang Xiaoqian along. But she had already said that if she really didn't agree, An Ikerson would think that she had any sexual desire. After all, a single man and a single woman is definitely not as safe as a group of three. Thinking of this, Yi Dong could only force a smile and said, "No, I was just about to invite you too." Faced with Yi Dong's explanation, Wang Xiaoqian remained silent. Of course, she knew that Yi Dong had no intention of inviting her at all. Today happened to be Sunday, and since we didn't have many classes, we hailed a taxi at the school gate and went to the city center. After a while, they arrived at a prosperous commercial street. Yi Dong looked at the more than 500 yuan balance in his mobile phone and was thinking about what to buy at the beginning. Just as I was thinking about it, two little girls carrying flower baskets came over. "Brother, buy your girlfriend a flower." Yi Dong's eyes lit up. It was like there was a pillow just in case he felt sleepy. He smiled and asked, "Little sister, how much does this cost per flower?" The two little girls were delighted when they heard Yi Dong ask this. Generally speaking, if someone asks about the price 9 times out of 10, the deal will be done. Chapter 5: Shopping Spree. One of the clever little girls smiled and said, "Big brother, our roses are 10 yuan each." After hearing this, Yi Dong didn't care about the price. He smiled and said, "You two little girls are together, right? Help me wrap a bouquet of 500 yuan roses for the beautiful sister next to me." An Ikerson didn't expect that Yi Dong would give her roses as soon as she arrived at the commercial street. What I didn't expect was that he was so generous and bought 500 yuan worth of roses in one go. Although she agreed to accompany Yi Dong to go shopping, she had not yet decided whether to have a boyfriend or girlfriend relationship with Yi Dong. If you accept the rose, the meaning will be different. Wang Xiaoqian next to him also looked at Yi Dong in disbelief. She didn't expect Yi Dong to be so generous with money. 500 yuan is almost 10 days' living expenses, and you can just buy roses like this. The two little girls were very happy to hear this. The cost price of their roses was only 1 or 2 yuan. Normally we only sell a few flowers a day, but I didn't expect a super big customer to come as soon as we opened today. Almost emptied both of their flower baskets. A big bouquet of roses was quickly wrapped up. One of the girls thanked him, "Big brother, thank you for taking care of us. We also gave you 10 more roses." Yi Dong pointed at An Ikerson beside him. He smiled and said, "Give the flowers to this beautiful big sister and your mission will be accomplished." Seeing this, An Ikerson said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "Yi Dong, this is probably not appropriate." Yi Dong laughed when he heard that. He said, "An Ikerson, please don't misunderstand. It's okay for classmates to give each other small gifts. You don't want these two little sisters to suffer in the crowd, do you?" An Ikerson and Wang Xiaoqian definitely did not believe the first half of Yi Dong's words. They had never heard of classmates giving each other roses, let alone such a big bouquet. An Ikerson glanced at the two little girls in front of her with expectant eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took the rose. Seeing this, Yi Dong was overjoyed and paid 500 yuan directly with his mobile phone. "As soon as I looked at my balance, it had become 1,000 yuan. Yi Dong didn't know how to describe this feeling. He was already impatiently thinking about what to buy for An Ikerson with 1,000 yuan. An Ikerson held the bouquet of flowers in her hand and had basically figured out what she wanted to do. Although Yi Dong's family conditions are not that good, he is generous and romantic towards his girlfriend. He looks so sunny and handsome, so why not get along with him? Afterwards, the three of them chose a large shopping mall. Since An Ikerson was holding a bouquet of flowers, it was not very convenient, so they chose a counter and left them there. Yi Dong looked at the various shops in front of him and suddenly felt like he had no idea where to start. Giving gifts to Nicole Ing is a job that requires a lot of attention. Not only do you have to choose one with the right price, but the other party also has to like it. It's really a headache just thinking about it. Fortunately, it was still early. Yi Dong couldn't believe that he had money but couldn't spend it. Shopping and going shopping are of course girls' favorite things to do. Anai Kurson and Wang Xiaoqian haven't been to the city center for a long time. As soon as they entered the mall, they both smiled more often. When he walked into a jewelry store, Yidong was also looking at the various price tags. The prices here were quite reasonable, mostly ranging from a few dozen to a few hundred yuan. Yidong directly selected 2 pieces of jewelry whose total value was exactly 1,000 yuan. He walked over to Anai Kurson and smiled faintly. "These 2 pieces of jewelry are very beautiful. Can I buy them and give them to you?" Yidong's words shocked both Anai Kurson and Wang Xiaoqian. Generally, when a man and a woman go shopping, the woman always asks the man to buy gifts in a coquettish manner. Even when Nicole Ling and her ex-boyfriend were shopping together before, he rarely took the initiative to buy gifts for her. When she came to Yidong, she took the initiative to buy flowers, and now she wants to give him jewelry. You should know that Anai Kurson and Yidongka have not officially announced it yet. Seeing that Yidong didn't seem to be joking, Anai Kurson hesitated for a moment, then nodded softly and said After paying 1,000 yuan within 2 seconds, the balance on Yidong's phone became 2,000. Then 4,000 yuan worth of clothes and 8,000 yuan worth of cosmetics. When Yidong wanted to give Anai Kurson a luxury bag worth more than 15,000 yuan, Anai Kurson was really scared. In the past, even if Yidong gave gifts to his girlfriend Liu Weiwei, the most expensive one was only worth a few thousand yuan. Now the price is more than 10,000. And looking at Yidong's expression, he didn't see the slightest sign of pain at all. It seems like the more than 10,000 yuan spent is just a drop in the bucket. Both Anai Kurson and Wang Xiaoqian had the same bold idea in their minds. Yidong is not the son of a wealthy family. He pretended to be poor in college to find true love. But Lu Xinxin was blind and gave up on Yidong just before graduation. Once this idea comes out, it's unstoppable, and the more you think about it, the more likely it becomes. When they came out of the luxury bag store, Anai Kurson and Wang Xiaoqian became even more certain of this idea. After buying a bag worth more than 15,000 yuan, Yidong bought another limited edition luxury bag worth 30,000 yuan without saying a word. And he forced it to Anai Kurson, saying that she could take turns carrying it when she had nothing to do. This operation simply stunned Anai Kurson and Wang Xiaoqian. Wang Xiaoqian even became deeply envious of Anai Kurson. At the beginning she felt that Yidong was not worthy of Anai Kurson. "Yidong, why don't we stop shopping here today? You bought me so many things that I'm a little afraid to accept them all." After leaving the bag store, seeing that Yidong still looked unsatisfied, Anai Kurson couldn't help but persuade him in a low voice. She was really a little scared. Yidong gave her so many expensive gifts at once. Did he want to get her right away? Although Anai Kurson is no longer a virgin, she is not the kind of girl who acts casually. If Yidong really asked for that later, she wouldn't know how to refuse. Yidong is shopping happily now, and the balance in his mobile phone has reached more than 60,000 yuan. Suddenly I heard that Anai Kurson didn't want to go shopping anymore, and I was stunned. Suddenly I felt that my abnormal behavior today was indeed a bit difficult to understand. Although more than 60,000 is not a small amount, it is still far from his current limit of 1 million. Still persuading, Anai Kurson, don't think that I have any ideas and don't have any psychological burden. I just want to give you crazy gifts to vent the mood of being dumped by my girlfriend today. Yidong's half-true and half-false words made Anai Kurson hesitate again. Chapter 6, Kick the Short and Ugly Man Away. Anai Kurson is the kind of girl who wants both bread and love. Maybe the desire for bread accounts for a large proportion, but it does not hinder her yearning for beautiful love. The strength and sunny and handsome appearance that Yidong has shown now are exactly the other half that Anai Kurson has imagined. Wang Xiaoqian, who was standing next to her, felt a little sad, but she did it for the happiness of her best friend. He also advised, "Koexan Yidong is willing to buy you a gift, just let him buy it. This is also a token of his thoughtfulness." With Wang Xiaoqian's perfect assist, Anai Kurson agreed reluctantly. Yidong didn't expect that Wang Xiaoqian had such an effect and gave her a look of gratitude. This look was automatically translated into Wang Xiaoqian's mind as, "You are a really good matchmaker." Yidong didn't care what the two girls were thinking. What he wanted most now was to spend money on Anai Kurson and then make double the money. After checking the balance of more than 60,000 yuan in his mobile phone, Yidong went straight to the most luxurious jewelry store in the mall, intending to do a lot of shopping. Since this jewelry store focuses on being expensive, not many people come here to shop. But the service attitude is really impeccable. Basically, customers receive one-on-one service as soon as they enter. Since he was all ready and Yidong didn't rush to take action. After sending the beautiful waitress away, he casually strolled around with Anai Kurson. The prices are truly worthy of the word luxury. The amounts on the price tags of most jewelry items are almost 5 figures. Yidong even saw several pieces of jewelry worth 5 figures. Of course, this is exactly the price Yidong wants to see most. At this time, 2 more guests walked in and the service staff hurried to greet them. The man looked like a nouveau riche. Although he was short, the thick gold necklace around his neck and the several jewel rings on his hands made him look as if he was afraid that others would not know how rich he was. The female companion who accompanied him was more dazzling. Although she was wearing makeup with Yidong's eyesight, even if she took off her makeup, she was at least on the same level as N.I. Kersen. In terms of figure, she is even better than Nicole Ling. Although this beauty looks very inconsistent with the short and ugly man, it is the most normal phenomenon in today's society. In the past, beauties were paired with heroes, but now only rich people can be heroes. As soon as he came in, the man said in a casual tone, "Baby, pick anything you like under 100,000 yuan. Today I'll show you what luxury is." When the woman heard that, she happily kissed the short and ugly man on the face. "Thank you, husband." Of course, N.I. Kersen and Wang Xiaoxian, who were standing next to them, also saw the scene. Yidong's figure became even more majestic in their hearts. Not long after, the short and ugly man and his female companion arrived at the same area with Yidong and the other 2. I don't know if it was Yidong's sunny and handsome appearance that caused the short and ugly guy's dissatisfaction. At first glance, Yidong is wearing all cheap goods which definitely cost no more than 500 yuan in total, and yet he is accompanied by a beauty of N.I. Kersen's level. The short and ugly guy felt that this was the biggest challenge to his wealth. She snorted at the waiter next to her, "Isn't this a luxury jewelry store? How come all this rubbish can come in and shop around?" These words, which were obviously full of innuendo, made Yidong and the others stunned. Is there something wrong with this guy? Yidong would not tolerate him and angrily shouted at the short and ugly man, "Who are you calling trash, you short and fat guy?" The biggest taboo in a short and ugly guy's life is that he is afraid of people saying that he is short and fat. Yidong's words short and fat immediately made the short and ugly man furious. He even felt that he had lost face in front of his beautiful female companion. "You little jerk!" He cursed and then, without any warning, threw a punch at Yidong. To be honest, although this short and ugly guy is short in stature, he is quite agile, otherwise he would not dare to attack rashly when facing Yidong, who was 2 heads taller than him. If it were Yidong before today, he might not be a match for this short and ugly guy. Yidong's current skills and strength have reached the point where he can kill 3 people. The moment the short man made his move, he had already struck back, grabbed his arm, and then kicked him to the ground. "Ah!" The women around almost screamed at the same time. The fight between the 2 actually only lasted 2 or 3 seconds, and Yidong still used most of his strength, otherwise the short and ugly man would not have simply been lying on the ground. The store manager and security personnel had heard the news and rushed over to ask the clerk about what had happened. Seeing this, the short and ugly man, who had been helped up by his female companion, pointed at Yidong and shouted, "What else is there to ask? He beat me up, call the police." Yidong snorted coldly, "Call the police if you want. You were the first to attack me. I was just acting in self-defense. There is a surveillance camera overhead." The short and ugly man immediately became dispirited upon hearing this and no longer asked the manager to call the police. Of course, the manager didn't want to call the police. Once they did, it would have a huge impact on their business. After asking the clerk what happened, although Yidong was right, the manager was obviously biased towards the short and ugly man, but he did not show it. In this internet age, especially in a big store like this, if it were revealed that there was any differential treatment, his career as a manager would be over. After persuading each other for a few words and seeing that neither of them seemed to be fighting, he and the security personnel left. N.I. Kersen and Wang Xiaoxian next to them are now numbed by the shock of Yidong's skills. The smooth skills that Yidong just displayed were just like the action scenes in the movies, which really opened their eyes. They could never have imagined that their classmates, who had been classmates for more than 3 years, actually had so many secrets. In one day, he showed them not only his immense financial resources but also his amazing skills. They even thought that the masters in the taekwondo club in the university might not be Yidong's opponents. Even though the short and ugly guy suffered a little loss, he certainly didn't dare to fight, but he did keep talking. He said to the pretty girl next to him, being handsome and having good skills is useless. Girls must be careful when looking for a boyfriend. External conditions are not as real as these. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and shook the gold rings on his hand. It was obvious that he was speaking to N.I. Kersen. After hearing this, Yidong smiled speechlessly. "Shorty fatty, you just want to say that money is omnipotent, right? Why don't we make a bet today to see who is richer? You buy whatever I buy in this store and let's see if you really have the ability to do it." As soon as the short and ugly guy walked into the store and said please choose anything under 100,000 yuan, Yidong basically knew that the other person was just a braggart. A truly wealthy person wouldn't put so much effort into appearing on the surface. Generally speaking, people who like to wear thick necklaces and gold rings are most likely not truly rich people. Chapter 7: The Role of Playing the Pig and Eating the Tiger. The short and ugly guy was surprised to hear that Yidong, who was wearing cheap clothes, actually wanted to compete with him in financial strength. I couldn't help but laugh with contempt. Boy, I admit that you are more handsome and skilled than me, but what qualifications do you have to compete with me in financial resources? After hearing this, Yidong was too lazy to talk nonsense. He said directly, "Stop talking so much nonsense, just tell me whether you dare or not. Whoever loses is a bastard." Seeing Yidong so confident, the short and ugly man felt a little hesitant. I even started to doubt whether Yidong's cheap clothes were meant to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. But when he looked up and saw Yidong's contemptuous eyes, he suddenly became angry. Said, "Okay. Since you want to make trouble for yourself, I will help you. I want to see if you are really as powerful as you say." Yidong was overjoyed when he heard this. He was really afraid that the short and ugly guy would not compete with him. Today's cashback amount is still far from 1 million. Yidong was just worrying about not being able to find a reason to go shopping, but when he looked at the short and ugly guy in front of him, he actually felt a little bit fond of him. "Miss, please help me wrap these earrings." Now that he had an excuse, Yidong didn't hesitate and directly found a pair of diamond earrings with a price tag that said 50,000 yuan as the first appetizer. Regarding Yidong's actions, several different expressions suddenly appeared on the faces of the people around him. Both Enai Kurson and Wang Xiaoqian had shocked expressions on their faces. Although Yidong bought a lot of gifts for Enai Kurson just now, the total cost was only about 60,000 yuan, and this pair of diamond earrings alone cost 50,000 yuan. And looking at Yidong's expression, this is just the beginning. Although Enai Kurson and Wang Xiaoqian are both from mountain cities, their family conditions are average and their monthly expenses at school usually do not exceed 3,000 yuan. They were a little scared by the bag that Yidong showed them just now, which was worth 20 or 30,000 yuan. Now he is offering a pair of diamond earrings worth 50,000 yuan, and my heart is beating fast with shock. The female companion and the beautiful clerk next to the short and ugly man all had surprised expressions on their faces. The short and ugly man had an ugly expression on his face. He brought his mistress here today to show off his financial strength, and the budget was within 100,000 yuan. This guy spent 50,000 yuan at once. How can I follow up? Yidong handed the wrapped diamond earrings directly to Enai Kurson, who was still in a daze. Turning to the pretty saleswoman, he said, "Bring your payment code here. I'll pay for everything I buy so that no one will say I can't afford it." Not long. Yidong simply paid the 50,000 yuan. Then she looked up and smiled at the short and ugly man. These $50,000 diamond earrings were not a problem for the short and ugly guy, as they were originally within his $100,000 budget. He was also very straightforward and bought it and gave it to his female companion. Seeing this, Yidong pointed to a diamond necklace worth 98,888 yuan without saying a word. He smiled faintly at the beautiful salesperson and said, "Miss, please help me wrap up this diamond necklace." The price of this diamond necklace is basically the most expensive jewelry in their store. The beautiful salesperson was also delighted to hear this. Her commission today would definitely be a considerable figure. Before long, Enai Kurson had two exquisite jewelry boxes in her hands. After paying nearly 100,000 yuan, Yidong looked up at the short and ugly man with contempt. The short and ugly man's face was now turning blue and white. Yidong's aggressive move was completely beyond his expectations. Looking at the way the people around him were staring at him and the expectant expression on the face of the beautiful woman next to him, he gritted his teeth and bought the diamond necklace. Then he stared at Yidong fiercely. His expression seemed to say, "Aren't you awesome? Buy more if you have the guts." Yidong chuckled. His current balance is over 200,000. He laughed and said, "It's too much trouble to buy them one by one, so I might as well buy two this time." He turned and walked to another counter, pointing at two jewel necklaces, and said to the beautiful clerk, "Pack these two jewel necklaces together for me." Yidong's amazing move shocked everyone again. These two gemstone necklaces and the diamond necklace just now are basically the same price, and the total cost is almost close to 200,000. It's hard to imagine that Yidong, who was wearing only cheap clothes, bought it without even blinking an eye. After paying the money readily, Yidong looked at the short and ugly man with the same expression as before. The girl next to the short and ugly guy is now feeling both surprised and jealous. What surprised me was that today's harvest far exceeded my expectations. The one who was jealous was of course an Ikerson who was next to Yidong. Apart from being a little younger than me, he looks similar to me and his figure is even inferior to mine in some aspects. Why can I only be a mistress while the other person can be a legitimate girlfriend? Looking at Yidong's sunny and handsome appearance and how happy he was shopping, the jealousy in my heart almost solidified into a substance. She glanced at the short and ugly man next to her who still had an indecisive expression on his face. Even though I felt a little disgusted, I still used my ultimate move. It was rare to meet someone to help me and I would be sorry for my appearance if I didn't try hard. She said in a delicate voice, "Hubby, come on, you are the best." As he spoke, he took out his unique weapon and rubbed it against the short and fat man. The short and fat man was immediately aroused by this and bought 2 jewel necklaces without any hesitation. But when he was paying the bill, the muscles on his face trembled and everyone present could see the pain in his heart. After paying the nearly 200,000 yuan, the short and fat man looked at Yidong again and there was no trace of arrogance or provocation in his eyes. There was even a look of submission and begging for mercy in his eyes. How could he not know by now that the person he met today was definitely a ruthless character who was pretending to be a pig but was actually trying to eat the tiger? Yidong seemed not to see it. He was spending money happily now, so how could he stop? I walked to another counter. Although there were no jewelry of such high value here, there were still many worth 50 or 60,000. This time 7 pieces of jewelry were purchased with a total value of just $400,000. The competition between the two people's financial resources had already attracted the customers who were strolling around this jewelry store. Everyone was shocked by Yidong's generosity. Right now the economy is in recession and this kind of spending of money as if it were nothing usually only appears in novels. They had never seen anything like this in real life and they were shocked, and at the same time their eyes were opened. Yidong then handed the 7 packaged pieces of jewelry to an Ikerson who was still in a daze and then looked up at the short and ugly man with the same look. Seeing Yidong's contemptuous eyes, the short and ugly man suddenly became timid. He is just a big recipient of demolition compensation. Most of his assets are real estate and it was very painful for him to pay the 200,000 yuan just now. I can only blame myself for being horny and now I regret it very much. He said with a sad face, "Brother, I was wrong. I looked down on others. I was just pretending to be rich. I admit that I am a bastard." After saying this, he ignored the laughter of the people around him, took the beautiful female companion next to him, lowered his head and walked out. Before leaving, the beautiful woman turned back and glanced at Yidong. Fortunately, the short and ugly guy didn't see it, otherwise he would have lost everything. Chapter 8: The Perfect Prince Charming. Seeing this, Yidong had no intention of stopping. He glanced at the pretty clerk, pointed at the counter and said, "Pack this and that for me." Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Yidong selected 3 more pieces of jewelry with a total value of 160,000. After some mental calculation, I concluded that the items I purchased today were not far from 1 million. Wang Xiaoqian looked at an Ikerson carrying a lot of bags and swallowed her saliva with envy. Yidong's behavior today completely overturned her 3 views. He could go shopping and buy things so lavishly. And an Ikerson was really frightened by Yidong's crazy behavior. The gifts that a friend who had been dating her ex-boyfriend for almost half a year bought for an Ikerson only cost about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in total. Even so, an Ikerson has paid what she should pay. Yidong spent nearly 1 million on an Ikerson in one day. Who would believe him if he said he didn't want to get anything from her? Until Yidong packed the last 3 boxes of jewelry and handed them to an Ikerson. Then he said incoherently, "Yidong, I can't use all these jewelry." "It's okay, just take it. If you really can't use it, you can give it to Wang Xiaoqian next to you," Yidong said indifferently. The moment an Ikerson took the jewelry box, the system had already shown that the final refund amount of 300,000 had been received. Even if an Ikerson gave all the gifts in her hands to Wang Xiaoqian, it wouldn't matter to Yidong. But after hearing what Yidong said, an Ikerson and Wang Xiaoqian were a little confused. None of the jewelry boxes that an Ikerson is carrying are cheap. The cheapest one costs 50,000 yuan. Even if you are close friends, you can't just give such a valuable item as a gift. But since Yidong had said this, an Ikerson had no choice but to grit her teeth, select 2 jewelry boxes with the lowest value and hand them to Wang Xiaoqian. "Xiaoqian, here are a pair of earrings and a necklace, you can use them." "I can't use so many anyway." Although Wang Xiaoqian wanted it, she felt it was too expensive. He said hesitantly, "Xin, this is not appropriate, this is a gift Yidong bought specifically for you." Upon hearing this, Yidong said generously, "Wang Xiaoqian, if an Ikerson is willing to give it to you, then take it. Maybe I really bought too much." After hearing what Yi Dong said, although An Person was a little reluctant, she still stuffed the 2 jewelry boxes into the hands of Wang Xiaoxian. Then, looking at the many bags in his hands, he stuffed the bag worth 15,000 yuan into Wang Xiaoxian's hand. Since I have already given him such expensive jewelry, I might as well be more generous and let Yi Dong know that I am not a materialistic girl. Yi Dong didn't care about this at all. He just glanced at the balance, which showed nearly 980,000 yuan, and felt very happy. Although the beauty level rebate is buy one get two back, you still have to pay for it. Yi Dong actually made money out of nothing today. In less than half a day, he turned his 500 yuan capital into nearly 1 million. Just think about meeting a super goddess with a score of 9.5 or above, and if you spend 1 million on her, that would be 100 million. With this kind of system in place, your future life will be at the peak of your life in no time. Yi Dong, who was in a good mood, said casually, "You must be tired after walking around for so long. I'll treat you two to something to eat." Afterwards, the 3 of them were escorted out of the store with the manager's very enthusiastic attitude. Yi Dong saw that An Person had too many bags in her hands. I suggested, "Why don't you take these shopping bags to the counter and store them while we look for a restaurant?" However, An Person quickly shook her head. "No, it's not that heavy. It's better for me to hold it in my hand. If there were dozens or hundreds of items, An Person might be willing to save them. But the total value of the items in my hands is almost 1 million. How can I possibly take them to the counter and deposit them with confidence? If I really lose it, I won't even have anywhere to cry." Seeing this, Yi Dong was too lazy to persuade him anymore. He would not bring it up anyway. He originally had no idea about An Person, and after confirming the system's incredible rebate situation, he had even less idea about it. An Person had no complaints at all about Yi Dong not taking the initiative to help her carry the bags. For a materialistic girl, what can she complain about if a handsome man is willing to spend 1 million yuan to buy her a gift? The few of them then found a seafood restaurant, and Yi Dong ordered several dishes of seafood that he had never eaten before. "Now that I have money, I will definitely not treat my stomach badly." Soon king crabs, lobsters, abalone, and other dishes were all served on the table. Not to mention Yi Dong, even An Person and Wang Xiaoxian had never seen so many delicious foods at the same time. They were indeed a little hungry, so they didn't hesitate to eat. As the food was really delicious, they all chose their favorite food and started eating. Half an hour later, there was still so much seafood left on the table. Wang Xiaoxian said a little embarrassedly, "Yi Dong, can I pack up the leftovers and eat them back?" Yi Dong laughed and said, "Of course, saving food is everyone's responsibility." This was the first time in his life that he came to such a high-end seafood restaurant. He was so excited that he accidentally ordered too much. Now Wang Xiaoxian is willing to pack up, which is exactly what Yi Dong wants. When he came across a boutique men's clothing store downstairs, Yi Dong took a look at the cheap goods he was wearing. He said to the 2 girls, "Wait for me a moment. I'm going to go in and buy some clothes. I'll be out soon." He doesn't want to be so rich and yet still have to put himself in a difficult position, and he doesn't want to play the role of a pig eating a tiger. Without waiting for An Person and Wang Xiaoxian to respond, Yi Dong entered the men's clothing store. An Person and Wang Xiaoxian looked at the bags in their hands and tactfully did not follow in. In a few minutes, Yi Dong came out wearing a brand new set of clothes, holding another set in his hand. As for the old clothes, he simply asked the clerk to throw them away. Although it was not a big change, the sight of Yi Dong in front of them made An Person and Wang Xiaoxian's eyes light up. The saying that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse is not groundless. Looking at the handsome Yi Dong in front of him, An Person is now feeling both nervous and expectant. Yi Dong spent so much money on her today that she was actually expecting Yi Dong to come up with some unreasonable ideas. It's no wonder that she has this mentality. The extraordinary purchasing power demonstrated by Yi Dong, coupled with his sunny and handsome appearance, makes him the perfect Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. Chapter 9: The Class Beauty Wants to Chase Him. It's a pity that Yi Dong's mind is now full of thoughts on how to spend tomorrow's quota. I didn't notice An Person's little girl-like expression at all. "It's getting late, how about I take you back to school?" Yi Dong suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, An Person and Wang Xiaoxian looked at Yi Dong with some surprise. Wang Xiaoxian thought that Yi Dong would send her away immediately. She is not stupid either. Yi Dong's crazy shopping today is a gift to An Person. Wang Xiaoxian thinks that there is a high possibility that the 2 of them will go to bed tonight. Who would have thought that Yi Dong didn't have that idea at all? An Person even felt a sense of loss in her heart. After picking up the roses, they hailed a taxi. When they arrived at the school, it was already getting dark. When they walked to the dormitory area and were about to separate, An Kersen said hesitantly, "Yi Dong, don't you want to add me on WeChat?" An Kersen, I said, I just want to go crazy today. I really don't have any other ideas. These gifts are your reward for accompanying me in going crazy. You must not have any psychological burden. Yi Dong's mind is now full of how to find a goddess-level figure with a score of 9 or above, so why would he even think about adding someone on WeChat? After hearing what Yi Dong said, An Kersen's face was full of disbelief. I'm starting to doubt my life. First he sent me roses, then he bought me gifts like crazy, and now he actually says that he really doesn't have any feelings for me. But immediately a firm idea emerged in my mind. No matter if this kind of man has feelings for you or not, you will regret it for the rest of your life if you miss him. Then in the face of Wang Xiaoqian's incredulous eyes, An Kersen said in a tone that was almost like a coquettish tone, "Yi Dong, don't you think I'm not beautiful?" Yi Dong didn't expect An Kersen to ask this question, and he replied hesitantly, "How is that possible? You are the famous beauty in our finance department." After hearing this, An Kersen smiled charmingly. He put the items in his hand on the ground temporarily, took out his mobile phone and handed it to Yi Dong. "Please enter your mobile phone number and I will add you on WeChat later." Yi Dong was a little confused by An Kersen's action. I sighed in my heart, this is the magic of money. He now has no doubt at all that as long as he nods, he can get this beautiful class beauty in front of him at any time. But after knowing that I have a super system, my future life will definitely be at the top of this world and my vision will definitely become higher. Even if I want to find a girlfriend, I have to at least find a super goddess level with a score of 9.5 or above. Although An Kersen is the class beauty, she is also one of the top beauties in the finance department. But among all the campus beauties of Southwest University, An Kersen is not even ranked. If we talk about the high quality of beauties, we have to count the girls in the art department. Among the top 10 campus beauties in the entire school, 9 are from the art department. However, looking at the charming An Kersen in front of him, she had already handed him the phone. Yi Dong felt it would be a bit cruel if he refused again. After entering his own number, he returned the phone to An Kersen. Then he said goodbye with a smile, "It's getting late, you should go back and rest early." Watching Yi Dong's departing back, Wang Xiaoqian said in shock, "Today is really crazy. Who would have thought that the most famous licker in our class has another little-known identity? Not only is his skill so good, but his generosity in attack simply subverted my imagination. Even Principal Wang is probably no better than him." Coxin, you said Yi Dong is not the eldest son of a top wealthy family, right? Why isn't Yi Dong's last name Ma? However, An Kersen seemed not to have heard clearly what Wang Xiaoqian said. She said sadly, "Xiaoqian, why did Yi Dong give me so many gifts and roses? What is he trying to do?" Wang Xiaoqian can also understand An Kersen's feelings very well. With the abilities Yi Dong demonstrated today, which girl can resist? But she was also confused. How could I know what Yi Dong was trying to do? I could only comfort her. "Coxin, maybe Yi Dong is playing hard to get with you and he is laying a long line to catch a big fish." An Kersen laughed at herself after hearing this. "Xiaoqian, you don't even believe what you said and you're still trying to play the long game. If I hadn't handed the phone to him, he wouldn't even want to tell me his number." An Kersen is not stupid. Yi Dong has spent so much money, so why does he need to use the tactic of playing hard to get? It is no exaggeration to say that if Yi Dong spends 1 million today, it is entirely possible for him to pursue more than 10 beauties of her level in college. Or the kind that is completely pursued. Seeing that An Kersen was a little bit trapped in it, Wang Xiaoqian had no choice but to say, "Kersen, you don't have to think too much. Yi Dong has already broken up with Liu Weiwei and he still has more than 2 months before graduating from university. You can definitely use your classmates' proximity to Yi Dong to pursue him. You have to believe in yourself. You are a more beautiful woman than Liu Weiwei." After hearing what Wang Xiaoqian said, An Kersen's melancholy eyes suddenly shone brightly. Regardless of whether you can catch up with her or not, how can you be willing to give up if you don't try? Yi Dong returned to the dormitory that had accompanied him for several years. Several of his roommates were playing with their mobile phones. When they saw Yi Dong coming back, everyone's eyes lit up. Yi Dong's outfit can be considered a major upgrade. Although it is not luxury clothing, it is more than 10 times better than the original street stall goods. Among them there is one named Wang Jinchuan who has a good relationship with Yi Dong. He was the first to ask Dongzi, "You won the prize, when are you going to buy new clothes?" Yi Dong smiled and replied, "It's a small price, Jinchuan Wu Jibin Luca, stop playing with your phones and go out to eat supper. I'll treat you." Among Yi Dong's 3 roommates, except for Wang Jinchuan, the relationship with the other 2 is average. In the more than 3 years of living in the same dormitory, there have been basically no conflicts. In comparison, it is better than ordinary classmates. Hearing that Yi Dong was going to treat them all, they were excited and a little surprised. Yi Dong usually has some money, but most of it is spent on Liu Weiwei. It is rare to see Yi Dong treating others. Donzi, the sun rose from the west today. It seems that you really won the prize. Luca laughed and teased. Of course, no one asked Yi Dong how much money he won. The news did not report any news about who had won the double color ball or lotto jackpot nearby. Everyone thought that Yi Dong must have won a scratch-off lottery. Soon they arrived at the barbecue square outside the campus. Yi Dong chose a barbecue restaurant with the best business. After preparing the meal on the dam outside the restaurant, he handed the menu to a few people. He smiled and said, "Just order whatever you want to eat, don't be polite." Chapter 10, Trouble at the Barbecue Stall. Although Yi Dong told them to order whatever they wanted, the three of them did not kill them. Each person only ordered something worth 20 or 30 yuan, and no matter what dish it was, they ordered a few skewers. Seeing that they were hesitating, Yi Dong said to the waiter next to him, "Wipe away all the food they ordered just now. I'll order it myself." He snatched the menu from Wang Jinchuan and glanced at it casually. He said, "Give me 100 skewers of lamb, beef, squid and kidney, and a large plate of lobster and a grilled fish, and give me another 100 yuan worth of vegetarian dishes, you decide." Then looking at the stunned roommates, he asked, "Are you drinking alcohol or drinks?" Wang Jinchuan came back to his senses and asked incoherently, "Donzi, why did you order so much? It's such a waste." They had just looked at the menu. The dishes Yi Dong ordered cost at least 2,000 yuan in total. It's almost enough for their living expenses for a month. "It's okay. If you can't finish it, you can pack it up and heat it up for breakfast tomorrow morning." Yi Dong replied indifferently. Then he looked at the others and asked, "Beer or a drink? How can we have drinks during such a good barbecue? Bring us beer." Seeing that Yi Dong, the one who invited them all, didn't care, Wang Jinchuan also spoke generously. Wu Zhibin and Lu Ku both nodded excitedly. Their family situation is only slightly better than Yi Dong's. How could they normally have the chance to eat such delicious barbecue? While they were excited, they were also surprised that Yi Dong was suddenly so generous. Even if Yi Dong won the prize, he wouldn't be so generous as to treat them to such delicious barbecue. Since Wang Jinchuan had a good relationship with Yi Dong, he asked questions more casually. "Donzi, did you really win the lottery?" There was no way Yi Dong was telling the truth, and even if he did, they would definitely not believe it. He replied half-truthfully, "I didn't win the lottery, but I made a little money buying stocks these days." According to the explanation given by the system, the nearly 1 million earned today can be verified in the stock market, so there is no need to worry about others' suspicions. The system has even opened accounts for him in several major financial markets around the world. Of course, this little bit of money now will definitely not attract the attention of others, but when the funds amount to tens of billions or hundreds of billions in the future, if there is no reasonable explanation, someone will definitely come to investigate the source of your funds. Several of them were from the finance department and were very familiar with the stocks that Yi Dong mentioned. They usually just play around so they don't lose much, and the profit is just enough for 2 packs of cigarettes. Yi Dong spent more than 2,000 yuan on a barbecue meal, so the money he earned must be at least tens of thousands. How much capital does it take to make so much money? Everyone was very curious about where Yi Dong got the capital. Of course, everyone has their own little secrets, and no one is stupid enough to dig deep to get to the bottom of them. After a while, all kinds of barbecue were brought up one after another and soon filled up the table. Looking at the delicious barbecued skewers in front of them, Wang Jinchuan and his companions swallowed their saliva. Seeing this, Yi Dong smiled and said, "Eat whatever you want. Fill your stomach with food first before drinking beer." With so many skewers of meat in front of them, the few of them didn't bother to be polite. Everyone took their favorite barbecue skewers and started eating them. Because Yi Dong ordered too much, there was no room for the crayfish and grilled fish, so he added another table. Yi Dong wasn't hungry at all, so he ate a little and then chatted with the others while drinking. The topics that college boys talk about are nothing more than how pretty a girl is. As they chatted, they talked about Yi Dong's girlfriend Liu Weiwei. "Donzi, after graduating from university, did Liu Weiwei also go to your hometown to look for a job?" Wang Jinchuan asked while peeling a spicy crayfish. "Jinchuan, don't mention that woman. I have nothing to do with her anymore." Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at Yi Dong in shock. Everyone has seen Yi Dong's meticulous care for Liu Weiwei over the past few years. "I thought this golden couple would get married, but when graduation was approaching, I heard this news from Yi Dong." Donzi, are you okay? Wang Jingchuan asked a little worriedly. Yi Dong laughed. Do you think I'm okay? I just regret that I wasted my time these past few years. Forget it, let's not talk about that bitch. I'm out of my misery now. Let's have a drink. Seeing that Yi Dong didn't look sad, the few people still had many questions in their minds, but in the subsequent conversation they intentionally or unintentionally avoided the topic of women. A few people were chatting about the football game when suddenly a loud laugh came from the side. Ha ha ha. Yi Dong, you are such a bastard. I was just wondering how to get you out of the campus, but I didn't expect you to dare to come out for a barbecue. Yi Dong looked up and saw 5 or 6 people coming over. The one who laughed wildly was Zhang Jigang, who had a conflict in the afternoon. The few people next to him were obviously gangsters with messy hair and hipster tattoos on their arms, as if they were afraid that others would not know they were gangsters. It was such a coincidence that after Zhang Jigang was slapped in the face by Yi Dong today, he became angrier and angrier. He wished he could avenge himself as soon as possible, so he found a gangster from the next class and asked him to introduce some gangsters from society to him so that he could discuss how to take revenge. Of course, there is a price to pay for finding someone outside, and tonight I am planning to hire these guys for one-stop service. First we had barbecue, then we went singing, and then we had sauna and massage. I never thought that I would meet Yi Dong before I even started my first service. Gangzi, is this the guy who cut you this afternoon? A yellow-haired man asked arrogantly. Brother Jinmao, this is the guy. Please help me beat him up. I'll provide you with 2 days of one-stop service. Wang Jingchuan and his companions had no idea what was going on. Seeing that the golden-haired gang didn't look like good people at first glance, he didn't understand why Zhang Jigang wanted to ask these hooligans to deal with Yi Dong. He quickly stood up and advised, Jigang, what's going on between you and Dongzi? We are all classmates, is it necessary to make things so awkward? Although they were in the same class, Zhang Jigang and Wang Jingchuan had no friendship at all. Seeing Wang Jingchuan standing up to persuade him, he said even more arrogantly, Wang Jingchuan, and you too, I know you are all in the same dormitory. I will persuade you to stop meddling in other people's business, otherwise I will let brother Jinmao take care of you all. Upon hearing this, Wu Jibin and Lucas stood up involuntarily and took 2 steps back. It is obvious that he doesn't want to get involved in Yi Dong and Zhang Jigang's affairs. But Wang Jingchuan did not back down. He held up his phone and said, if you dare to do this, I will call the police immediately. There are surveillance cameras here. Chapter 11, Single European Gang. From the attitudes of Wang Jingchuan and the other 2, we can tell how close Yi Dong's relationship with them is. Of course, Wu Jibin and Lu Kuo's backward behavior seemed very normal to Yi Dong, and he did not feel disappointed or angry at all. Although they had stayed in the same dormitory for several years, their relationship had always been lukewarm. You can't expect people to fight for you just because you treat them to a barbecue. Besides, the few people called Golden Hair Brother are obviously thugs in society. They look ferocious and vicious. Ordinary students usually avoid them when they see them, so how could they dare to get involved in this matter? Even if Wang Jingchuan, with whom he had a good relationship, retreated with them, Yi Dong could understand it very well. But Wang Jingchuan not only did not back off but threatened to call the police, which moved Yi Dong very much. After hearing what Wang Jingchuan said, Zhang Jigang, Jinmao and others still looked ferocious, but they didn't dare to act rashly. What Wang Jingchuan said was really true. Even if he didn't call the police, he might end up in police station tomorrow for fighting in a place with surveillance cameras. But this kind of opportunity is rare, and Zhang Jigang doesn't want to give it up. He said in a provocative tone, Yi Dong, weren't you so arrogant this afternoon? If you are really brave and a real man, come with us to the alley behind. Golden Hair and his companions also looked at Yi Dong provocatively. Yi Dong laughed after hearing this. He had no specific idea of how powerful his skills were. It's just right for these little hooligans in front of me to test my actual strength in the 3-man killer. He sneered, whether he is a real man or not you will know in a moment. Then he turned around and said to Wang Jingchuan and the others, Jingchuan, you guys wait here for me, I'll be right back, don't call the police. Wang Jingchuan looked a little anxious when he heard this. Although Yi Dong is relatively tall, there are 2 men on the other side who are as tall as Yi Dong. The combat power of both sides is completely not on the same level. Zhang Jigang was obviously trying to provoke Yi Dong, but he still wanted to attend the meeting alone. He hurriedly advised, Dongzi, don't be so stubborn, they dare not do anything to us here. Yi Dong could only appreciate Wang Jingchuan's kindness. Although he is not a brave and ruthless person, when he suddenly realizes that he has great skills facing the provocation of others, his blood is inevitably boiling. I had a brief exchange with Fatty at the jewelry store this afternoon, and I can say that I still felt unsatisfied. gave Wang Jinchuan a reassuring look. Then he turned around and looked at Jin Mao and the others with contempt and walked towards the alley first. Zhang Jigang was confused by Yi Dong's action. Didn't Yi Dong see that it was such an obvious provocation? Then he was overjoyed and imagined in his mind the scene of Yi Dong being beaten to his knees. He and Jin Mao and a few others followed, and before leaving he did not forget to threaten Wang Jinchuan and others, telling them not to call the police. Watching the backs of the people leaving, Wang Jinchuan, Wu Jibin and Lu Ku all looked at each other with expressions of confusion on their faces. An idea popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. Is Yi Dong so skilled? Otherwise it is really hard to understand such an unwise move. Wang Jinchuan also resisted the urge to follow. The relationship between him and Yi Dong had been as good as it was just now, which was already the best he could do. He looked at the time on his phone. If Yi Dong didn't come out after 10 minutes, he would still choose to call the police. Yi Dong and Zhang Jigang and the others entered the alley behind one after another. Jin Mao and the others did not forget to look up to see if there were any surveillance cameras around. Although this place has lights, it is a blind spot and is perfect for a fight. Jin Mao admired Yi Dong's courage. Of course, he had never thought that the other party could take on 5 or 6 people at once. This isn't a TV drama, how could such a fantastic thing happen? He said arrogantly, "You are quite courageous. This is the first time I have seen a fearless young man like you. I will give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize and I will give you 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, Zhang Jigang hurriedly said, "Brother Jin Mao, this is too easy for him. I have to slap him twice to vent my anger." After hearing what Zhang Jigang said, Jin Mao was not angry. They were all small-time hooligans who were not as good as the gangsters. They liked dealing with people like Zhang Jigang, who were second-generation rich men with some money at home. He continued to speak arrogantly to Yi Dong. "Did you hear me? Come closer and slap Gangzi twice and then agree to the conditions I just mentioned, otherwise my brothers will not tolerate your fists." Yi Dong was actually just looking around to see if there were any surveillance cameras. His behavior of challenging someone to a fight did not constitute self-defense. No matter if you are the weaker party or not, you may end up in jail if you are found out. I was relieved to see that there were no surveillance cameras around. Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, he said impatiently, "If you want to do it, hurry up, I have to go out for a barbecue later." After hearing Yi Dong's words, Zhang Jigang, Jin Mao and others were furious. Damn it, this sentence totally shows that they are not taken seriously. Eat barbecue, I eat Ma's wall. The golden retriever, who had a bad temper, rushed forward first. When his fist as big as a sandbag was 10 centimeters away from Yi Dong's face, Yi Dong grabbed it tightly. Then he directly came with a sweeping kick. Ouch! Along with this shout, the golden retriever's body fell heavily to the ground. The action just now was so fast that before anyone could react, the golden retriever was already lying on the ground. And looking at him lying on the ground crying out, "Ouch!" It is obvious that he has lost his ability to fight. This was the time when Yi Dong was holding back some strength. If he really used all his strength, that sweeping kick could break his ribs. The other gangster came back to his senses. After realizing that Yi Dong was very powerful, he rushed forward. Seeing this, Yi Dong sneered and rushed forward first. Except for 2 stronger thugs who took a few hits before falling down, the other 2 basically lost their fighting ability after just 1 punch. Although Yi Dong was hit a few times, given his current physical condition, it was basically just a tickle. The main reason why they were able to take on several people at once with such a huge advantage was that these people were just ordinary hooligans with no fighting power at all. The tattoo on the arm is just something to scare ordinary people. The scene of him lying on the ground groaning loudly at this time had already scared Zhang Jigang behind him. Although the golden hair guys are not real gangsters, they are well known among the gangsters outside the school. He is the top-notch guy among the gangsters Zhang Jigang knows. Who would have thought that he would be knocked down by Yi Dong in such a short time? Chapter 12, Luxury Suite Monthly Subscription. Yi Dong brushed off the dust on his body and then slowly walked towards Zhang Jigang. Yi Dong will definitely not let Zhang off easily for stealing his students and finding someone to deal with him. By this time, Zhang Jigang was so frightened that his legs were weak and he couldn't run away. Seeing Yi Dong approaching him with a sneer, he knelt down shamelessly before Yi Dong could make a move. "Brother Dong, please forgive me. I will never dare to go against you again. I will break up with Liu Weiwei right away and return her to you." If he had known that Yi Dong was so powerful, even if Zhang Jigang had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to set his sights on Liu Weiwei. Yi Dong sneered after hearing this. "Humph. I don't care whether you break up or not. Do you think I still have any thoughts about that bitch Liu Weiwei? Zhang Jigang knelt on the ground and said quickly, "Yes, Brother Dong is so powerful, how can that bitch Liu Weiwei be worthy of Brother Dong?" Listening to Zhang Jigang's shameless flattery, Yi Dong also lost interest in taking action. He said in a cold voice, "Even if our affairs are settled, I don't want to cause trouble to you, but if you dare to cause trouble to me in the future, I am really afraid that I will break your legs." Zhang Jigang waved his hands and said, "Brother Dong, you are my brother. I won't dare to do that again. Just treat me like a fart." Seeing that Zhang Jigang was really scared by him, he probably wouldn't dare to play any tricks again. Yi Dong then turned around and walked towards the gangsters lying on the ground. Seeing this, Huang Mao and others stopped crying out loud. He also begged for mercy quickly, "Brother, we also listened to the instigation of that bastard Gangzi. We will never dare to do it again. Please forgive us." Yi Dong gently patted the yellow-haired boy's face. He sneered, "You bunch of social scum, you really have to thank this society ruled by law, otherwise I will make you spend the rest of your lives in wheelchairs." Yes, Big Brother is right. We will definitely turn over a new leaf and be good people in the future. Several little hooligans all rushed to speak. Of course, Yi Dong sneered at the words of those little hooligans. He has no obligation to teach the little gangster how to be a good person as long as he doesn't provoke him. Then he looked at everyone again and thought that they should not be seriously injured. At most, they would just feel pain for a few days. Then he slowly walked out of the alley. It happened in the blink of an eye. In fact, it took Yi Dong no more than 5 minutes from the time he entered the alley. Wang Jinchuan and a few others had been staring at the entrance of the alley nervously. When they saw Yi Dong come out safely, they breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I am also very curious about the current situation of Zhang Jigang and others. Those guys just now looked so ferocious, it was impossible that they just wanted Yi Dong to come in and have a chat. Yi Dong didn't even need to explain himself, as the few people who followed him out limped and supported each other. He even deliberately avoided Yi Dong's direction. It was clear to them that Yi Dong really had amazing skills, just as they had guessed. I was surprised and shocked at the same time. Who would have thought that this was their roommate who had lived in the same dormitory with them for more than 3 years? He is such a ruthless person. The scene of Donnie Yen filming Ip Man even appeared in my mind. I want to beat 10 of them. Dong. Donzi no Donga, you really surprised me today. Wang Jinchuan spoke a little incoherently and stammered. Wu Zhibin and Lu Ku also looked at Yi Dong with admiration. Lu Ku asked hesitantly, "Brother Dong, you are not a martial arts master, are you?" Looking at the expressions of the 3 people, Yi Dong could only smile helplessly. Fortunately, I never fought with anyone during college, otherwise it would be hard to explain why I suddenly became so powerful. Then he smiled and said, "You should call me Donzi for convenience. I just know some self-defense skills, which is enough to deal with a few ordinary thugs. Fighting against 5 or 6 thugs alone, this is called simple self-defense." This is obviously Yi Dong's humble words. Wu Zhibin and Lu Ku just stood up and stepped back, and now they feel a little embarrassed. Lu Ku was a little embarrassed at first and said, "Brother Dong, I'm so sorry for what I said just now. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm the only son in my family. I really don't dare to get involved in things like fighting." Wu Zhibin also said, "Brother Dong, Lu Ku and I are in similar situations. I hope you can understand us." Yi Dong smiled indifferently. Said, "The choice you just made was of course the most correct one. I don't blame you at all." Then he pointed at the barbecue and said, "Don't apologize, just eat the barbecue quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold." Seeing that Yi Dong really didn't care about anything with them, the 2 of them let go of their thoughts and went back to dealing with the barbecued food in front of them. During the period, Wang Jinchuan asked how the conflict between Yi Dong and Zhang Jigang occurred. Yi Dong briefly introduced what happened in the afternoon. After hearing this, several people cursed Zhang Jigang and Liu Weiwei as a couple. Then, seeing that Yi Dong didn't want to talk about this matter, he turned the topic to Yi Dong's skills. "Brother Dong, did you go to the Shaolin Temple to learn these skills when you were young?" "No, today I suddenly encountered a system that directly transferred all its skills to me." Yi Dong replied half-jokingly. "Brother Dong, you are such a joke. You are teaching us skills systematically. Do you think we are living in a novel?" Of course, several people thought it was a joke. Even if Yi Dong said that he was the son of a wealthy and secluded family, it would be much more believable than this. Seeing that Yi Dong didn't want to talk about his amazing skills, everyone turned the topic to the previous football game. A barbecue meal took an hour or 2 and at least half of it was left. I asked the barbecue restaurant owner for a few takeout boxes and packed everything. Yi Dong then said, "Take this barbecue home and have it for breakfast tomorrow." I won't be going back to the dormitory today. Although several people had doubts about what Yi Dong said, they did not ask too many questions. The feeling Yi Dong gave them today can only be described as mysterious. Now that he doesn't go back to the dormitory, it doesn't feel strange anymore. After watching those people leave, Yi Dong found a better star-rated hotel outside the school gate. I went to the service desk and booked a luxury suite which cost nearly 3,000 yuan a night. And Yi Dong directly booked it for a month. This shocked the pretty lady in charge of room records at the front desk, and when she looked at Yi Dong again, her eyes were full of little stars. All he needs to do is ask for her phone number. It's a pity that this beautiful young lady is still far from catching up with An Person. Whether she can reach the system's 8-point standard is still a matter of debate. Yi Dong simply ignored the ambiguous look from the other party. Chapter 13 System Mission. This Phoenix hotel can only be considered a 4-star hotel. It is located next to the university town and is quite famous. The guests it serves are mainly students, especially young couples who come here to stay almost every day. The price is reasonable, usually between 300 and 3,000. Yi Dong's luxury suite, which costs nearly 3,000 yuan a night, is basically the ceiling of this hotel. He was a super generous monthly VIP, so after the lobby manager Zhou Hanyun got the news, he rushed to the lobby in person. When I saw that Yi Dong was just a handsome young man, I guessed in my heart that he should be just a student. Since Yi Dong could subscribe to a luxury suite so generously every month, she knew that he must be someone extraordinary. Then he immediately smiled and said, "You are Mr. Yi, right? Thank you for staying at our Phoenix hotel. I am the lobby manager of this hotel. My name is Zhou Hanyun. Now I will personally take you to the luxury suite." When he saw the lobby manager, Yi Dong's eyes lit up. Zhou Hanyun's appearance is definitely better than that of Nicole Ling, and her figure is even better than that of Nicole Ling. Under that professional attire, her breasts appear more upright. Perhaps this is the advantage brought by a mature working woman. System, how would you rate Zhou Hanyun in front of me? Ding. Zhou Hanyun's overall score, 8.8 points. Sure enough, the system's scoring is absolutely the most fair, 0.3 points higher than An Person. Zhou Hanyun had no idea that in the blink of an eye her beauty score had already been announced. Yi Dong was somewhat disappointed with Zhou Hanyun's score. Such a beautiful woman can't even meet the standards of a goddess. The system's requirements are really unusually high. When I think of the super goddess who can give more than 100 times the cash back, I really don't know what I have to look like to meet the system's requirements. Does it really have to be at the level of Reba Chaowei and Mimi? After receiving a double rebate of 1 million today, Yi Dong is no longer very excited about beauties who are rated between 8 and 9 points. After learning that Zhou Hanyun in front of him only scored 8.8 points, his eyes, which had been shining just now, slowly returned to normal. He smiled faintly and said, "Manager Zhou, thank you for your help. Mr. Yi, please go over there. Let's take the elevator up first." Zhou Hanyun also smiled politely. Soon, under the leadership of Zhou Hanyun, the two arrived at the luxurious suite booked by Yi Dong. Yi Dong was immediately shocked by the luxurious room in front of him. In the past, I had never stayed in a luxury suite that cost 3,000 yuan a night, let alone a room that cost 300 yuan a night. Even when Yi Dong and Liu Weiwei booked a room outside the school, they mostly chose ordinary hotels and the room rate never exceeded 200 yuan. Yi Dong's expression did not escape Zhou Hanyun's eyes. I was also very curious and asked, "Is this your first time staying in a hotel, Mr. Yi?" Yi Dong was also a little embarrassed. He was a wealthy man with a huge amount of money, so why did he act like a person who had never seen the world? This luxury suite that costs 3,000 yuan a night is nothing now. When I really stand on the top of the world in the future, I can book the top presidential suite that costs hundreds of thousands a night for a whole year. Manager Zhou, I'm just a college student. Don't call me Mr. Yi. It sounds too awkward. You can call me Yi Dong or Dong Zi. Yi Dong answered the question irrelevantly and resolved the awkwardness. Then I'll just call you Yi Dong and you don't have to call me Manager Zhou. I'm probably 1 or 2 years older than you, so just call me Sister Yun. Zhou Hanyun is worthy of being the lobby manager. She has become closer to Yi Dong with just a few words. Then he asked again, "Yi Dong, are you satisfied with this luxurious suite in our hotel?" Yi Dong must have been quite satisfied in his heart, but he replied casually, "It's okay. As long as you are satisfied, this is my business card with my phone number on it. I am at your service 24 hours a day if you need anything." As she spoke, Zhou Hanyun handed Yi Dong a business card. Yi Dong took the business card, casually looked at Zhou Hanyun with her proud figure, and then made an ambiguous little joke. Sister Yun, can you really provide any service? Jo Han-yoon was stunned after hearing what Ji-dong said. She didn't expect that this sunny and handsome boy in front of her had such a complicated mind. Then he smiled faintly. As long as it is a normal service within the regulations, of course any service is fine. This answer fully demonstrates the communication skills of lobby manager Jo Han-yoon. Not only does it fully answer the guests' questions, but it also doesn't make them feel dissatisfied. Then he said good night and left the room. Yi-dong looked at his luxurious suite and suddenly felt like he was dreaming. I pinched myself hard and the pain fully demonstrated that I was definitely not daydreaming. He still feels that what happened today is too fantastic. The plot that only appeared in novels actually happened to me. He had just asked the system and he was definitely the only person on the planet who was bound by the system. As for the reason, the system just said vaguely, the cause and effect of the previous life must be cultivated in this life. It seems that I did too many good deeds in my previous lives and they have accumulated and are being rewarded in this life. Afterwards, Yi-dong enjoyed for the first time in his life what it felt like to take a bath in a super large bathtub. Jo Han-yoon's face suddenly appeared in my mind. Thinking about the scene of the two of them taking a bath in there together, I suddenly felt a surge of heat in my heart. Ding! It is detected that the host has developed improper thoughts about Jo Han-yoon. Please conquer her within 1 month and the rebate amount of 1 million yuan per day will be doubled to 2 million. This task suddenly released by the system completely confused Yi-dong. I was just thinking about it casually. Can I even fantasize? System, is there any punishment for failure? Ding! There is no penalty for this kind of temporary task. After hearing such a humane answer from the system, Yi-dong also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that after failure all the 1 million would be lost. How could he reach the peak of his life then? Just thinking about how if I could take down Jo Han-yoon for a month the daily rebate amount would reach 2 million. Yi-dong, who originally didn't have many thoughts about Jo Han-yoon, couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts all of a sudden. Afterwards, Yi-dong lay on the soft big bed and checked the balance in his mobile phone. Even after deducting the nearly 90,000 yuan in rent, there is still 880,000 yuan in the phone. The amount used on an person today should be about 10,000 or 20,000 short of 1 million. Yi-dong plans to try the reward function in Douyin live broadcast now to see if he can get the same cash back. Chapter 14, Flying Fish and Mermaids. Yi-dong immediately opened the Douyin live broadcast room and first recharged his own account Flying Fish with 20,000 yuan. No matter whether he can get the cash back or not, the current 20,000 yuan is totally insignificant to Yi-dong. Then he entered the reward mode, and whenever he saw a good-looking girl he would reward her with a Porsche. Although a Porsche costs 1200 Douyin coins on Douyin, it is only 120 yuan when converted into cash. But even so, the hosts who received the reward were all very excited, and they would all say excitedly in the live broadcast room, thanks to Flying Fish for the reward of Porsche. In the live broadcast room that was not very popular, Yi-dong instantly became the top brother on the list because he rewarded a Porsche. It is conceivable that only a very few people in the anchor industry can make a lot of money. After giving gifts to 4 or 5 good-looking female anchors, Yi-dong did not receive any rebate information. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. If the reward can't be rebated, do I have to continue to lick an person tomorrow? Of course, Yi-dong also knows the power of the live broadcast beauty function. Although he looks good in the video, who knows what he really looks like? I gave 3 Porsches in a row, but the system still didn't respond. The 8 female anchors that Yi-dong rewarded were the most beautiful ones among dozens of female anchors. It is impossible that none of them scored more than 8 points. System, there is no rebate for live broadcast rewards? Ding! Live broadcast? What live broadcast? The system's answer immediately confused Yi-dong. The system didn't even know about live streaming. Yi-dong was just about to explain to the system in his mind what live streaming was. Ding! Live broadcast reward rebate is now open. Then I was overjoyed. The learning and adaptability of this system can only be described as amazing. Ding! Live broadcast reward rebate has been enabled. Note, if the host wants to receive rebates from live broadcast rewards, he must have a private communication with the anchor who is rewarding in real life. At least he must be familiar with each other. Seeing the conditions behind this, Yi-dong suddenly became dispirited. This is obviously to make oneself use the principle to gain this familiarity. It is basically equivalent to an investment. Even if you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, you may not even meet the person in person, so how can you become familiar with them? But Yi-dong didn't want to give up this opportunity to give rewards and rebates. He could just cultivate a beautiful woman he knew so he wouldn't have to rack his brains to spend money on her. Then I found the search for live broadcasts in the same city and directly chose to search for beautiful anchors. I entered 7 or 8 live broadcast rooms in a row and finally saw a girl with good looks. System, can you give this female anchor a score? Ding. The live beautification effect is too powerful, the system can't do anything. The system's answer made Ji Dong want to curse. If you spend a lot of money and end up dating a dinosaur, you'll be so depressed. To be on the safe side, Ji Dong will only make a move when he sees a super beautiful female anchor who, even without the beauty filter, is at least a beauty. He entered more than a dozen anchor rooms in a row, but Ji Dong didn't feel particularly safe in any of them. Just when he thought that tonight might be in vain, the next girl who appeared in the anchor room made Ji Dong's eyes light up. And he felt that she was very familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized that this was Wen Ruxue, the goddess-like figure that many boys dream of in Southwest University. The third goddess-level figure among the top 10 campus beauties of Southwest University. She seemed to be a dance major in the art department. Yi Dong had only seen her in person a few times on campus. Although she was only ranked third, Yi Dong believed that Wen Ruxue was no worse than the first and second ranked campus beauties. It's because Wen Ruxue is only a freshman now and she is a little behind in popularity, so when it comes to selecting the school beauties, she is slightly behind the top 2. What interests Yi Dong the most is that Wen Ruxue is the only goddess among the top 5 school beauties who still does not have a boyfriend. After looking at Wen Ruxue's online name, Yi Dong smiled unconsciously. Wen Ruxue's name was actually Mermaid. Looking at the popularity of this live broadcast room now, it is also average with only 500 or 600 people in the room. Many female anchors who can't even match Wen Ruxue's looks have rooms with thousands of people. So although appearance is an advantage when being a female anchor in the Doubo live broadcast room, it is not complete. There are many popular female anchors, all of them are cute and coquettish, and their dressing style is so good that many big brothers almost drop their eyes. Whenever Wen Ruxue broadcasts live, she dresses very conservatively and just performs a few simple dance moves. At the beginning, relying on his good looks, he was also a big brother-like figure and he was on the gift reward list, continuously giving almost tens of thousands of gifts. But Wen Ruxue just responded with a simple thank you and never thought about the idea of becoming his big brother's friend. No matter whose money it is, it didn't come from the wind. After spending tens of thousands of dollars, she can't even add anyone as a friend. Who would be willing to support her? As a result, there are very few big brothers appearing in Wen Ruxue's live broadcast room now. Without the leadership of a big brother, there will definitely not be too much traffic in the background. Wen Ruxue is such a beautiful goddess, but she only makes a few hundred yuan from a live broadcast at most, and sometimes even less than 100 yuan. But her family is not wealthy, and even though her income is not high, she will come back to broadcast a show whenever she has time. I was about to finish the last dance today and then go offline. Suddenly a carnival appeared in the live broadcast room. This is the most expensive gift in Doubo. Many well-known anchors rarely receive such gifts during a broadcast. 30,000 Douyin coins for one carnival is equivalent to 3,000 yuan in cash, which is almost equal to an ordinary worker's monthly salary. Yi Dong's Douyin account instantly reached the top of the list. And driven by the carnival, a site-wide announcement was issued and the popularity instantly increased by 100 people, and the number of people in the live broadcast room reached 700. Wen Ruxue was also a little excited. It was the first time she received a gift of carnival level in more than half a year of live streaming. Although some big shots had given her gifts worth tens of thousands in the past, the amount was only a few hundred added up. Since Wen Ruxue has not joined any guild, she can get at least 1,500 from today's carnival. Thank you, brother Flying Fish, for sending me the carnival. I was about to go off the air, so I'm going to do a dance for you, especially for Flying Fish. Friends in the barrage section also left messages. Damn it, I am not seeing things. A level 23 villain account actually gave a reward to a carnival. Could it be that some worker fell in love with our mermaid and gave her a month's salary as a reward? Yi Dong had never given rewards before, but he just gave 8 Porsches as rewards and his level instantly climbed from level 0 to level 23. Chapter 15: The Charm of Carnival. Because of another carnival reward, the level of the Douyin account of Flying Fish has suddenly risen to level 28. Although Yi Dong had watched live broadcasts before, he had never experienced the joy of leveling up, so this made him feel very happy. I took a look at the comments in the barrage section and found them very interesting. After checking his Douyin account and finding that he still had 16,000 in balance, Yi Dong did not hesitate to launch 5 consecutive carnival campaigns. Wen Ruxue was dancing her best dance with all her heart because she received a carnival gift from Yi Dong. Suddenly another carnival with gorgeous effects appeared on the screen. A flying fish given to the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X1. Wenruxiue was so happy that she didn't have time to say thank you in an instant. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X2. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X3. 5 consecutive carnivals stunned Wenruxiue. Oh my god. Could this be the new boss in the legend? Including the carnival just now, he has posted 6 carnivals in total. Who was the one who said the flying fish? He is just a wage earner. What's wrong with me? 6 carnivals only cost 18,000. Even a wage earner can afford it if he grits his teeth. Forget it, you think you are writing a novel? Which worker would spend all the money he worked so hard to earn for half a year to give rewards here? That is right, I bet that even if this flying fish gave 6 carnivals of rewards, he still couldn't get the goddess WeChat ID. Only then did Wenruxiue come back to her senses from her shocked expression. Thank you so much, my big brother flying fish. I don't know what to say. This is the first time I have received so many gifts. Big brother, if you want to see any dance, just put it on the screen. As long as I can dance it, I will do my best to satisfy you. At this time, the popularity of Wenruxiue's live broadcast room also skyrocketed because of Yidong's 5-hit carnival combo. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. More than 3 carnivals can basically achieve the sponsorship effect in the same time period. Many ordinary people don't necessarily have to watch beautiful women and handsome men when watching live broadcasts. The scene of big brothers giving gifts is even more attractive to them. In a flash, the number of people in Wenruxiue's live broadcast room reached almost 3,000. This has basically reached the peak number of visitors since Wenruxiue's live broadcast. When many friends came in and saw Wenruxiue's appearance, they also started screaming in the barrage area. Such a beautiful female anchor, how come I haven't seen her after watching for so long? Wow! This is definitely a goddess level figure. No wonder the big brother took action. After hearing Wenruxiue asking flying fish to arrange the dance, there were all kinds of messages in the barrage area. Host, here comes a piece of yoga beauty. The flying fish made the anchor dance like a pretty dancer. Yidong ignored all the comments and just typed a few words and sent them out. Snow Beauty, just take care of the arrangements yourself, don't worry about it. When Wenruxiue saw Yidong's message, she was surprised and shocked. How did he know my name contains the character Shui? Could he be someone who knows me? Although a little surprised, Wenruxiue didn't think much about it. When you do a live broadcast on Douyin, there is a chance that you will be seen by people who know you or admire you. Then I'll arrange a duet dance. My partner is also my roommate, who is also a beautiful lady. Then another girl appeared on the screen. Although her appearance was not as attractive as Wenruxiue, she was at least a beauty. Although it is difficult to comment through the screen, Yidong guessed in his heart that this girl should not be worse than an Ikerson. Afterwards, the two performed a very pleasing dance and many small rewards appeared in the live broadcast room, and there was even a situation where one person sent several romantic fireworks. A romantic firework costs 599 Douyin coins, which is almost 60 yuan in cash. Although it is not as exaggerated as Yidong's several consecutive carnivals, it is very rare for an unknown small anchor like Wenruxiue to receive such rewards. When seeing someone giving a reward, Wenruxiue would definitely dance and thank them using basically the same words. This made Yidong feel a little annoyed. He felt that he was not treated any differently. He casually opened the recharge area and recharged another 100,000 yuan. There is no rebate here, it is completely equivalent to an investment, and there is definitely a possibility of losing all the money. Yidong certainly can't spend it casually like he did with an Ikerson. Open the gift area and don't even consider other gifts. Just choose the most expensive carnival. 3,000 yuan each, 100,000 yuan can buy 33 of them in a row. Wenruxiue was also in a very happy mood. Today's live broadcast reward was nearly 20,000 yuan. Even if it was split in half, she could still get 10,000 yuan. While dancing, I was still wondering who the flying fish was. Suddenly, a gorgeous carnival appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. A flying fish given to the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X1. This carnival shocked Wenruxiue, who was dancing again. Before I had the chance to say thank you, one carnival after another kept appearing on the screen. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X2. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X3. Flying fish for the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X33. Because Yidong had spent nearly 120,000 tonight, his level was instantly raised to 41. As long as your level reaches 40 or above in the eyes of Douyin anchors, you can basically be called a real big brother. When Rushua's expression had changed from initial surprise and shock to numbness. And because Yi Dong continuously sent out carnivals, several network-wide announcements had been issued in the live broadcast room. In just a few minutes, the popularity increased tenfold, and the number of people in Wen Rushua's live broadcast room has reached more than 30,000. You have to know that 10 minutes ago there were only 500 or 600 people. And after seeing the announcement on the entire network, many anchors flocked to Wen Rushua's live broadcast room wanting to see which big brother was so generous. The beautiful female anchors to whom Yi Dong had initially rewarded Portia also entered Wen Rushua's live broadcast room. Seeing that this big brother who was giving generous rewards was the same one who had just rewarded them with a Portia, they felt both envious and jealous. They all hated themselves for not using their special skills to keep this big brother. Maybe this lavish reward would be theirs now. And the friends in the barrage section are even crazier. Chapter 16. The goddess added me as a friend. I have been watching live broadcasts for so long, but this is the first time I have seen someone give away so many carnivals. It's confirmed this rich man must have taken a fancy to the mermaid. This anchor is so beautiful. If I had a flying fish and this guy was as rich as this guy, I would definitely do the same. Wen Rushua has come back to her senses now. Today's live broadcast has truly made her realize what a real big brother is. Compared to those stingy brothers she met when she first started live streaming, this brother's rewards can easily kill them all. Thank you again for all the gifts from Flying Fish. It's getting late, so I'm going to go offline soon. Wait for you to receive the message and I'll add you. After saying that, before the friends in the live broadcast room had time to sigh, the live broadcast was closed. Room 406, Girls Dormitory, Department of Art, Southwest University. Schwer, do you really want to add the Flying Fish as a friend? The beautiful girl who was dancing with her asked. I'm just curious about who he is and how he knows my name. He. Could it be that there is a boy in our school who has a crush on you? If it really is him, then he is really willing to spend the money. When Rushua ignored her roommate's teasing, took out her cell phone, searched for Flying Fish's WeChat ID and clicked on the friend request. If Yi Dong hadn't sent that message, Snow Beauty, Wen Rushua really wouldn't have had the urge to add him as a friend. From the moment she joined the live broadcast industry, she never thought of relying on her looks to hook up with any big brother. With a look like Wen Rushua, there are definitely more than 1 or 2 boys chasing after her in college who are willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on her. The moment Wen Rushua was willing to add him as a friend, Yi Dong was a little confused. Although he also wanted to meet Wen Rushua privately as soon as possible so that they could get to know each other better, he didn't expect it to be so smooth. But no matter what, this is definitely the effect he wants most. He quickly opened WeChat and found that Ni Kersen had sent him several messages. Ever since he and Ni Kersen added each other on WeChat, Yi Dong ignored them and didn't pay any attention to these messages at all. Brother Dong, I've already arranged the roses you bought for me. They're so beautiful. Let me take a picture for you. Brother Dong, you spent so much money on gifts for me today, how can I repay you? Brother Dong, why don't you reply to my message? Brother Dong, are you asleep? Good night, Dong brother. Seeing these messages from Ni Kersen talking to herself, Yi Dong also felt a headache. In the afternoon, he was thinking about how to spend the money and didn't consider Ni Kersen's thoughts at all. This misunderstanding has really gotten out of hand. Yi Dong had no doubt at all that as long as he sent a message, Ni Kersen would definitely rush to his room without hesitation. Yi Dong also sighed in his heart. This is the magic of money. Not every girl will be like this, but most girls cannot resist its temptation. A girl who was the most beautiful girl in the class turned into his bootlicker in just one afternoon. After thinking about it, Yi Dong didn't reply her message for the time being, so he just pretended he didn't see it. After a while, an ID friend request message from a mermaid came. Yi Dong was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, a goddess-level school beauty like Wen Rushua shouldn't be able to be won over with just tens of thousands of dollars. As soon as I passed, Wen Rushua sent me a message. Thank you for giving me so many gifts today. I want to ask who you are. How do you know my name? After seeing this message, Yi Dong immediately understood why the other party wanted to add him as a friend. It seems that the phrase Snow Beauty worked. Of course, the nearly 40 carnivals also played a role. Yi Dong didn't plan to beat around the bush with Wen Rushua anymore. The sooner they could meet in private, the more rewards he would get. There is no doubt that Wen Rushua is definitely a goddess-level girl. When Yi Dong thought of the tenfold rebate, he felt excited. I immediately edited a message and sent it. Wenrushui, you are the third most popular goddess in our school. How could I not know you? You may not know me, but I am Yi Dong from class 402 of the finance department. Not long after when Rushui sent the message, she received an instant reply from Yi Dong. My roommate and good friend Li Xiaowei also leaned over curiously. Wow, swear I guessed it right. This flying fish is from our school. I just don't know if it looks handsome or not. Xiaowei, I don't have any impression of this classmate named Yi Dong. How could he give me so many gifts? Li Xiaowei laughed and said, swear, what's so hard about this? You are so beautiful, I don't know how many people have a crush on you, and this classmate Li Dong is just one of them. After a pause he continued, but swear this guy named Yi Dong must be someone extraordinary to be able to give so many gifts at once. If he looks okay, you might consider him. When Rushui couldn't help but giggle after hearing this and said, Li Xiaowei, what nonsense are you talking about? I think you are the one who likes the other person. Alas! If this classmate really likes me, I will definitely devote myself to him without any hesitation. It's a pity that the flower has feelings, but the water is ruthless. After hearing what Li Xiaowei said, when Rushui laughed. You little girl, you don't even know what other people look like and you're already horny. Li Xiaowei said disapprovingly, what's the use of a handsome man? The most important thing is to have ability. Of course, a handsome and capable man is definitely more attractive. After hearing Li Xiaowei's serious words, when Rushui didn't know how to respond. Although she also wanted a love without any worldly influence, she also knew that what Li Xiaowei said was not wrong. It has been almost a year since when Rushui came to Southwest University, and the number of love letters she has received is at least in double digits. Among them there are many handsome boys and also rich second generations who drive luxury cars to show off their wealth, but when Rushui does not feel moved by any of them. She also doesn't know when her true love will appear. Xiaowei, do you think I should treat this classmate to a meal? After all, he has given me so many gifts in my live broadcast room, and now it has been confirmed that he is an alumnus. Li Xiaowei answered without hesitation, why ask? They gave you so many gifts and told you that you are alumni, so they are just waiting to meet you in private. Swear, let me tell you, do you know how rare people like you who are so generous are? I wonder how many girls want to throw themselves at them. He is definitely not on the same level as those rich second generations who usually have their eyes on you in school. You must seize this opportunity. As long as you are not too ugly, you can try to develop your career. Chapter 17, Frustrated Liu Weiwei. Seeing that he had sent the message for a long time but had not received a reply from the other party, Yi Dong ignored it. Anyway, we are in the same school, so it is quite easy to meet privately. I picked up Jo Hanyun's business card and added her as a friend on WeChat. Perhaps the other party had fallen asleep, so I waited for a long time, but her call didn't get through. I looked at the time and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. I lay on the soft big bed, but I just couldn't feel sleepy at all. I don't know if it was because he was too excited or he was afraid that it would be just another dream. After waking up, Yi Dong was in a daze and didn't know when he fell asleep. Yi Dong woke up just after dawn. Looking at the luxurious surroundings, he knew that his life of luxury had really begun. I opened WeChat and saw that Jo Hanyun's message had been received. And also sent a message. Yi Dong, I fell asleep last night. Please add me on WeChat. Do you have any instructions? Yi Dong also quickly sent a message back. Sister Yun, you are joking. How dare I tell you anything? I just want to add you as a friend. After sending the message, Jo Hanyun immediately replied with a smiley face. After getting up and washing up, Yi Dong thought about the situation at home again. He wanted to call back last night, but he didn't know how to explain this matter. Yi Dong's hometown is in the countryside. His parents used to be ordinary workers. A few years ago, his younger sister Yi Xiaoyu was admitted to the #1 middle school in the county, and they rented a house in their small county town. I rented a small store outside #1 middle school and opened a breakfast shop. Since the prices were reasonable and the business was good, I settled down in the county town. Now that Yi Dong has a super system, he definitely doesn't want his parents to suffer anymore, but it would be difficult to explain if he called them back now. After thinking about it, I decided to go back in person in a few days. We came to the restaurant on the second floor downstairs. Since it was still too early, there were almost no customers. Yi Dong definitely did not forget the system's task, so he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jo Hanyun. Sister Yun, I'm in the restaurant on the second floor now. Can I invite you to have breakfast with me? Jo Hanyun happened to be on the second floor. After receiving the message, she did not reply and went straight to the restaurant. When they met, he smiled and said, Yi Dong, you got up quite early. I'll treat you to breakfast today. Yi Dong quickly laughed and said, Sister Yin, I called you here, how could I let you treat me? As he said that, he handed the menu to Jo Han Yun. Order whatever you want to eat, don't be polite. Seeing Yi Dong said so, Jo Han Yun didn't refuse anymore and just ordered a bowl of lean meat porridge. Seeing this, Yi Dong didn't try to persuade him any further. After all, they had just met. The time stipulated by the system is still early, so even if Jo Han Yun cannot be captured, there will be no loss. After breakfast, Yi Dong had to rush to school to see if there was a chance to meet Wen Rushui. Then he said to Jo Han Yun, Sister Yun, I still have to go to school, so I will go back to school first. See you in the evening. Jo Han Yun also stood up and sent Yi Dong to the door of the hotel. As the lobby manager, this was her duty. After saying goodbye to Jo Han Yun, Yi Dong strolled to the school. Liu Weiwei got up and dressed up carefully today. As one of the two beauties in the class, although she is not stunningly beautiful, she is still a great beauty. After breaking up with Yi Dong completely yesterday, she had to appear in front of Zhang Jigang openly today. As soon as I entered the classroom, I saw Zhang Jigang sitting in his seat absent-mindedly. Liu Weiwei thought that Zhang Jigang was thinking about revenge on Yi Dong, so she ignored the looks of other classmates and walked up to Zhang Jigang. Jigang, we don't have class today, take me out to play. The senior year is basically free review and the teachers don't care whether students come to class or not. Although Zhang Jigang was not beaten by Yi Dong yesterday, Jin Mao and the others were definitely angry with him. Not only did he suffer a physical beating, but he was also ripped off badly. I may have to tighten my belt for the next 2 months, I'm already feeling extremely depressed. As soon as she heard Liu Weiwei say that she would take her out to play, the nameless anger in her heart suddenly broke out. He shouted loudly, Liu Weiwei, it's all your fault, bitch. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Get out of here. Liu Weiwei was confused by Zhang Jigang's inexplicable roar. This happened in front of most of my classmates and I felt extremely aggrieved. But as one of the two beauties in the class, Liu Weiwei also has a very strong self-esteem. She also said loudly, Zhang Jigang, you are sick so early in the morning, right? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Do you think I still care about you? The other students were all watching this scene in shock. Although a few knew the relationship between them, most people didn't know. I really don't understand why Liu Weiwei is involved with Zhang Jigang when she is dating Yi Dong. And judging from the tone of their voice just now, there is not much hope for the two of them. Liu Weiwei returned to her seat angrily, but she didn't feel very disappointed. She is a pretty girl, and if she really thinks positively, it won't be difficult for her to find a rich boyfriend. I just don't understand why Zhang Jigang suddenly treated me like this. Even though the two of them tried to comfort themselves after being slapped by Yi Dong yesterday, they started talking nonsense for no apparent reason today. Just when I was feeling very upset and wanted to go back to the dormitory, Yi Dong entered the classroom. Yi Dong was wearing the brand new clothes he bought yesterday and he looked much more elegant than before. It made many female classmates' eyes light up. When passing by Zhang Jigang's seat, Zhang Jigang even stood up and nodded flatteringly, Brother Dong, you are here. Liu Weiwei was stunned by the scene. Yesterday he came out in a threatening manner saying that he would definitely find some gangsters to beat Yi Dong up, but today he acted like a hapless boy, which made Liu Weiwei simply unacceptable. Wasn't he just a slap in the face by Yi Dong? Could it be that he has been cast into a shadow? Liu Weiwei was also very surprised at Yi Dong's new clothes. Damn it, it's only been 1 day since you broke up with me and you've already changed your arsenal to a bigger one. I felt very depressed early in the morning. The man who was dumped by me didn't look sad at all. Instead, he looked more and more energetic. Thinking that out of sight, out of mind, I quickly returned to the dormitory. Suddenly, a beautiful girl came to the classroom door. It was Ni Kurson, the top girl in the class. She walked straight to Yi Dong with a loving breakfast in her hand. In the most gentle tone, he said, Brother Dong, please have some breakfast I brought you. Chapter 18, The School Beauty Invites You to Dinner. Ni Kurson didn't sleep well that night because Yi Dong didn't reply to her message. She didn't know whether Yi Dong was asleep or deliberately not replying to her message. She was so worried that she didn't know how he fell asleep. She got up early in the morning and took the jewelry box home. She was worried about leaving such a valuable item in the dormitory. After arriving at school, I became more determined about my thoughts yesterday. He didn't care about the opinions of other classmates at all, which led to the scene just now. Seeing this, Yi Dong glanced at Liu Weiwei, who was stunned not far away, and felt very refreshed. He didn't expect that Ni Kurson would put aside her pride and try to please him in front of so many classmates. But Yi Dong really didn't have that kind of intention towards Ni Kurson. Then he smiled and said, Sorry Ni Kurson, I have already had breakfast. Although N.I. Curson was a little disappointed after hearing this, she still smiled gently and said, "It's okay, brother Dong, I'll go back to my seat first." Faced with this scene, not only Liu Weiwei found it difficult to understand, but the other students in the class also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Even Yi Dong's roommates, including Wang Jinchuan, had shocked expressions. Damn! I was dumped by a class beauty yesterday, and today another class beauty rushed to be my lapdog. Although other students found it difficult to understand, they didn't have any thoughts on it. After all, they are about to graduate from college and are all worrying about their own future, so how can they have the time to worry about others? Liu Weiwei felt very uncomfortable. She even thought she was dreaming. How come everything had changed when she woke up? Zhang Jigang's roar at himself turned into flattery to Yi Dong. Now, coupled with N.I. Curson's obvious licking of Yi Dong, Liu Weiwei's three views were completely overturned. She found it hard to accept that the man she had just dumped suddenly became a hot commodity in the eyes of other girls. Just when she was at a loss for words, another beautiful girl appeared at the classroom door. I looked carefully at the classroom number before walking into it. I asked a female classmate in the front row, "Sister, may I ask, is Senior Yi Dong in your class?" A strange, beautiful girl suddenly walked into the classroom, and the classroom became much quieter. Everyone heard basically all the questions asked by this pretty girl, and they all looked at Yi Dong at the same time. I was surprised and shocked. In terms of appearance, although Yi Dong is considered the most handsome boy in this class, his classmates do not think that Yi Dong is that outstanding because of his long-term flattering behavior towards Liu Weiwei. No one has yet digested how N.I. Curson licked Yi Dong just now. How come another beautiful girl comes to see him? Yi Dong was also a little bit puzzled. This beautiful girl seemed a little familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Out of politeness, he stepped forward and said, "Hello, I'm Yi Dong, what can I do for you?" Li Shelwei looked at the mysterious rich man in front of her, her heart pounding. He was much more handsome than she had imagined. After calming down, she smiled and said, "Senior, my name is Li Shelwei, but it's not me who is looking for you, it's Wen Ruxue who is looking for you." As he said this, he pointed outside the classroom door where a stunningly beautiful woman was standing next to the flower bed. Yi Dong was thinking about how to meet Wen Ruxue in private so as to fulfill the conditions stipulated by the system. I didn't expect the other party to come to my door, and I was very happy. Then he went out with Li Shelwei. As soon as the two of them left, the classroom suddenly exploded. Everyone heard clearly the conversation between the two people just now. Although Wen Ruxue is only a freshman, she is very famous throughout the school. Not only is she the dream goddess of many boys, but many girls also like the name Wen Ruxue. In terms of appearance, class beauties like N.I. Curson and Liu Weiwei are not even on the same level as Wen Ruxue. In front there is a class beauty like N.I. Curson who acts as a bootlicker, and in the back there is a school beauty goddess who comes to date. Since this morning, one thing has become more outrageous than the next, and they are all related to Yi Dong, making it difficult for everyone to understand no matter how hard they try. The expressions of the two class beauties N.I. Curson and Liu Weiwei were more complicated than each other. N.I. Curson is still relatively better off. Judging from the strength Yi Dong showed yesterday, she really doesn't stand much of a chance. What happened just now was just to give myself a chance. Even if he couldn't catch up with me, I wouldn't suffer any loss. And Liu Weiwei's three views are now completely shattered. She didn't understand why the dog that had been licking her for 3 years suddenly became so fragrant. Even the school beauty has to come to the class to see him in person. At the entrance of the flower bed outside the classroom door, Yi Dong and Li Shelwei came to Wen Ruxue one after another. Looking at Wen Ruxue from a close distance, she is even more beautiful than when she was in the live broadcast room yesterday. My heart was beating uncontrollably. Wen Ruxue was wearing an ordinary black and white sportswear today, but against the backdrop of her stunning face she looked so elegant. Indescribable beauty. In Yi Dong's opinion, Wen Ruxue's appearance is no worse than that of the popular star Reba. In fact, ding! The host's heartbeat is detected, binding to goddess number 1 Wen Ruxue. Name: Wen Ruxue. Age: 19. Height: 166 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Appearance: 9.3 points. Current favorability towards the host: 60 points. When the number 1 goddess's favorability towards the host reaches 100 points, this system will reward a super gift package. Yi Dong was not surprised at the sudden binding of the system. He was indeed attracted by the beautiful schoolgirl in front of him. Even if there was no super gift package, Yi Dong still wanted to have a taste of her beauty. Yi Dong was already very satisfied with the favorability rating of 60 points. He thought that his sunny and handsome appearance added a lot of points. Wen Rushue had no idea that in that instant she had already become Yi Dong's #1 goddess. Looking at the handsome college senior in front of me, I still feel a little nervous. I glanced at the classmate from class 402 who was leaning against the window when looking over here. Then he asked somewhat implicitly, "Are you really a flying fish?" "Ha, isn't it different from what you imagined, mermaid?" Yi Dong smiled and directly told Wen Rushue's Douyin name. With such an answer, the answer is of course obvious. Of course Wen Rushue would not say that Yi Dong was much more handsome than she had imagined. She stroked her hair and smiled faintly. "Thank you for giving me so many gifts yesterday. To express my gratitude, I will treat you to a meal in the school cafeteria at noon today. I hope you will give me a favor." The goddess invited him to dinner. This was a rare opportunity, so Yi Dong agreed without hesitation. After agreeing on a time, when Rushue and Li Xiaowei turned around and left. Chapter 19: A Gentleman's Dream. Yi Dong then returned to the classroom, ignoring the shocked looks of his classmates, and returned to his seat. Wang Jinchuan and Yi Dong were given a seat and put their heads over. He asked with a smile, "Dongzi, what did school beauty Wen want to do with you just now?" Yi Dong replied casually, "Nothing, just want to treat me to lunch at noon." "Oh my god. This is nothing." Wang Jinchuan was immediately struck by Yi Dong's invisible pretense. If it were in the past, he would never have believed such a fantastic thing. But after what happened just now, the facts were right in front of him and it was hard for him not to believe it. In just one day, my roommate, who I had lived with for several years, seemed to have suddenly become enlightened and his whole body was radiant. Liu Weiwei in the front row also turned her head to look at Yi Dong from time to time, her face full of confusion. Yi Dong completely ignored Liu Weiwei's gaze and felt that the other person was a non-existent object. This also made Liu Weiwei feel inexplicably painful in her heart. No matter how Yi Dong changed, he could never go back to the way he was before. After a while, the teacher came into the classroom with the review materials. Yi Dong didn't listen to what the teacher said at all. He was looking forward to lunchtime. Just as it was 11:30 when Rushue sent a message. "Senior Li Xiaowei and I are already at the restaurant. When will you come over?" In fact, Yi Dong had already walked to the entrance of the restaurant, so he didn't reply to the message and quickened his pace. After a while, they arrived at the small private room that had been agreed upon. When Rushue and Li Xiaowei were waiting eagerly inside. As soon as Yi Dong entered the room, he said apologetically, "Sorry, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." "It's okay, senior, we found it." Rushue replied with a smile. Then he handed the menu to Yi Dong. "Senior, we haven't ordered yet, just order whatever you like." Yi Dong returned the menu to Wen Rushue and said with a smile, "I don't have any dietary restrictions, I'll eat whatever you order." Seeing this, Wen Rushue did not refuse and tried to order a few of the restaurant's signature dishes. This kind of small restaurant in a university cafeteria is definitely different from a cafeteria. It is a profit-making business and the prices are not much different from those of restaurants outside. Students whose families are not very wealthy really can't afford to eat these. It is normal for 3 people to spend several hundred or even thousands of yuan. When Rushue didn't know what kind of dishes Yi Dong liked, so all the dishes he ordered were signature dishes which cost almost 2,000 yuan. Of course, this little money is nothing compared to the gift Yi Dong gave her in the live broadcast room yesterday. After giving the menu to the waiter, the few of them started chatting casually. When Rushue asked a question that interested her most. "Senior, are you from a mountain city or another place?" Yi Dong certainly didn't want to hide anything about his family situation. He smiled and replied, "It's a suburb of the mountain city Luoyu County." "Have you heard of it?" "Ah. Senior Yi Dong, are you also from Luoyu County?" "My home is also in Luoyu County." Before Wen Rushue could say anything, Li Xiaowei on the side said in surprise. Yi Dong glanced at Li Xiaowei and felt it was a coincidence. I didn't expect that just by chatting casually I would meet a real fellow villager. After being surprised, Li Xiaowei was also very puzzled about Yi Dong's family. There aren't really any wealthy people in Luoyu County, a small place like that. Those with tens of millions are rare. Someone like Yi Dong, who casually gives out hundreds of thousands of yuan in tips even if his family assets are over 100 million yuan, can't just squander them like that. Then he asked, "Senior, what does your family do?" "Haha, my family doesn't do anything special. We are just an ordinary family. My hometown is in the countryside." "Ah." Not to mention Li Xiaowei, who didn't understand when Rushue's expression was also difficult to understand. When Rushue's favorability score, 10 points. When Rushue's favorability, 5 points. Yi Dong was also stunned when he heard the system prompt coming from his mind. In a short while, when Rushue's favorability towards him had dropped from 60 points to 45 points, Yi Dong's heart suddenly sank. The goddess that he just fell in love with wouldn't be so realistic. I just said that my family is from the countryside and 15 points were deducted for just one sentence. Then I thought about it and felt it was quite normal. Not to mention goddesses like Wen Rushue, even among girls with very ordinary looks, few of them yearn for the countryside now. Wen Rushue and I had just met, so there was no question of us having any feelings for each other. It's good enough that the favorability score didn't drop to a negative number. Afterwards, the few of them also talked about family issues without changing the topic. Li Xiaowei asked jokingly with a smile, "Senior, do you often give gifts to female anchors in the live broadcast room?" "No, I just watched the live broadcast before and yesterday was the first time I gave a tip." The two of them obviously didn't believe Yi Dong's answer. Senior, lying is not a good habit. If you don't believe me, you can check the level of my account. It's definitely not a lie. What Yi Dong said was indeed true. Almost all the money he recharged yesterday was given as reward to Wen Rushue. When compared with the account level, it was clear at a glance. Seeing this, the two knew that Yi Dong would never joke about such a lie that could be exposed immediately, and they believed it about 80% of the time. Li Xiaowei blinked and asked again, "Senior suddenly gave so many rewards to Carnival in the live broadcast room yesterday. Is there any intention?" Yi Dong didn't expect Li Xiaowei to ask this, and he was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Wen Rushue, hesitated for a moment, and then said seriously, "A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. Does this count as an attempt?" Yi Dong's answer made Wen Rushue's fair face turn red instantly. She didn't expect Yi Dong to admit it so readily. Li Xiaowei laughed and said, "Then you have to work harder. There are many outstanding boys chasing after our Shuer." Wen Rushue heard Li Xiaowei still teasing her and gently pushed her. She said coquettishly, "Li Xiaowei, stop talking nonsense." The atmosphere was a little awkward afterwards, but luckily the dishes were brought by the waiter. A few of them then ate and chatted, and after the meal they got to know each other a little better. After the meal, Wen Rushue thanked again. "Senior, thank you again for your reward yesterday. We will go back first." Upon hearing this, Yi Dong hurriedly asked Wen Rushue, "Are you still going to broadcast live today?" "Senior, I usually live stream more on Saturdays and Sundays. I don't live stream much on other days because I have classes," Wen Rushue replied with a smile. When Yi Dong heard this, his heart sank. He had finally completed the system's requirement for a private meeting, and his familiarity with Wen Rushue had definitely met the requirement. "Just when I was thinking about getting a tenfold rebate tonight, I asked again, can you play a show tonight? Not too long, just 1 hour is enough." Although she didn't understand why Yi Dong made such a request, Wen Shuer hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chapter 20, Entering the Goddess's live broadcast room again. Thinking about the tenfold profit in the evening, Yi Dong was in no mood to attend class in the afternoon. After separating from Wen Rushue and Li Xiaowei, he went straight out of the campus and returned to the hotel. "I was too excited last night and didn't sleep well at all, so I made up for it by sleeping for a few hours on the soft big bed. When I woke up, it was almost dark. I looked at the time and there were still 2 hours left until the agreed live broadcast time." After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Jo Han Yun. "Sister Yun, do you have time? I'd like to invite you to have dinner with me." When Jo Han Yun received the message, it was time for her to change shifts. Jo Han Yun was a little confused about the other party's intention when she was invited by this wealthy guest who was staying in her hotel. Logically speaking, a young and wealthy man like Yi Dong should have no shortage of beautiful women around him, so why is he so concerned about me? In just one day he invited me to dinner twice. After a slight hesitation, Jo Han Yun replied with a simple and clear message. "Okay." After a while, the two met in the restaurant. Yi Dong first arranged a seat for Jo Han Yun in a gentlemanly manner and then asked enthusiastically, "Sister Yun, I have already ordered the dishes. Would you like something to drink?" Jo Han Yun smiled and replied, "Thank you, you can make the arrangements." Seeing this, Yi Dong asked the waiter for a bottle of top-quality red wine. After filling up both of their cups, he handed a cup to Jo Han Yun. He smiled and said, "Sister Yun, drink a little to moisten your mouth first." Jo Han Yun took the wine glass and took a sip. Then he smiled and said, "This is the first time I've drunk such good red wine. It really tastes much better than ordinary red wine. Sister Yun, if you think it tastes good, I can treat you to a drink every day." After hearing Yi Dong's words, Jo Han Yun looked at Yi Dong seriously. Then he said with a half smile, "Yi Dong, tell me, do you have any evil ideas about me?" Seeing Zhou Hanyun speaking so bluntly, Yidong felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head with his hand and replied a little embarrassedly, "Sister Yin, I do have that idea. A gentle lady is a good match for a gentleman." Yidong didn't act like a love veteran at all. That restrained look even made Wen Hanyun laugh. "Haha, you're quite straightforward. Then keep up the good work." When Yidong heard Zhou Hanyun say this, his eyes suddenly lit up. This obviously had potential. Come to think of it, how many girls can resist a young, rich, sunny, and handsome man? Afterwards, one dish after another of top-notch delicacies were placed on the table, and Zhou Hanyun was amazed when she saw them. As the lobby manager of this hotel, she knew the prices of the dishes in front of her. Basically, they are all signature dishes, and there are at least several thousand dishes on the table. "Yidong, there's just 2 of us, there's no need to order so many delicious dishes. Sister Yun, money is meant to be spent. Life is short. If you don't enjoy it now, you have to wait until the next life." In response to Zhou Hanyun's question, Yidong gave a philosophical answer. Zhou Hanyun nodded as if she understood. The world of the rich is indeed difficult for ordinary people to understand. After dinner, Yidong looked at the time and said with a smile, "Sister Yun, thank you for coming to eat with me. I'm going back to my room first. Contact me on WeChat if you have anything." Yidong's words made Zhou Hanyun stunned, and then she smiled. "Yidong, you treated me to such a delicious meal. I should be the one thanking you. It's my honor to invite Sister Yun to dinner. I'll leave first. Now it is almost time for Wen Rushue's live broadcast." After saying goodbye to Zhou Hanyun, Yidong returned to the room and couldn't wait to turn on the Douyin live broadcast. Wen Rushue has indeed started broadcasting. Since she gained a lot of fans yesterday, there are nearly 1,000 viewers when she just started broadcasting today. As soon as Yidong's account ID came in, Wen Rushue saw it. The flying fish has reached level 41, although it is still far from the real big brothers above level 50. But in the eyes of many beautiful anchors, he is also a very popular figure. Oh my god. Yesterday's mysterious rich man is here again. Is this rich man coming to the carnival again today? That's impossible. He spent hundreds of thousands yesterday and is spending again today. Do you think he is Mr. Wang? What are you talking about, super rich people and carnival people? I just entered this live broadcast room today and I am completely confused. As soon as the flying fish account came in, more than 90% of the people in the live broadcast room recognized Yidong. Although the level has only reached 41, there is still a big gap between him and the real big brothers who are over level 50. But yesterday Yidong left a very deep impression on them in the live broadcast room. Most people have been watching live broadcasts for such a long time but have never seen such a generous reward scene. Of course, there are even crazier records of rewards in Douyin live broadcast rooms. When there was a PK with an anti-fraud anchor, a guy named Jiandan even posted 333 record-breaking carnivals in a row. It was equivalent to 1 million renminbi, and it was sent out with just a click of a finger in less than an hour. He is so arrogant that he treats money as nothing more than paper. Of course, that kind of scene is rare no matter which live broadcast software is used. In the worldview of ordinary people, a one-time reward of more than 10,000 is considered quite generous. Of course, when Ruiyue also saw Yidong entering. Although he and Yidong were already familiar with each other, in order to attract popularity, he still shouted sweetly, "Welcome our Feiyu brother to the live broadcast room." Suddenly, other quasi-big brother level figures who had reached around level 40 also felt jealous. My level is about the same, but when I entered the venue I didn't see any hosts lining up to welcome me. TSK. Try to give the anchor 39 carnivals in a row and see if you can do it. If you don't have the ability, don't be jealous. Yes, how about this, big brother? You can compete with brother Feiyu later and let us see your strength. This prospective big brother just made a complaint and immediately attracted a crazy response. He suddenly became dispirited. Last night he was also pulled into the live broadcast room by Yidong's carnival. There is no doubt that Yidong's strength can be said to be far superior to his. Although he also relies on the total reward record, his level is almost reaching level 40, which is the quasi-big brother position. But this is the accumulation of several years. When watching live broadcasts, normally even those who give tips exceeding 4 digits are very rare. How dare I compete with a wealthy man like Yidong? Yidong ignored all these comments and just recharged 500,000 yuan in cash in the background. Thinking about the 10 times rebate that will come soon, the excitement in his heart is indescribable. Chapter 21: Rocket's Provocation. Wen Rushue has already started her dance performance. Even though she is dressed conservatively, her graceful figure and stunning beauty are indescribably pleasing to the eye. Yi Dong also clicked on the carnival without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for doubling the funds to 30,000 yuan. The heavenly sound coming from the system made Yi Dong tremble. After confirming the return, Yi Dong immediately recharged the remaining balance of more than 200,000 yuan. Wen Rushua was a little excited when she saw Yi Dong rewarded her with another carnival. As usual, I said thank you brother Feiyu, for the carnival. Seeing this, Yi Dong was about to show off his skills in the live broadcast room. Suddenly a brilliant blue firework appeared in the live broadcast room. This is the special effect of a real big brother who has reached level 50 or above entering the live broadcast room. Oh my god! It's the super rich Rocket Brother who is here. Who is Rocket Brother? Can anyone tell me more about him? Fuck! You don't even know Brother Rocket, the most active rich man in Dobwa in the past year, the real rich man who was rewarded at least 5 million in cash in Dobwa in less than a year, the big rich man in the heart of a real beautiful anchor. Oh my god. What is wrong with this society? I work hard every year to earn tens of thousands of yuan, why can others just give me 5 million yuan in rewards? Yi Dong, who was about to start the continuous reward carnival, also pressed the pause button. I took a look at the level of this Rocket Brother. He has reached level 55. This means that the total amount of money he gave as tips in Dobo was at least over 5 million. This number would have been unimaginable to me in the past. But now it seems to Yi Dong that it is just like that. If he gives the reward without expecting anything in return, he can surpass this Rocket Brother tonight. Of course, Yi Dong is not that stupid. Although his money came easily, he has just started out and has not yet reached the point where he can do whatever he wants. Of course, when Rushua also saw Brother Rocket come in. This was the first brother of the highest level to come to her live broadcast room after all the long time she had been live broadcasting. Welcome Brother Rocket to my live broadcast room. She is not stupid either. Big brothers of this level all have their own traffic and fans. No matter which live broadcast room they go to, they will have a group of people with them. Although when Rushua couldn't give the same delicate welcome as other anchors, she still had to say a simple welcome. Otherwise you will only leave others with the impression that you are too aloof. The live streaming industry is like this. No matter how beautiful a girl is, no matter how noble you are, if you remain indifferent when a big brother of this level comes in, you basically have no chance of staying in this industry. Brother Rocket might have been attracted by Wen Rushua's appearance, and without saying a word he started firing rockets. Rocket Brother, give the anchor Mermaid Super Rocket X1. Rocket Brother, give the anchor Mermaid Super Rocket X2. Rocket Brother, give the anchor Mermaid Super Rocket X20. Although a super rocket is not as expensive as a carnival, it still costs about 600 to 700 yuan. 20 super rockets have exceeded 13,000. For Wen Rushua, not counting Yi Dong's reward, it is already among the top in her reward record. He also said with a smile, "Thank you Brother Rocket for the super rocket reward." Fuck. Brother Feiyu hasn't even made a move yet and Brother Rocket is here to steal my love. Today we have something interesting to watch. 2 new Douyin tycoons may have a PK. In a luxurious room in Nandu City, Nanchuan Province, a middle-aged man in his 30s was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a mobile phone in his hand, staring at the barrage on the screen. He is the legendary Rocket Brother Gao Yichun. In recent years he has made a lot of money by contracting several projects due to the development of the western region. I came across Douyin live streaming by accident and then I became addicted to it. Whenever he sees a girl he likes, he will shoot at least 10 rockets as soon as he enters the room. With his crazy rewards he has earned the name of Rocket Brother. In 1 year, although the money given out in rewards exceeded 5 million, the number of girls he hooked was at least in double digits, including several top beauties. Of course this kind of thing is consensual and no one is forcing anyone. The beautiful woman loves money and he loves sex, so it's a fair deal. As soon as I entered Wen Rushua's live broadcast room today, I was instantly impressed by her appearance. Gao Yichun has met so many beautiful anchors in private and he has a good eye for how many beauty functions the anchors have added. He instantly determined that Wen Rushua definitely did not use any beautification features and her appearance was even better than those top beauties. As usual, he fired 20 super rockets without mercy. This little bit of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. Unexpectedly, someone in the barrage area said that another big brother had taken a fancy to this mermaid. I looked at the ID number they said and found that it was just a level 41 junior brother, and then he laughed contemptuously. His die-hard fans who entered the live broadcast room with him felt the same way. That bullshit flying fish brother you were talking about is just a level 41 nobody. What qualifications does he have to compete with our Rocket Brother? Rocket brother, this mermaid is so beautiful. Let the old friends in this live broadcast room who have never seen the world see your super rocket rain. Tisk rocket rain Fiyuj's Carnival 33 combo. You may have never seen it. That's right, if you have the guts, challenge our Feiyu brother to a carnival. Looking at these comments, Gao Yichun also became a little angry. Damn it! The Carnival 33 combo only earned 100,000 yuan. If he just took some kickbacks from the project, it would be more than that. I just sent out a barrage of comments directly. Flying fish, do you want to go out by yourself or let me PK you out? The comments sent by Gao Yichun instantly caused an uproar in Wenrushua's live broadcast room. Damn it! Our rocket is angry. What the hell are you guys called flying fish? Get out of the room now. Oh my god. This rocket guy is too much of a bully. We haven't even started the PK yet, so it's still unclear who will win or lose. When Rushue stopped dancing and was looking at the various messages in the barrage section, she was about to say something asking people not to start an argument. Suddenly a carnival combo appeared on the screen. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X1. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X2. Flying fish given to the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X10. After 10 carnivals in a row, it finally stopped. Chapter 22, Crazy Carnival Rain. Yi Dong originally didn't want to pay attention to this rocket brother, thinking that he was at least a real big brother at level 55, and after all he also brought a lot of traffic to Wenrushue. Who knew that rocket brother was so arrogant and even asked me to quit the live broadcast room? Since you want a PK, come on. Without responding, he just sent out 10 carnivals to make his meaning clear. Yi Dong's 10 carnivals instantly caused a stir in the live broadcast room. They also issued a network-wide announcement which attracted at least thousands of onlookers. Gao Jianxian looked at Yi Dongfa's 10 carnivals and was almost furious. In the past year he has been the talk of the town on Dobwa. No matter which live broadcast room he goes to, people will call him Rocket Brother. It is not uncommon for some beautiful anchors to be jealous of him. Except for those few top brothers at level 60 who wouldn't give him face. Now a junior brother who just gave him a reward of 100,000 yuan is so disrespectful to him. He thought what he said just now was polite. He was just asking the other party to get out. He didn't even say the word get out. Unexpectedly, the other party was even more arrogant than him. He didn't even bother to pay attention to him and started a fight directly. Brother Feiyu, you are so handsome, keep it up. Rocket brother, the opponent is too arrogant, quickly put an end to his momentum. Fans of both sides also started a barrage war. Of course, Yi Dong is definitely at a clear disadvantage compared to his fans. He only relied on yesterday's 33-hit combo to attract a very small number of loyal fans. Gao Jinxiang already has tens of thousands of loyal fans. Even if not many of them follow the live broadcast room, he still has a clear advantage. Looking at the messages in the barrage area, Gao Jinxiang smiled arrogantly. I just sent out 20 rounds of carnival. Rocket brother, give the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X1. Rocket brother, give the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X2. Rocket brother, give the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X20. Looking at this arrogant carnival rain, the friends in the live broadcast room went even crazier. Most of them are neutral. Seeing others spending money here makes them feel like they are giving rewards and they feel extremely happy. Fuck. Is this the world of the rich? In just a few minutes the two of them spent 90,000 yuan in total, which is more than my annual salary. The mermaid anchor is so lucky, she just sits there and doesn't have to do anything, and she earns more than 40,000 in a few minutes. When Rushue was a little confused now. If it wasn't for Yi Dong's request, she would have had no intention of doing the live broadcast today. I had never experienced what the carnival was like before, but in the past 2 days the carnival in my live broadcast room has been everywhere. Yi Dong also laughed. He didn't believe that there was anyone richer than him in real life. Without hesitation he fired a 30-round carnival. A flying fish given to the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X1. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X2. Flying fish give the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X30. Wow. Brother Yu is so generous. Has he already tipped over 100,000 today? Rocket brother, don't be afraid, we support you. Some of the onlookers didn't mind making trouble, and even though they were not his die-hard fans, they still said such words of encouragement, obviously just wanting to watch the fun. Everyone else says so, and his die-hard fans are even crazier. Rocket brother, add up to 50 carnivals directly and kill flying fish brother. Gao Jinxiang sat on the sofa looking at these comments and felt like vomiting blood. Although his money came easily, it did not come by force of wind. 50 carnivals is easy to say, but that's 150,000 cash. For all the female anchors he had given tips to before, basically the amount did not exceed 50,000 and he could get their contact information. If he really didn't get what he wanted, he wouldn't continue to give rewards. Gao Yichun just wanted to have some fun. There were thousands of beauties in Duobo, so he wouldn't hang himself on a tree. But looking at Wen Rushua's charming appearance on the screen, I decided to go crazy again and did as the die-hard fans said and performed a 50-shot carnival. Rocket Brother give the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X1. Rocket Brother give the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X2. Rocket Brother give the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X50. Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked by this carnival. The news that two big brothers were engaging in an internal fight in Wen Rushua's live broadcast room spread across the entire internet in an instant. Coupled with occasional announcements across the entire network, the popularity has skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After Rocket Brother sent out these 50 carnivals, the number of people watching in the live broadcast room has reached a terrifying 100,000 plus. Many female anchors came in and saw this scene and their whole bodies tensed with envy. Damn! Doesn't this kind of scene only happen when the anchors compete with each other? But here at Wen Rushua's place there was an internal fight among the big brothers. No matter who wins or loses, the only winner must be the anchor himself. After Gao Yichun posted 50 carnivals, he arrogantly typed in the barrage area, "Flying fish, do you want to go out by yourself or continue coming?" Yi Dong didn't respond to him at all and directly launched an even more terrifying carnival, 100 fires. A flying fish given to the Anchor Mermaid Carnival 1. Flying fish give the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X2. Flying fish give to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X100. With Yi Dong's 100 carnivals, the live broadcast room became even crazier. The so-called Rocket Brother Gao Yichun suddenly wilted. He knew that he had met a tough guy this time and the opponent's strength was definitely stronger than his. Although his level is far from reaching his, but judging from the other party's ruthless and taciturn expression, he is likely to throw out 1,000 carnivals. If he continues to fight, he will probably end up with nothing and won't get a single hair. But he has already donated more than 200,000 yuan in rewards, and looking at Wen Rushua's beautiful body he feels unwilling. After thinking about it, he casually sent out another barrage. "Brother Feiyu, I don't have enough funds today. I'm outmatched in this PK, mermaid, please add me as a friend in the backstage. I'm leaving first." He thought even if he lost this PK, he had already given so much in rewards, which was already generous enough. As long as the other party was not stupid, he would contact him privately. In the world of beauty live broadcasts, it is not uncommon for a beautiful host to have several big brothers hanging around at the same time. After posting this comment, Gao Yichun left the room in shame. No way, Rocket Brother actually lost the PK. Oh my god. Brother Feiyu is definitely a super rich man, even Mr. Xiao Wang can't give such crazy rewards. Brother Feiyu, from today on I will be your loyal fan. Brother Feiyu, are you married? I want to have a baby for you. Chapter 23, answer correctly and you will get a reward. Wen Rushua only danced a little at the beginning of today's live broadcast. Seeing more than 100,000 people in the live broadcast room, she was very excited. A quick glance at the reward gifts shows that they have exceeded 6.3 million dubi, which is equivalent to 630,000 in cash. If it is split in half with the platform, it will be over 300,000. Much more than her live streaming income in the past year. After seeing Brother Rocket leave the live broadcast room, he was just about to say a few words of thanks to Yi Dong. Suddenly a carnival storm broke out on the live broadcast screen again. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X1. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X2. Flying fish for the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X193. This carnival didn't stop until 193 pieces were delivered. Yi Dong just recharged 1 million from the rebate funds. This is a tenfold rebate and he certainly doesn't want to miss even a little bit. Damn it! Brother Feiyu and Brother Rocket were both beaten away by you and you still give out so many carnivals. Do you really have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Have you guys done the math? Including the carnival just now, Brother Feiyu has given out 333 in total, which is exactly 1 million. Oh my god, is this Feiyu brother the alias of Mr. Wang? He has taken a fancy to this mermaid. If you ask me, even Mr. Wang is not necessarily so generous as to give such a generous reward. Brother Feiyu, are you still in need of a maid, the kind to warm the bed? TSK, this kind of rich young man would cut off his maid. Even if he wants a bed warmer, she should be a mermaid. Wen Rushui is now numb with shock. Isn't Yi Dong's family from the countryside? Where does so much money come from for such crazy rewards? Seeing that the comments in the barrage area were becoming more and more outrageous, he said a few incoherent words of thanks and turned off the live broadcast. Li Shelwei, who had been sitting next to her, had an expression of shock on her face that was no less than Wen Rushui's. After seeing Wen Rushui exit the live broadcast room, it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He asked hesitantly, "Shuer, how many gifts have you received today?" "Ah. It seems to be almost 1.3 million. Wen Rushui also answered a little incoherently. She is a freshman and this number is a little beyond her imagination. Wow. That doesn't mean you made over 600,000 in just over an hour. Li Shelwei said this with a somewhat exaggerated expression. The two girls looked at each other, both shocked by the exaggerated data. After a while, Li Shelwei said slowly, "What on earth does Senior Yi Dong do? Such a crazy reward, it definitely can't be the family's money. Wow. You are so young and so capable. Shuer, you must seize the opportunity. The first generation of rich people are definitely 100 times better than the second generation of rich people." Wen Rushui listened and did not refute as usual. Instead, he replied leisurely, "Xiaowei, what do you think Senior Yi Dong wants to do? If he really wants to pursue me, he doesn't have to give me such crazy rewards in the live broadcast room." Li Shelwei didn't understand this either. Half of the 1 million yuan reward from Yi Dong today would be taken by the platform. She had never heard of a boy using such a crazy method to pursue a girl. While the two girls were puzzled, Yi Dong was staring at the balance of nearly 10 million and grinning foolishly. "Although I already knew that I would never have to worry about money again, the feeling of seeing my balance suddenly increase is really great." Then he sent another message to Wen Rushui. "Wen Rushui, when will you be live streaming tomorrow?" Wen Rushui was stunned when she received this message. Judging from the tone of Yi Dong's message, does he want to give himself gifts crazily? She just wants to be quiet now. After Yi Dong sent the message, he waited for a long time but did not receive a reply. Suddenly I realized that my crazy behavior might have scared the other party a little. Oh, it's so hard to spend some money. He glanced at Zhou Hanyun's WeChat account again, thought for a moment and sent a message. "Sister Yun, are you asleep?" In the hotel staff dormitory, Zhou Hanyun also has an independent dormitory because she is a middle-level leader. Although it is only a small 10 square meter room, it is much more comfortable than a large room that accommodates several people. Zhou Hanyun is also a pitiful person. Her situation is similar to that of Fan Shangmei and Ode to Joy. Apart from being a few years younger than Fan Shangmei, her family situation is almost the same. She just received a call from her mother saying that her younger brother Zhou Lei now has a girlfriend and the family is in urgent need of money, so she asked Zhou Hanyun to find a way to send some money back. You know, although Zhou Hanyun is the lobby manager of a 4-star hotel, her salary plus all bonuses is only a little over 10,000 yuan a month. Basically, more than half of the salary would be transferred back home every month. Even so, her parents felt it was still not enough. They said that Zhou Hanyun's hotel provided her with free food and lodging, and a girl doesn't spend much money, so why would she keep so much money around her? Whenever she thought of this, Zhou Hanyun felt very aggrieved. Don't I have any social interactions other than at work? Do I not need to spend money? My younger brother didn't study hard and went out to work before graduating from high school. He has achieved nothing in all these years. I don't know how many times he has asked me for money behind my parents' backs. When Zhou Hanyun was dating her boyfriend before, they had a pretty good relationship. However, after knowing her family situation, his parents refused to agree. After repeated consideration, her boyfriend finally listened to his parents. Zhou Hanyun was sad for several months because of this matter. She still remembers what her boyfriend said. If Zhou Hanyun doesn't straighten out her relationship with her family, she will definitely not be happy in the future. But what can she do? Her parents have raised her so much, there is no way they would abandon their family. Thinking of his younger brother Zhou Lei gives him a headache. Now that he has a girlfriend, he has the nerve to ask me for money. Looking at the pitiful few thousand yuan in the balance of his mobile phone, when he was hesitating, he received a message from Yi Dong. Zhou Hanyun didn't know whether this big boy who wanted to hit on her was just playing around or really liked her. After a little hesitation, he replied to the message. "I'm still awake, what can I do for you?" "Sister Yun, I can't sleep anyway, how about we play a game?" Yi Dong also replied with a message within seconds. Zhou Hanyun was also stunned when she saw this message. "What game?" "Let's play a quiz game." I ask questions and you answer them. If you answer correctly, you get a reward. Chapter 24, Red Envelope Game. When Jo Han-yoon saw Yi Dong's message, she didn't think much about it and thought Yi Dong was joking. Okay, go ahead and ask. Sister Yun, how old are you this year? Jo Han-yoon didn't expect Yi Dong to ask this as the first question. 25 years old. Ding. You have a transfer of 1,000 yuan to be received. Jo Han-yoon looked at the 1,000 yuan transfer on WeChat and suddenly felt a little dizzy. Yi Dong, what do you mean by 1,000 yuan? Sister Yun, didn't we just say we were going to play a game? If you answer correctly, of course there will be a reward. Do you still want to play? Seeing Yi Dong reply to the message, Jo Han-yoon bit her lip. I thought to myself, is this just a pastime for rich people? She even had the urge to delete Yi Dong's WeChat account. But then he thought about his family situation, gritted his teeth, and accepted the 1,000 yuan. Anyway, you can get thousands of dollars just for answering a few questions, so what is your dignity worth? Then he immediately replied with a message. Play, why not play, just ask whatever you want to ask. Where are you from? Juanha Road, Tianma County, Shichong City, Nanchuan Province. Seeing Jo Han-yoon answer so carefully, Yi Dong was also stunned. But without thinking too much about it, I just transferred 5,000 yuan. Ding. You have a transfer of 5,000 yuan to be received. Jo Han-yoon was shocked by this message. Wasn't it 1,000 yuan? How come it suddenly increased to 5,000? Suddenly the feeling of being entertained in my heart was reduced a lot. 5,000 yuan is almost equal to her half a month's salary. Even if she is a great beauty, it is not worth spending so much money to entertain her. Since Yi Dong dared to send it, she dared to receive it. Sister Yun, how many boyfriends have you had? Jo Han-yoon thought about this question. She wanted to lie and say that she had never had a relationship with him, but after thinking about it, she decided to answer truthfully. 1. Ding. You have a fund of 20,000 yuan to be collected. Jo Han-yoon stared at the 20,000 yuan transfer in amazement. He was a little hesitant to accept it as it was almost 2 months' salary for him. How can this be called answering a question? Yi Dong didn't even ask whether it was true or not. Isn't this just giving her money for free? Does Yi Dong want to support me? Yi Dong, what do you mean by transferring so much money to me? Sister Yun, didn't I just tell you that it's just a little game? Do you still want to play? Okay, you rich people don't care anyway, just keep asking. After receiving the 20,000 yuan, Yi Dong immediately asked another question. Sister Yun, what do you think of me? Jo Han-yoon thought about it and replied. He's young, rich, and so handsome, what else is there to say? Ding. You have a fund of 100,000 yuan to be collected. As the amount of money grew larger and larger, Jo Han-yoon even felt like she was dreaming. This is not 10,000 times simpler than one step to the end. Simple questions, huge rewards. This time she didn't ask anything and just clicked to accept it. Yi Dong's next question came immediately. Sister Yun, if I invite you to my room now, will you come? After seeing the message, Jo Han-yoon even felt her face blushing and her heart beating fast, but the strange thing was that she no longer had the disgusting feeling she had just now. After careful consideration, I simply replied with a few words. Meeting. Ding. You have a fund of 500,000 yuan to be collected. Looking at the number on the mobile phone screen, which was a huge amount of money for her, Jo Han-yoon even felt like she was having difficulty breathing. If I click to accept it plus the tens of thousands of yuan I just received, many problems at home can be solved. In her hometown, a small county, she can even make a down payment on a better house and then renovate it. Jo Han-yoon bit her lip and clicked to accept it. Suddenly she felt a sense of psychological relaxation, and Yi Dong became the only backbone in her heart at this moment. Yi Dong was lying on the sofa and a smile appeared on his face after he saw Jo Han-yoon accept the 500,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely conquering Jo Han-yoon. The daily rebate amount has been increased to 2 million. Hearing the system's response in his mind, Yi Dong was stunned. What has he done? It's not like he hasn't done anything yet. This completely conquered Jo Han-yoon. System, what does this complete conquest mean? Ding! The host can now do whatever he wants with Jo Han-yoon and she will obey 100%. After hearing the system's answer, Yi Dong was a little confused. He removed a message that he had already edited. Now that the mission has been completed and I have completely conquered the other party, I can't be too anxious about that kind of thing. After all, we have only known each other for 1 day at most. System, do I still have a 1 million counter limit today? Ding. Yes. On the other end, Jo Han-yoon was holding her phone and staring at the message nervously. She was now 100% sure that Yi Dong's next message would definitely be asking her to go to the luxury suite. Although I have made up my mind, I can't help but feel a little nervous. Sister Yun, are you nervous now? Unexpectedly, Yi Dong sent back another somewhat ambiguous message. Yes. Won Han-yoon simply replied with one word. Ding. You have a transfer of 1 million yuan to be collected. Won Han-yoon felt a little dizzy looking at this long string of zeros. At that moment, I felt my soul trembling. The huge amount of money that I had dreamed of was right in front of me. And it's within easy reach. The other party couldn't possibly not understand my answer just now. It meant complete compromise. So why did he transfer such a huge sum of money to me? Jo Han-yoon even had the urge to go to Yi Dong in person and ask him clearly. Although she knew that she was a great beauty, she was definitely not beautiful enough for a man to spend so much money to pursue her. After hesitating for a moment, he directly dialed Yi Dong's number. After the call was connected, she asked shyly, Yi Dong, what do you mean by your last transfer? Do you want me to deliver it to you personally? Sister Yun, you are joking. I am just giving you some pocket money. Please accept it quickly. It is too late now. Good night. After Yi Dong said this, he hung up the phone without waiting for Jo Han-yoon to say anything. Jo Han-yoon was stunned for several seconds while listening to the busy tone coming from the mobile phone microphone. Yi Dong's current figure has become infinitely taller in her heart. He took a look at the transferred funds in his phone. Since he had already received so much money before and Yi Dong also said it was pocket money, he clicked to accept it. Jo Han-yoon, who was still worried about thousands or tens of thousands of yuan the moment before, has become a real rich woman the next moment. It's so wonderful. The moment Jo Han-yoon clicked to accept it. This is Yi Dong. Ding. Your 2 million counter credit limit has arrived. Chapter 25, Top Quality Westlake Longjing. This feeling is so great. He easily picked up a top-notch girl, didn't spend a penny, and even made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yi Dong had no doubt at all that as long as he beckoned a top beauty like Jo Han-yoon would shyly come into his bed to warm it. I suppressed the impulse in my heart and decided to wait until I am more familiar with it before taking action. I looked at my balance and felt really happy. I was a pauper yesterday, but today I have become a multi-millionaire. The next day, Yi Dong slept comfortably until he woke up naturally. He didn't plan to go to the classroom for the remaining classes. After getting up and having a quick breakfast, I went to the mall and bought 2 boxes of the best Westlake Longjing tea on the market, planning to visit my counselor Zhang Jiming. Zhang Jiming is not too old, less than 30 years old, and is also Yi Dong's senior. After graduating from Southwest University, he chose to stay on at the school to work. Perhaps because Yi Dong's grades were good in all aspects, Zhang Jiming had always been very caring towards Yi Dong. The temporary job that Yi Dong found on campus was also through the help of Zhang Jiming. When they met privately, Yi Dong always called the other party Brother Zhang. Now that I'm rich, it's only right and proper for me to go visit Brother Zhang. After the phone call, he went directly to his assigned teacher's dormitory. After ringing the doorbell, a pretty girl opened the door. The other party smiled and said, "You are Yi Dong, come in and sit down. Jiming is in the bathroom." Yi Dong guessed that the good-looking girl in front of him should be Lao Zhang's girlfriend. Although he has a good relationship with Zhang Jiming, he seldom comes here and is not sure whether Zhang Jiming has a girlfriend. As soon as I entered the room, Zhang Jiming came out of the bathroom. After seeing what Yi Dong was holding, he complained a little. "Yi Dong, just come if you wanna. Why are you buying anything? Brother Zhang, you take care of me so much, isn't it normal for you to buy something?" I didn't know my sister-in-law was here, otherwise I would have prepared a gift for her. Yi Dong smiled and replied politely. Zhang Jiming laughed after hearing this. He took the bag from Yi Dong and put it on the coffee table. Then he smiled and said, "You were so polite. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Yi Xiaoxi. She is also a counselor in the school like me, and we are going to get married during this summer vacation. You just happened to come today, and I want to ask you for a favor. When we get married, I want you and your girlfriend Liu Weiwei to be our best man and bridesmaid. Is that okay?" Yi Dong was stunned after hearing what Zhang Jiming said. There is definitely no problem with me being the best man, but it is definitely impossible for Liu Weiwei to be the best man. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Zhang, I'm definitely fine, but I can't be the bridesmaid. I've already broken up with Liu Weiwei. Zhang Jiming was obviously stunned when he heard this. Yi Dong and Liu Weiwei were considered the golden couple he had high hopes for, so how could they suddenly break up? Then he asked Yi Dong, "What's going on? You're almost graduating, why don't you stick with it?" "Brother Zhang, what's so hard to understand? It's obvious that you just think I don't have enough money." Zhang Jiming knew a little about Yi Dong's family situation and he didn't know how to persuade him. "Hey, Yi Dong, I don't know what to say, brother. Anyway, you have such good conditions, it will definitely not be a problem for you to find a beautiful girlfriend in the future." Hearing that Zhang Jiming still wanted to enlighten him, Yi Dong couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Zhang, I'm fine. But remember to inform me in advance of your wedding to your sister-in-law. Although Liu Weiwei can't be a bridesmaid, I will definitely find a better bridesmaid for you." Seeing Yi Dong express it so confidently, Zhang Jiming didn't quite believe it in his heart. But he still thanked her. "Then I will express my gratitude first." He Xiaoxi washed some fruits and placed them on the coffee table. He smiled and said, "Yi Dong, have some fruit." "Thank you, sister-in-law. You don't have to be so polite." Yi Dong felt that Yi Xiaoxi was a good match for Lao Zhang and he was happy that Zhang Jiming had found such a good match. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhang Jiming again, "Brother Zhang, I won't take the temporary job you found for me. Please talk to them." Zhang Jiming was not surprised to hear this. He was about to graduate from university and most of his classmates were preparing for post-graduation jobs or postgraduate entrance exams. So the temporary job was relatively unimportant. After nodding his head in agreement, he immediately asked Yi Dong, "Have you ever considered continuing to take the postgraduate entrance examination?" Yi Dong has never really thought about this issue. "My previous idea was to marry Liu Weiwei after graduating from university, then work together to earn money to buy a house, take care of both sets of parents and live an ordinary life. But now that we have a super system, we don't have to worry about work anymore. My current starting point is already enough to instantly kill more than 99.9% of the chosen ones. I haven't really thought about planning for the future." Now I hear Lao Zhang ask this. The idea of taking the postgraduate entrance examination is really good. Although Yi Dong doesn't care about that little bit of knowledge, there are so many beautiful girls on university campuses. Originally, the mountain city is the city with the most beautiful women in the country, so I feel like a fish in water here. Then he replied to Lao Zhang, "Brother Zhang, will see when the time comes. I might choose to continue taking the postgraduate entrance examination." Hearing Yi Dong's answer, Lao Zhang was obviously very pleased. Nowadays, college students are really not competitive, but graduate students are definitely still very popular. Of course, he still hopes that Yi Dong will have a better future. Then Yi Dong sat for a while and left. Zhang Jiming originally wanted to invite Yi Dong to have lunch, but Yi Dong declined on the pretext that he had something to do. After Yi Dong left, Zhang Jiming looked at the bag of gifts that Yi Dong brought. There was just an ordinary shopping bag outside and he didn't take a close look at it just now. He took out the box and took a look at it and immediately took a breath of cold air. Zhang Jiming's biggest hobby is drinking tea. But since he had just started working and his salary was not particularly high, the tea he usually bought was ordinary quality. The tea that Yi Dong bought for him was the best and finest Westlake Longjing tea on the market. The value of these 2 boxes was close to 50,000 yuan. Although the price tag had been torn off by Yi Dong as a tea lover, how could Zhang Jiming not know the price of the best Westlake Longjing? Did Yi Dong win the jackpot? This thought popped up in Zhang Jiming's mind involuntarily. Not long after Yi Dong went downstairs, he received another call from Zhang Jiming. "Yi Dong, why did you buy such good tea for me? It's such a waste. Return it immediately. Brother Zhang, feel free to drink the tea. I made some money investing in the stock market recently, so I'll give it to you as a gift." After hearing what Yi Dong said, Zhang Jiming felt relieved. Although given his relationship with Yi Dong, this gift could not be considered a bribe, but if he didn't find out the source, he really wouldn't dare to drink such good tea. Chapter 26, Rewards for Confusion. Yi Dong then walked around the campus. His previous focus apart from studying was all on Liu Weiwei, so much so that he had never really taken a close look at the entire school. Yi Dong was walking on a shady road thinking about how to get Wen Ruxue to do another live broadcast today. Wang Jinchuan called. "Donzi, aren't you going to come to the classroom?" "Yeah, it's free review in the classroom anyway, it's boring." "Donzi, have you checked the class WeChat group? Everyone in the group is talking about you." Yi Dong really didn't notice it. Whether it was the university class group or the high school class group, he had set the do not disturb function on them. After chatting with Wang Jinchuan for a few minutes and hanging up the phone, I opened the WeChat class group. There are already hundreds of unread messages displayed above. I looked through them and found that they were all discussing why I had such a change. Basically, everyone thought that Ji Dong should have won the prize. They also specifically inquired and found out that a lottery station near the school actually opened a first prize in the past 2 days. It was said that the prize money was as high as more than 5 million. Even after deducting taxes, there are still more than 4 million. Although it is more than 4 million now, it is nothing to Yi Dong. He can earn it back by spending some money casually. But for most ordinary students in their class, more than 4 million is already an astronomical figure for them now. Most of today's graduates only have a few thousand yuan when they first start working, and many of them may not be able to save that much money in their entire lifetime. Liu Weiwei also firmly believed the news that Ji Dong had won the prize. According to the news, the first prize was awarded on the very night she and Yi Dong broke up. What made her even more depressed was that the winning lottery ticket was sold the day before. In other words, no matter whether he and Yi Dong chose to break up that day, Yi Dong would win the first prize. Considering Yi Dong's previous behavior towards her, if they had not broken up, at least most of the 4 million would have been spent on her. After figuring it all out, the regret in Liu Weiwei's heart was simply indescribable. Of course, no matter what Liu Weiwei thought, Yi Dong definitely didn't care. He glanced at the group chat briefly and then exited the interface. Just as he was thinking about continuing to move forward, a red Porsche squeaked and stopped abruptly in front of him. This scene scared Yi Dong so much that he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Even though he had the system, he wasn't able to remain unharmed even if a sports car crashed. Before Yi Dong had time to get angry, a stunning woman got out of the car. Walking up to Yi Dong, he put his hands on his hips and angrily said, "You bastard, are you trying to scam me? Why don't you have eyes when you walk?" Although the person standing in front of him was a stunning beauty, Yi Dong had no intention of appreciating her. A surge of anger also rose up. "Are you sick? You almost hit me with your car and you're the first to complain." Ouyang Lina didn't expect that in the university town there were boys who ignored her and even called her sick. He became even more angry and said angrily, "Who do you think is sick? I think you are sick. Who told you to walk in the middle of the road? Sister, this is on campus. Even if I was walking in the middle of the road, if you weren't driving so fast, would that have happened?" When Ouyang Lina heard Yi Dong calling her big sister, her anger increased a little. "Asshole, who is your elder sister? Get away from me and stop blocking my lane." If this girl talked nicely, Yi Dong would not bother with her because she was so beautiful. He was aggressive from the start and now he's telling me to stay away. Yi Dong's anger also increased. Looking at the Porsche in front of him that almost knocked him away, he immediately punched the front of the car. With a bang, Yi Dong used his full strength to kill the 3 men. This time he had no reservations. The front of the car was smashed into a dent. Ouyang Lina looked at Yi Dong in amazement. She didn't expect that the boy in front of her was so strong, and she involuntarily took a few steps back. She said incoherently, What do you want to do? My boyfriend is the president of the Taekwondo club. If you want to bully me, he won't let you go." Yi Dong actually felt a little regretful after throwing that punch just now. This is not his previous style. Could it be that after having the system he has become a little arrogant? When I saw the frightened look on the girl's face, the anger in my heart had mostly disappeared. Then he said calmly, "I was impulsive just now, let's see how to compensate." Ouyang Lina was confused by Yi Dong's change of mood. He looked ferocious and wanted to eat someone one moment, but he became submissive the next. Then she sneered in her heart, thinking that he was another bully who only feared the strong and bullied the weak. This change must have happened because she heard me talk about how great her boyfriend was. I walked to the front of the car and checked the situation, and the nameless anger flared up again. She had bought this car less than half a month ago, but it took her family a long time to persuade her father to give in. Looking at that big hard fist, he angrily said to Yi Dong, "You bastard, does my car have a grudge against you? Why are you so cruel?" Seeing this, Yi Dong said expressionlessly, "Don't talk so much nonsense, I will compensate you no matter how much money you have." Ouyang Lina looked Yi Dong up and down. Although he looked good, his clothes did not look like a rich man. He said with a bit of contempt, "That's easy for you to say. Do you know how much my car is worth? Have you heard of Porsche 911? The full price is 1.76 million. Your punch costs at least 300,000. Can you afford the compensation?" Yi Dong felt nothing when he heard the price Ouyang Lina mentioned. He just wanted to get things over with quickly and leave this unfortunate place. "Open your WeChat and I'll pay you." Yi Dong's indifferent tone made Ouyang Lina stunned. Among all the students in Southwest University, the number who can easily afford to pay more than 300,000 yuan will definitely not exceed a handful. And that kind of student is definitely not an unknown person. In her impression, there is no such person as Yi Dong. But from the look on the other person's face, he didn't think he was joking. He took out his mobile phone doubtfully and opened his payment code. Yi Dong said calmly, "You said it was at least 300,000. I'll pay you 400,000 now, so we should be even." Ouyang Lina was shocked by Yi Dong's slight pretense. I sneered in my heart. 400,000. Even the coin person Ouyang Lina's phone doesn't have that much. Okay. If you can sweep over 400,000, we'll be done with your smashing my car. Otherwise, just wait for me to call the police. After a while, Ouyang Lina was shocked to see an extra 400,000 yuan in her mobile phone balance. Yi Dong was even more confused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 4 million in rebate funds. Chapter 27, Brother-in-Law Appears. Relatively speaking, Ouyang Lina was not as shocked as Yi Dong. System, is there a reward for this kind of compensation? Ding! As long as the host's money is spent on girls, there will be rebates as long as the standards are met. After hearing this, Yi Dong's eyes suddenly lit up. Only then did he take another look at the stunning woman in front of him. When I took a closer look, he did look familiar, but I just couldn't remember his name. System, can you identify the other party? Ding, it's just a small matter. Name, Ouyang Lina. Age, 21. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 9 points. When he saw the other person's name, Yi Dong knew her. She seemed to be ranked 6th among the top 10 beauties at Southwest University and seemed to be from the art department. Generally speaking, when it comes to school beauties, boys will only pay attention to the prettiest ones unless there are special circumstances, and Yi Dong is no exception. I didn't expect that the appearance of Ouyang Lina in front of me has reached the standard of girls. Ouyang Lina is still in shock. Yi Dong just transferred 400,000 yuan to her casually. Among all the students in the school in terms of family wealth, Ouyang Nana can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Even so, she couldn't do what Yi Dong did, who casually paid out 400,000 without batting an eyelid. When he looked up, he saw Yi Dong looking at him seriously. Her face turned red and she said angrily, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Yi Dong was not angry. He just made nearly 4 million easily. Looking at Ouyang Lina again, it seemed that the person standing in front of her was not some stunning beauty but a huge treasure. Then he smiled and said, "You just said that the full price of this car is 1.76 million, right? Look at the big mark I just made. 400,000 is definitely not enough. How about I add a little more?" Ouyang Lina even suspected that she had heard it wrongly. The person in front of her might be sick. Some people compensate for the loss themselves, and some even offer to raise the price. Is he planning to take advantage of me? She didn't want to guess Yi Dong's identity anymore. She glared at Yi Dong, got into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Yi Dong also smiled bitterly. It was obvious that the other party was a wealthy man. If he wanted to use money to attack him, this trick would definitely not work. But when I thought about the fact that I had just earned more than 3 million, I felt very happy. I hummed a tune as I came to the dance academy of the art department. I looked at the time and saw that there was still some time before the get out of class ended, so I took a walk around the area. After seeing students coming out of the classroom one after another, he took out his cell phone and called Wen Rushui. As soon as the call was connected, Yi Dong took the lead and said, "Wen Rushui, I'm at the gate of your teaching building. I want to treat you to a meal. Can you come out now?" Wen Rushui hesitated for 2 seconds before she replied softly, "Okay, wait a moment." Less than 2 minutes after hanging up the phone, Wen Rushui's figure appeared in Yi Dong's eyes. In this dance academy filled with beautiful girls, Wen Rushui's figure stands out among the crowd. She walked gracefully to Yi Dong and said with a smile, "Yi Dong, let's go." Looking at the beauty in front of him, Yi Dong suddenly had an urge to hug her in his arms. But I also know that impatient people can't get hot tofu. If I were to be so impatient, I would definitely scare the other person. It was the peak time for classes to be dismissed, and many students in the dance class saw Wen Rushui meeting a strange man. Several boys came up with unfriendly looks. A man who looked even more handsome than Yi Dong pointed at Yi Dong and asked Wen Rushui, "Who is he?" Without waiting for Wen Rushui to answer, Yi Dong stepped forward and blocked his fingers. He said calmly, "Who are you? Why do you speak to Wen Rushui in this tone?" The handsome man glared at Yi Dong, then looked at Wen Rushui and said, "Wen Rushui, talk to this guy and see if I am qualified." Seeing this, Wen Rushui pretended to be angry and said, "Brother, stop making a fuss. He just invited me to dinner." When Yi Dong heard this, he was immediately stunned. "Nima. After all this fuss, it turns out that he is my future brother-in-law. No wonder he is so arrogant." Then he immediately smiled and said, "So you are Wen Rushui's brother?" "Hello, my name is Yi Dong from the School of Finance." This handsome man didn't give Mr. Yi any face at all. He still said arrogantly, "I don't care what college you are from. Remember, my name is Wen Zihao, the leader of the school's martial arts club. I advise you not to hit on my sister, otherwise I will let you know why the flowers are so red." After hearing what Wen Zihao said, Yi Dong was also a little angry. Damn it. Even if you are your future brother-in-law, you don't have to be so arrogant. Then he responded sharply, "Your name is Wen Zihao, right? Then I tell you, I don't care what club you are from. As for the woman, Yi Dong, like, it doesn't matter who tries to stop me." When Wen Zihao heard this, his expression was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that the other party was even more arrogant than him. Then he sneered, "My sister has so many suitors. This is the first time I see you being so arrogant. If we weren't in school now, I would let you know why the king of Helma has 3 eyes." Yi Dong ignored Wen Zihao's provocative words and looked at Wen Rushui. Asked, "Wen Rushui, it's getting late, let's go." Wen Rushui looked at his brother Wen Zihao and said in embarrassment, "Brother, we are just going to the cafeteria to have a meal, why don't you go back?" When Wen Zihao heard this, he saw that his sister was determined to go. He turned to look at Yi Dong and said, "Since you really want to treat my sister to a meal, then I will grant your wish, but you wouldn't mind inviting a few more people, right?" After saying this, he glanced at his companions around him. It was obvious that if Yi Dong insisted on inviting Wen Rushui to dinner, Wen Zihao and his companions would definitely go. Yi Dong certainly didn't want to have dinner with a bunch of grown men. He also wanted to talk to Wen Rushui about the live broadcast that evening. But seeing Wen Rushui's embarrassed expression, he could only say, "It's okay, let's go together." Upon hearing this, Wen Zihao said, "You want to treat my sister to a meal? To show your sincerity, shouldn't you go to a better place outside the school?" Wen Zihao's words clearly meant to make Yi Dong give up. Although there are some better restaurants in the school, the prices are still quite far from the most luxurious restaurants outside the campus. If it were an ordinary student who didn't have much money, he might have given up after hearing such words. But Yi Dong is not an ordinary person now. He smiled faintly and said, "Of course, no problem, you can choose the place." Wen Zihao was a little confused for a moment. The script was not going in this direction. Wen Rushui glanced at her brother. He whispered, "Brother, Yi Dong is the Feiyu brother in my live broadcast room." Chapter 28, Dining at Juxian Tower. After hearing Wen Rushui's words, Wen Zihao was stunned. He was just bragging about brother Feiyu to a few of his mates. Although their family is not poor, they are definitely not rich. "Both my parents came from dance classes and opened a dance training school in the mountain city, earning hundreds of thousands a year. The family's financial situation is limited, and of course the pocket money is also limited, so Wen Zihao is quite supportive of his sister Wen Rushui's live broadcast. When my income is high, I can even borrow some pocket money from my sister. Sometimes when the popularity of Wen Rushui's live broadcast room is low, he will drag a few friends to the live broadcast room to fill in the water army." He watched yesterday's live broadcast from beginning to end. "I was already so shocked that my scalp was numbing by the super generous reward from the top brother on the list, Flying Fish. You know, the income from Wen Rushui's live broadcast yesterday was almost equal to the annual income from his parents' dance training class. Yesterday he made a comment in the live broadcast room saying that he is a loyal fan of Brother Feiyu and he will follow Brother Feiyu wherever he plays in the future. Thinking of this, my face is burning. He didn't expect Brother Feiyu to be standing in front of him now. At the same time, he was surprised. How could Yi Dong be so rich? Wen Zihao knew a little about the most famous rich second generations at Southwest University. But compared with Yi Dong, they are nothing. Some of them may have family assets of over 100 million, and there is even a top-level rich second generation whose family assets have reached tens of billions. But those are assets, not funds. The pocket money that the rich second generation spends in college every month is at most between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. Do they dare to give out 1 million as rewards in one night unless they have to eat steamed buns and pickled mustard tubers for several months in a row? Yi Dong didn't expect that Wen Zihao was also in the live broadcast room and looked at him in surprise. Asked, "You like live streaming too?" After knowing that Yi Dong was Brother Feiyu, Wen Zihao was obviously not so arrogant anymore. He replied very politely, I don't do live streaming, I just fill in my sister's live streaming room when I have nothing to do. Seeing that the other party's tone was obviously much better, Yidong also smiled politely, Today I'm treating you, you can choose any place, don't be polite. Seeing that Yidong said this, he knew that the other party was not short of money. Wen Zihao didn't hesitate and led everyone to a Juxinlu outside the school. Juxinlu is also one of the most high-end dining places in the area. I heard that the chef there used to be a chef in a 7-star hotel and was invited by the boss to be the head chef here at a high price. Of course, relatively speaking, ordinary people really can't afford such a place. Even when Zihao only came here to eat a few times during his 3 years in college. This time Yidong asked him to choose a place at will, so of course he didn't act pretentiously and led him here directly. Including Wen Zihao and his 4 companions, there were 7 of them in total, and they directly asked for a large private room. After being served a variety of fine wines and delicacies, Wen Zihao was able to take it or put it down. After pouring a little wine for everyone, he stood up and said to Yidong, Brother Feiyu, I toast you a glass, thank you for supporting my sister's live broadcast. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Yidong had a good alcohol tolerance, so of course he drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Seeing this, Wen Zihao admired Yidong even more. As a martial artist, he despised men who were fussy the most. Although Yidong was quite arrogant just now that he thought about it, he thought it was quite to his liking. She was no longer so resistant to Yidong's desire to pursue her sister. In fact, Wen Rushua has been able to stay single with such a beautiful appearance during her 1 year in college, and Wen Zihao can be said to have made a great contribution. Many people who want to pursue her sister basically have to pass him first. Although Wen Zihao looks like a sunny and handsome guy, he does have the quality of a reckless man in his bones. In the school martial arts club, except for the president and a few vice presidents, Wen Zihao can basically be regarded as the leader. The 4 companions around him are also members of the martial arts club and are quite familiar with Wen Rushua. Of course, they are also self-aware and have never thought about becoming Wen Zihao's brother-in-law. Otherwise, we might really know why the flowers are so red. Seeing that Wen Zihao toasted Yidong with a glass of wine, they all stood up at the same time, and one of them took the lead and spoke. Brother Feiyu, let us toast you as well, thank you for your hospitality today. After saying that, they all drank the wine in the glass. Seeing this, Yidong hurriedly drank another glass of wine that had just been filled. Afterwards, everyone sat down and enjoyed the delicious food from Juxinlu. Yidong tasted it and found the taste was indeed impeccable. It was even more to his liking than the food in the 4-star hotel where he stayed. During the period when Zihao asked the question he wanted to know most. Brother Feiyu, what does your family do? Why do you spend money so lavishly? Yidong waved his hands and said, please don't call me Brother Feiyu anymore. You can call me Yidong or Dongzi. Logically, I should call you brother. When Yidong said this, it was obvious that there was something else behind his words, and Wen Rushua, who was standing beside him, blushed when she heard it. Yidong didn't care what the other party was thinking and continued speaking. Brother, how my family is from the countryside and the money I spend is all earned by myself. When Wen Zihao heard Yidong calling him brother, how he didn't care too much. After hearing Yidong say that it was his own money, his eyes lit up. Brother Dong, what's the way to make money? Can you help me? He immediately became brothers with Yidong. Yidong was obviously stunned when he heard this. What kind of connections could he have? No one would believe him even if he told them about the system rebates. Of course, even if someone believed it, he would definitely not say it. I had to find an excuse and said, brother, how I'm in financial investment. I advise you not to come in. After all, the risks are quite high. I want to withdraw myself. I am currently looking at other projects and I will let you know if there is a suitable one. Wen Zihao was a little disappointed when he heard this, but he didn't say anything else. Although he didn't know how much truth there was in Yidong's words, he also knew that with such an opportunity to make a lot of money, he would never easily bring others along. After dinner, as everyone walked out of the private room, the door of the next private room opened. A group of young people who were about the same age as Wen Zihao and his friends filed out of the private room. When the leader saw Wen Zihao and his companions, his expression was obviously stunned. Then he sneered, Wen Zihao, I didn't expect you to be willing to eat here. When Wen Zihao first saw the other person, his expression was a little surprised. Hearing the other party's ridicule, he retorted, Lu Tian, where I eat is none of your business. You are really meddling in other people's business. Chapter 29, The Shock of Power. The young man whom Wen Zihao called Lu Tian was about to lose his temper when he heard Wen Zihao's rebuttal, but he saw Wen Rushua following him. His eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled mischievously. Wen Zihao, how about I be your brother-in-law? You won't suffer any loss, how about that? Hearing such teasing words, Wen Rushui and Yi Dong, who came out later, both looked unhappy. Wen Zihao was even more furious. He said angrily, Lu Tian, do you want to die? Lu Tian sneered and said, Wen Zihao, as a defeated general, do you have the qualifications to say such things? As soon as he said this, several of his accomplices burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Wen Zihao and his companions' faces turned very ugly. The man named Lu Tian is a member of the school's taekwondo club. Some time ago, when the two clubs were competing, Wen Zihao's opponent happened to be Lu Tian. Both of them are the leaders of the club and have similar basic skills, so it is normal for them to win or lose. Wen Zihao was ambushed by the other party because of his carelessness, and he was already feeling resentful about that incident. I didn't expect that the other party would say it proudly now. Then he said angrily, you are a piece of trash. What else can you do besides sneak attacks? If you have the guts, let's fight again. The other party didn't show any weakness either and hummed, let's compete, but it's meaningless to just compete, how about we add some prizes? His eyes accidentally glanced at Wen Rushui again, and then with a lewd smile he said, how about if I win, you can just let your sister kiss me? Lu Tian certainly knew what he was doing, and he was just joking when he said something like brother-in-law. But if he could be kissed by the school's famous goddess, Wen, he would definitely regard it as the most glorious thing in his college life. After hearing this, Wen Rushui quickly pulled Wen Zihao's sleeve. He said timidly, brother, let's go and ignore this bastard. She was really afraid that Wen Zihao would agree on impulse. Although she could not fulfill the bet even if Wen Zihao lost, Wen Rushui did not want to damage her brother's reputation. Seeing Wen Zihao's hesitation, Lu Tian on the opposite side sneered, Wen Zihao, I think you don't dare, why don't you just admit that you are defeated? Wen Zihao was so angry when he heard this. He said angrily, what's there to be afraid of? But the bet cannot be made according to your will. Whoever loses will kneel down and kowtow to the other. Do you dare? Although Wen Zihao was furious, he was not stupid enough to bet with his sister's kiss. After hearing what Wen Zihao said, Lu Tian's face was obviously a little disappointed. But it feels good to think about making your enemy kneel down and kowtow. Then he grinned and said, since you want to kowtow to me, I will grant your wish. Come with me if you have the guts. After saying that, he led his companions out of the Juxian Tower first. Seeing this, Wen Rushui hurriedly said, brother, forget it, don't pay attention to this bastard. How could Wen Zihao, who was already extremely angry, listen to his sister's words now? He turned to Yi Dong and said, brother Dong, please send my sister back. Wen Rushui was still worried when she saw that her brother was determined to go. No brother, I want to go with you. When Wen Zihao saw Wen Rushui's determined look, he knew that if he didn't let his sister go today, the competition would definitely not be possible. He turned his gaze to Yi Dong again. Seeing this, Yi Dong laughed and said, then I'll go too. Upon hearing this, Wen Zihao said nothing more and followed Lu Tian's direction. Soon everyone came to a small lawn. This place is perfect for excision. Even if you fall down during a fight, you won't suffer any serious damage. Ding! A random task is issued. Replace Wen Zihao and fight against several opponents. Defeat all of them. The host's 3-man kill will be increased to 10-man kill. The host can also refuse, there is no penalty. As soon as he arrived at the place, Yi Dong heard the task temporarily issued by the system. I was immediately overjoyed. This offer would not only win Wen Rushui's favor but also improve his own strength, so of course he accepted it without hesitation. Lu Tian and Wen Zihao had just got into position on the field. Then Yi Dong outside the field shouted stop. The momentum that the two had just built up suddenly wilted like a deflated balloon. Compared to Wen Zihao's puzzled look, Lu Tian was a little angry. Wen Zihao and his group, including Yi Dong, were strangers to him. A person who was not even in the martial arts circle jumped out to point fingers at him. Lu Tian felt that it was an insult to him. Then he angrily said to Yi Dong, who are you? Are you itching for a beating? Yi Dong was already very dissatisfied with this classmate named Lu Tian, and he even dared to tease Wen Rushui just now. Now that the system has issued a task, it will certainly not be polite to him. He sneered and said, I am your uncle, come and give me a beating. Then he said to Wen Zihao, who looked puzzled, brother, how there is no need for you to personally take on such a small role, leave him to me. Yi Dong's arrogant words stunned everyone present. Wen Rushui next to him also looked at Yi Dong with shock. Although they don't know how good Yi Dong's skills are, they think he is definitely not as strong as Wen Zihao and others. If he was really a powerful person, he would have been famous in all major societies long ago. Lu Tian then looked at Yi Dong as if he was a fool. He probably guessed that Yi Dong might be Wen Rushua's suitor and just wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman. He sneered at Wen Zihao and said, "Wen Zihao, is he the funny guy you invited? Do you want me to find a little brother to practice with him first?" Upon hearing this, Wen Zihao hurried over to Yi Dong and said, "Brother Dong, stop messing around. This is not a child's game." Yi Dong didn't say much. He stretched out his right hand and motioned Wen Zihao to try his strength. Yi Dong knew that Wen Zihao would definitely not be at ease if he didn't show some strength. When Wen Zihao saw this, he was obviously stunned, and then he understood the other party's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and stretched out his right hand. He was just about to exert some force to make Yi Dong retreat, but then he felt a powerful force coming over him and it felt like his hand was about to be crushed. "Dong, brother Dong, stop, stop." Seeing this, Yi Dong smiled and let go of his right hand. He didn't even use 50% of his strength just now, and he didn't expect Wen Zihao to be so immune to strength. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. Wen Zihao's expression just now obviously didn't look like he was acting. Although Wen Zihao is not famous for his strength, he is definitely stronger than ordinary people. Wen Zihao's four companions looked at Yi Dong again, and there was even a hint of admiration on their faces. Wen Rushua also looked at Yi Dong with surprise. This man was becoming more and more mysterious. Chapter 30. I Want to Fight 100. Lu Tian and others were also a little shocked by Yi Dong's strength, but then they became disdainful. The taekwondo they practice is known for its cleverness, and people with greater strength will not have much advantage when fighting with them. After Yi Dong gave Wen Rushua and her brother a reassuring look, he slowly walked to the center of the field. Although Lu Tian has now put aside his contempt for Yi Dong, he still thinks that he is not worthy of his action. He glanced behind him and said to a tall and thin young man, "Crow, come up and try this brother's skills." Seeing this, Yi Dong didn't want to waste any time, so he accused the 7 people of being arrogant. "It's too troublesome to do it one by one. All 7 of you should come together." Seeing Yi Dong being so arrogant, Lu Tian couldn't stand it anymore. Without even saying hello, he just performed his signature move. Tornado Kick. Not only is Yi Dong's strength countless times stronger now, but his acumen is also much higher than that of ordinary people. He noticed it as soon as Lu Tian exerted force, but Yi Dong did not dodge. He grabbed Lu Tian's leg and swung it hard. Lu Tian felt like he had become a flying man. Then with a plop, it fell on the grass 2 meters away. Yi Dong was still showing mercy. If that grab had really turned into a fist, he could have broken Lu Tian's bones in one go. Bite. Wen Rushua, favorability plus 10 points. Wen Rushua, favorability plus 10 points. The sudden bonus prompt from the system made Yi Dong very happy. Yesterday I gave 1 million in tips in the live broadcast room, but my favorability didn't increase by a single point. Just now I was just trying my hand and Wen Rushua's favorability increased by 20 points. Yi Dong even wanted to thank the other party in his heart. Looking at Lu Tian, who was slowly getting up, he smiled and said, "You are too weak, the rest of you should come together." He did not forget the system's task, which was to defeat several opponents at the same time. Lu Tian moved his body and felt that he was not injured. He thought he was careless just now. "But I also know that I might not be able to defeat the opponent alone," he said angrily. "Since you want a group fight, then it will be as you wish. Brothers, come together." Upon hearing this, the other 6 people also entered the field and formed a semicircle with Lu Tian surrounding Yi Dong in the center. Seeing this scene, Wen Rushua looked at the field a little nervously. Yi Dong seemed to know Wen Rushua's mood and turned around to give her a reassuring look. Then he rushed into the opponent's crowd first, and suddenly there were sounds of ouch in the field. These people's skills and strength are only slightly stronger than Jinmao and the others. Although the punches and kicks hitting Yi Dong were not as exaggerated as tickling, they were completely within Yi Dong's tolerance. As long as they were hit by Yi Dong, they basically lost their combat effectiveness in an instant. In less than a minute, 7 people including Lu Tian were lying on the ground howling in pain. This left the people outside the venue stunned. The skills Yi Dong just displayed were completely beyond their expectations. It even feels like Yi Dong can compete with the president of their martial arts club. Bite. Wen Rushua, favorability plus 10 points. Wen Rushua, favorability plus 10 points. Hearing 2 more reminders of extra points in his mind, Yi Dong wished that a group of gangsters would pop up from somewhere to show Wen Rushua what the power of a man is. Before he could even sigh, an extremely powerful force suddenly surged into Yi Dong's whole body. That wonderful feeling is simply indescribable. Yi Dong even felt like he was possessed by Yiwen. "I really want to shout out loud. I'll fight 100 of them. When Rushuwei came up and looked at the many shoe prints on Yi Dong's body, she asked worriedly, Yi Dong, are you okay? Yi Dong smiled and said, do I look like I'm in trouble? When Rushuwei looked at the people lying on the ground again and asked worriedly, Yi Dong, are they okay? Ha, don't worry, we are all classmates, I didn't do anything fatal, but you will definitely be in pain for 2 days. When Zihao and a few others also gathered around and looked at Yi Dong with admiration. When Zihao was the first to express his opinion, Brother Dong, you are too awesome. I am really convinced now. If you can really become my brother-in-law in the future, I will definitely support you with both hands. When Rushuwei heard what her brother said, her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. But he did not refute when Zihao's words but just lowered his head embarrassedly. Yi Dong had already known from the system that when Rushuwei's favorability towards him had reached 85 points. At this score they should just hold hands and hug, and when Rushuwei wouldn't resist too much. If there weren't so many people here, he would really want to test when Rushuwei's reaction right away. Then he smiled at when Rushuwei and said, Swear, how about I take you back now and let your brother and the others handle the rest? Then he turned to Wen Zihao and said, Brother, how you can handle the rest by yourself? Swear and I will go back first. Brother Dong, thank you for your help. Brother, how can you please stop calling me brother? Otherwise, how can I become your brother-in-law? It doesn't matter, Brother Dong, even if you really become my brother-in-law, we can still talk about our own affairs. When Rushuwei looked at the two of them calling her brother-in-law left and right in front of everyone, and her face had already turned red. He pretended to be angry and said, Brother, stop talking nonsense here. After hearing this, Wen Zihao knew that his sister was shy, so he didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Yi Dong said hello to everyone and then took Wen Rushuwei away from the lawn. When he could no longer see their figures, Yi Dong slowly stretched out his right hand towards Wen Rushuwei's left hand. As soon as she touched the soft little hand, Wen Rushuwei struggled hard for a few times like a frightened little rabbit. Although Yi Dong didn't use much force, there was no way he could let Wen Rushuwei break free. Seeing that she couldn't break free, Wen Rushuwei's nervous mood slowly calmed down. This was the first time in her life that a man of the opposite sex other than her family held her hand, and her heart was pounding. Bite. Wen Rushuwei, favorability plus 1 point. The sudden reminder sound made Yi Dong stunned. Holding hands can also add points to your favorability. Although it was only 1 point, it gave Yi Dong infinite hope of getting full marks. Then he glanced at Wen Rushuwei's alluring cherry lips. After looking around and seeing that there was no one around, he put his arm around Wen Rushuwei, aimed at her and kissed her. And the hands didn't stop moving. Yi Dong's sudden action really scared Wen Rushuwei. She was really not ready to take this step. Bite. Wen Rushuwei, favorability 5 points. The sudden prompt sound made Yi Dong's lust disappear without a trace. Chapter 31, God-level benefits brought by the system. Yi Dong then slowly let go of Wen Rushuwei. Looking at the other person's messy clothes and the obvious tears in the corners of his eyes, he felt that he had gone too far. All in all, Yi Dong and Wen Rushuwei have only known each other for 2 or 3 days. Although Wen Rushuwei's favorability towards Yi Dong has reached 86 points, this girl, who is as blank as a sheet of paper, is already very nervous when holding hands, and suddenly she is forcefully kissed, which can be described as frightening. I'm sorry, Schwer, I was too impatient. Seeing Yi Dong let go of her and apologized sincerely, Wen Rushuwei finally came to her senses. She glanced at Yi Dong shyly and said timidly, Yi Dong, I'm sorry, I'm really not ready. Schwer, it's not your fault. I didn't think it through. Yi Dong looked at Wen Rushuwei and said sincerely. Suddenly there was another ding sound. Wen Rushuwei, favorability plus 4 points. Yi Dong's sudden apology made Wen Rushuwei's favorability return to the level before they held hands. Yi Dong immediately understood that Wen Rushuwei's affection for him was absolutely unquestionable, but he was just too impatient. I smiled bitterly in my heart. It seems that if I want the goddess to like me to the fullest, I have to take it slow and steady. Afterwards, Yi Dong didn't dare to hold Wen Rushuwei's hand again, and they just walked towards the school gate side by side in silence. When they were almost at school, Yi Dong asked Schwer, will you still be broadcasting live tonight? Yi Dong's sudden question made Wen Rushuwei stunned. Then he asked hesitantly, Yi Dong, are you going to give rewards like you did yesterday? Don't you want me to reward you? Yi Dong asked back. Wen Rushuwei didn't know how to answer. Of course, she hoped to get as much reward as possible from others when she was doing live broadcast, but Yi Dong's crazy reward made Wen Rushuwei feel scared. Also, Wen Rushuwei has developed a strong liking for Yi Dong and doesn't want to take advantage of the platform for nothing. But it's really embarrassing to say such things. The relationship between her and Yi Dong is not even that of a normal couple in love. Seeing Wen Rushue remain silent, Yi Dong knew in his heart that his crazy rewards were difficult for the other party to understand. But other than that, he really didn't know how to spend money on Wen Rushue. If you transfer the money directly to Wen Rushue, the other party will most likely not accept it. I thought about it and turned it over in my head for several times, but I couldn't come up with a good reason. I had to continue. Swear, if you really don't want to live stream, forget it. I can still reward others anyway. When Wen Rushue heard this, she immediately became a little anxious. He hurriedly asked, Yi Dong, why do you have to give rewards in the live broadcast room? Yi Dong couldn't explain it, so he said with a bitter face, I have unspeakable difficulties anyway and I don't know how to tell you. Yi Dong said so. Wen Rushue thought that it was better to reward herself than to reward others. She said shyly, Yi Dong, let's go with the same time as last night. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yi Dong was in a good mood. He planned to make a lot of money tonight, go back to his hometown tomorrow, settle his family down and then return to the mountain city. After sending Wen Rushue back to school, Yi Dong returned to the hotel. As soon as I entered the hall, I ran into Zhou Hanyun, who was working. Zhou Hanyun was obviously in a good mood today. When she saw Yi Dong, she even threw him a wink. This seductive look immediately made Yi Dong feel like he was burning with desire. Sister Yun, can you please take a leave and go to my room now? Yi Dong's words were very clear and Zhou Hanyun did not refuse. She looked at Yi Dong with alluring charm. She smiled sweetly and said, I will be handing over my shift in half an hour. Wait for me in the room. Under Yi Dong's financial offensive last night, Zhou Hanyun was completely conquered by Yi Dong. This morning I transferred 100,000 yuan directly to her mother via mobile phone and the old lady was so happy. Zhou Hanyun also felt the charm of money for the first time. Not only can it ensure the happiness and joy of your family, but it also allows you to stop worrying about 3 meals a day. Of course, all this was brought to her by Yi Dong, whom she had only known for a few days. In her heart, she now regarded Yi Dong as the best person in the world to her, even better than her family. Faced with Yi Dong's invitation, although I knew what was going to happen, I still felt a sense of anticipation in my heart. Half an hour later, Yi Dong finally enjoyed the god-level benefits brought to him by the system. Zhou Hanyun is much more beautiful than his ex-girlfriend Liu Weiwei. Not to mention her figure, she is definitely miles better than Liu Weiwei. The two of them made love in the room for almost an hour before Zhou Hanyun shyly walked out of the room. Yi Dong will be giving rewards on the live broadcast tonight, so it would be inconvenient for Zhou Hanyun to stay here. Otherwise, he could just hug this beautiful woman and fall asleep, which would be a much better experience. The agreed live broadcast time soon arrived. After 2 days of crazy carnival bombardment, the popularity of Wen Rushue's live broadcast room was almost comparable to that of the big anchors. As soon as the broadcast started, there were 2,000 to 3,000 people in the live broadcast room, which was something she could never have imagined before. With Yi Dong's entry, the number of people in the live broadcast room almost reached 10,000. You know, the dance performances and rewards haven't started yet, but it has reached so many people. The official must have started to recommend it. Most of the people here have witnessed the crazy carnival last night. As soon as Yi Dong came in, the barrage of comments took over the screen like crazy. Brother Feiyu, good evening. How many carnivals have you prepared tonight? Brother Feiyu, can you come to my live broadcast room and play 2 carnivals? I am also a beauty. Brother Feiyu, you have played so many carnivals, but you still haven't captured the mermaid? There are all kinds of barrages and many beautiful anchors leave messages here. They added Yi Dong as a friend in the background, but Yi Dong ignored them. They had no choice but to try their luck in the mermaid's live broadcast room to see if Yi Dong could notice them. It's a pity that Yi Dong didn't even pay attention to the barrage. As soon as he came in, he started to recharge his account. In addition to spending 400,000 on Ouyang Lina today, he recharged the remaining 1.6 million. Wen Rushue was just about to have a brief chat and then get ready to dance. Suddenly a carnival appeared on the screen. This was just the beginning. The crazy carnival that followed completely petrified the audience in the live broadcast room. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival 2. Flying fish given to Anchor Mermaid Carnival X3. Flying fish given to the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X533. Chapter 32, My Woman. After Yi Dong sent out the record-breaking 533 carnivals, he paid no attention to the madness on the barrage. Exit the live broadcast room directly. When Rushue saw Yi Dong to leave the room without saying a word, she felt uneasy and closed the live broadcast room directly. This kind of operation made many viewers who were brought in by the announcement feel at a loss. I want to say a few words, but I can't find any comments to post. Yi Dong looked at the balance and it had reached 28 million. I will definitely have more and more money in the future, and I won't need to go to the live broadcast room to give gifts anymore. The imperial feeling that Yi Dong just found in Zhou Hanyun made him feel that that was what he wanted. I give you money if you are willing to accept it, then accept it, if not then find the next one. It's ridiculous to think about how I had to rack my brains to find an excuse when facing Wen Rushui today. Even though he has a super system, he still can't get rid of the dog-licking mentality he had when facing Liu Weiwei before. Just because Wen Rushui is a goddess should I rush to lick her? From this moment on, Yi Dong's mentality changed drastically. He then took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhou Hanyun. Sister Yin, come to my room, I miss you again. Then I turned off my phone. The next day Yi Dong held the beauty in his arms and slept until he woke up naturally. Because she stayed up so late at night, Zhou Hanyun even forgot to wake up. I looked at the time and was shocked. Ah! It's 10 o'clock. Yi Dong, why didn't you wake me up? I won't get the perfect attendance bonus for this month and my salary will be deducted. Subconsciously, Zhou Hanyun was still in the role of the front desk manager as before. She even forgot that she is actually a real rich woman. Yi Dong laughed and said, Sister Yin, how much is your monthly salary now? With all the benefits, it's more than 11,000. Ha, then you're still afraid of having your wages deducted. He then picked up his mobile phone, entered an amount and sent it to Zhou Hanyun. Sister Yun, you followed me and you're still thinking about going to work. If you want to work, then go to work. If you don't want to work, I'll support you and give you some pocket money. Take it and spend it. Zhou Hanyun subconsciously took out her phone and took a look and was immediately stunned. Then he said in surprise, Yi Dong, you transferred another 2 million to me. Haha, you've become my real woman. I'm not just saying that I want to support you. Zhou Hanyun didn't know how to describe how excited she was right now. I've only known Yi Dong for a few days, but I can say that my life has been completely changed. The balance in her mobile phone has reached more than 3 million. To put it bluntly, the amount of cash Zhou Hanyun now owns exceeds that of 99% of people in the country. Judging from Yi Dong's tone, he was treating the 2 million yuan as a 200 yuan red envelope given to her, and Zhou Hanyun didn't act pretentiously. After kissing Yi Dong on the face, he clicked to accept it. Ding! 4 million rebate funds have arrived. Yi Dong was in a happier mood. Not only did he win the happiness of the beauty in his arms, but he also earned another 2 million just by moving his fingers. His balance has reached 30 million. A number that most people would find difficult to reach in their lifetime was easily achieved by Yi Dong. There is no doubt that there will be more and more in the future, to the point where Yi Dong will never be able to spend it all, no matter how much he wants. After taking a look at Zhou Hanyun's face full of surprise, Yi Dong smiled and pinched her face. Then he said, Sister Yin, I may be away for a few days. Do you want to stay in my room temporarily? Zhou Hanyun didn't ask where Yi Dong was going and thought about it. I replied, forget it. After all, I still work here and it's not convenient to live here. Yi Dong didn't continue to persuade her. He didn't want the two of them to have that sense of restraint. What he wanted most was for them to do whatever they wanted to each other. Yi Dong then thought about it and didn't know how many days he would be away, so he sent a location to Wang Jinchuan and asked him to come over. Not long after, Wang Jinchuan appeared in this luxurious suite. Wang Jinchuan, who had never seen such a luxurious room, was shocked. He said exaggeratedly, Dongzi classmates all said that you won the 5 million jackpot. It seems to be true. Yi Dong did not deny it. Since everyone was thinking in this direction, he was too lazy to explain. Just smiled without comment. Seeing this, Wang Jinchuan did not continue to ask. Whether it was winning a lottery or making money from stock speculation, such questions were too sensitive. After coming back to his senses, he said enviously, Dongzi, no wonder you don't live in the dormitory anymore. Compared to this place, our dormitory is a doghouse, and that's a compliment. Yi Dong smiled and said, don't be envious. I've booked this place for a month. I'm going to go back for a while. This room is yours to stay in. You can stay as long as you want. I'll renew the fee for you when the time comes. Wang Jinchuan thought he had heard it wrongly. Although he and Yi Dong had a good relationship, it was not to this extent. Dongzi, you are kidding. This room must cost several thousand per night, and you are so generous to let me stay here. Yi Dong smiled and said, just stay here without worry. Also, whatever you eat in the hotel during this time, I'll pay for it all. Wang Jinchuan saw that Yi Dong didn't seem to be joking. Then he said incoherently, Dong, brother Dong, from now on you are my real brother, so thank you. We are all ordinary people. If we can enjoy better conditions, who would want to live such a hard life? The main reason why Yi Dong could think of Wang Jinchuan was that night when they were having barbecue outside. Facing the provocation of the gangsters, Yi Dong was quite moved by the other party's performance. During the more than 3 years in college, Yi Dong devoted all his attention to Liu Weiwei and really didn't make any close friends. Apart from his mentor Zhang Jiming, who treated him well, Wang Jinchuan was his only good friend. After what happened that day, Yi Dong had already upgraded the other party to a close friend in his heart. It's kind of funny to see the other person being so moved that he's incoherent. Jinchuan, treat me as a brother and stop saying so many polite words. Just call me Dongzi from now on. I feel more comfortable listening to it. After hearing what Yi Dong said, Wang Jinchuan stopped being pretentious. He asked Dongzi, why are you going back at this time? Haha, nothing much, I just miss my family. After the two chatted for a few minutes, Yi Dong called Zhou Hanyun to come over. Zhou Hanyun had just changed into her work clothes when she received a call from Yi Dong. Soon he appeared in Yi Dong's room. Yi Dong didn't hide anything and put his arm around Zhou Hanyun's slender waist. Introduced to Wang Jinchuan, Zhou Hanyun, the lobby manager here, is my woman now. Chapter 33, My son makes money. Wang Jinchuan stared at Zhou Hanyun and Yi Dong's arms in amazement. My eyeballs are about to fall out. Damn. This is the life of rich people. Let us not talk about the class beauties and school beauties for now. It's only been a few days and I've hooked up with such a highly rated stunning beauty while staying in a hotel. Not only does Zhou Hanyun's appearance completely crush Liu Weiwei, her figure is simply amazing. The majestic twin peaks paired with the hotel uniform are almost unbearable. Just looking at him like this, Wang Jinchuan felt like he could hardly bear it. He could imagine what a happy life Yi Dong was leading. At this moment, Wang Jinchuan also felt deeply envious of Yi Dong. Yi Dong didn't care what Wang Jinchuan thought and directly introduced Zhou Hanyun. This is my classmate and best buddy Wang Jinchuan. He will be staying in this room for the time being. Just arrange the food and beverage for me. Zhou Hanyun didn't ask much about Yi Dong's arrangements and said with a smile that he would make sure everything was arranged properly. Zhou Hanyun's well-behaved appearance made Wang Jinchuan sigh again. Damn it! Yi Dong not only took down this top-notch girl in front of him but also tamed her completely. After finishing his work here, Yi Dong called an online taxi and went straight back to Luo County. The mountain city is only a few dozen kilometers away from Luo County. After more than an hour, we arrived at Luo County. Yi Dong asked the driver to drive directly to the gate of No. 1 middle school to his own breakfast shop. Although it is advertised as a breakfast shop, it is also open for lunch. After getting off the car, Yi Dong happened to see his mother Qinli wiping the table outside. It seemed that the guests had just finished their meal. When he looked up, he saw Yi Dong coming over and asked in surprise, Yi Dong, why are you back now? Mom, I finished my schoolwork. I have nothing to do, so I came back to see you. Oh, our store is about to close. Your father is cleaning up inside. Go in and help. Qinli would definitely not be polite to her own son and directly ordered him around. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong also walked into the house with a smile. The store is not big. When Yi Dong was talking to Qinli, Yi Daming already knew that Yi Dong was back. Seeing Yi Dong come into the room, he didn't let him work. Instead, he said, Yi Dong, you haven't eaten yet. Why don't I cook something for you in the store and eat a little? Dad, I've eaten. You don't have to clean up. Go home early. Yi Daming had actually almost finished cleaning up. It was almost 2 o'clock now and there would basically be no customers. After a simple packing, the family returned to an ordinary residential building not far away. A small apartment of only 80 square meters rents for less than 10,000 yuan a year. Ever since his younger sister Yi Xiaoyu was admitted to the No. 1 middle school in the county, Yi Dong's parents have always regarded this place as their home. Yi Dong looked at the dilapidated environment and thought that the first thing he would do when he returned was to move home. I am living comfortably in a big hotel in the mountain city, so I definitely can't let my family live in this shabby house. Yi Daming suddenly asked, Yi Dong, are you coming back this time for work after graduation? After graduating from university, Yi Dong originally wanted to apply for the civil service exam and work in a financial unit. Qin Li's cousin-in-law Lei Zhenghua happened to work there. Although he was not a powerful figure, he at least had some connections. As long as Yi Dong does well in the written test, there is still hope for him. In Yi Daming and Qin Li's hearts, they also very much hope that Yi Dong will pursue a career as a civil servant. Of course, this is also the result that most ordinary families want most. Unless you want to work hard in a big city, being a civil servant is definitely the most ideal job in a small county like this. But Yi Dong would never take the civil service exam now. Even if he was offered the position of director of the finance bureau, he would not be interested at all. After hearing what Yi Daming said, he smiled and said, "Dad, you don't have to worry about work. I came back this time mainly to discuss buying a house." Yi Dong's words stunned Yi Daming and Qinli. Qinli came back to her senses and asked hesitantly, "Yi Dong, did Liu Weiwei ask you to buy a house?" Yi Dong's parents are quite familiar with Yi Dong's girlfriend Liu Weiwei. In the past few years I have visited their home in Luo County several times. Yi Daming and Qinli didn't have a very good impression of Liu Weiwei and thought that the girl was too vain. Every time I came to Yi Dong's house, although I didn't say that I disliked their rented house, the expression in my eyes couldn't lie. I am a girl from the countryside and I was complaining about this and that. If I didn't see that my son really liked him, I would have persuaded him to give up long ago. Suddenly when I heard Yi Dong talking about buying a house, the first thing that came to my mind was Liu Weiwei's idea. The money Yi Daming and Qinli earned over the years was actually enough for a down payment on a house in the county town. But if Liu Weiwei had brought up this kind of thing, it would be unpleasant no matter how you think about it. When Yi Dong heard his mother mention Liu Weiwei, his expression was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Mom, Liu Weiwei and I have broken up. I thought about buying a house on my own." Yi Daming and Qinli were both shocked when they heard this. Seeing Yi Dong talking about the breakup with a smile on his face, he didn't look sad at all. Qinli couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Yi Dong, when did you and Liu Weiwei break up? How come we didn't know anything about it?" "Mom, we broke up a long time ago. I didn't want to make you worry, so I didn't tell you," Yi Dong lied and said. Seeing that his mother was going to continue asking questions, Yi Dong quickly said, "Mom, just break up. Anyway, I know you don't like Liu Weiwei very much." After hearing what their son said, Qinli and Yi Daming both sighed. Nowadays it is not easy for a family with average conditions to find a good daughter-in-law. Although she and Yi Daming did not have a good impression of Liu Weiwei, she was a student from a prestigious university and was very beautiful. If I really become their daughter-in-law, it would be a proud thing. I suddenly heard that it was gone and I felt a little sad. But seeing that Yi Dong didn't say anything, they certainly wouldn't talk about getting back together. Then Yi Daming asked curiously, "Yi Dong, why did you think of coming back to look for a house now? I feel that the housing prices in our county are falling. Why don't you wait until you graduate from university?" After hearing what his father said, Yi Dong smiled and said, "Dad, I will pay for the house this time so you don't have to worry about the house price." After hearing what their son said, Yi Daming and Qinli looked at Yi Dong in shock. Yi Daming asked uncertainly, "Yi Dong, you said you paid for the house yourself. Where did you get the money?" Yi Dong smiled and explained, "I've been doing financial investment recently and have made a lot of money. I came back this time to make sure you don't have to work so hard. I'm going to sell our breakfast shop tomorrow and then buy a better house. You and Mom should relax." Chapter 34, Buying a House and Meeting a High School Classmate. Yi Dong's words shocked and surprised Yi Daming and Qinli. They didn't doubt what their son said at all. These days it's not uncommon for college students to start their own business and earn tens or hundreds of thousands. Yi Dong originally studied finance and was able to make a lot of money, which showed that his son was also a gifted child picked out of a million. Qinli was the first to say happily, "Yi Dong, you should save the money you earn first. As for the house, your father and I have saved some money over the years, which is definitely enough for the down payment and decoration. We will definitely not sell out the breakfast shop. After all, it is also a source of income. We are very pleased that you have such filial piety." In the minds of Qinli and Yi Daming, as for what Yi Dong said about earning a lot of money, at most they guessed it was a few $100,000, so there was no way Yi Dong would spend money to buy a house. Seeing this, Yi Dong stopped explaining and simply took out his mobile phone and clicked on the cash balance. "Dad, Mom, this is the money I've earned during this period. I'm sure it will increase in the future. There's really no need for you to open that breakfast shop anymore," Yi Dong said as he handed the phone to his mother. Qinli took the phone and looked at the numbers displayed on it, which made her feel dizzy. After counting carefully several times, I found that it actually reached 8 digits and it started with 3 characters. Seeing Qinli's shocked expression, Yi Daming, who was standing next to her, took the phone and took a look. Suddenly the two of them looked at each other and both felt as if they were in a trance and dreaming. After a long while, Qinli asked hesitantly, "Yi Dong, what kind of financial investment are you doing? How did you make so much money? Nothing will happen, right? Mom, don't worry. Every penny earned here is legal and legitimate. Nothing will happen to you." Yi Dong certainly knew his parents' worries. If anyone suddenly saw such a large sum of money, it would be inevitable to worry. Yi Daming, who had come to his senses, also asked worriedly, Yi Dong, financial investment must be very risky, right? You have already made so much money anyway, can you let go now? Yi Dong smiled and replied, Dad, everything you do is risky. I usually invest a few $100,000 now. If I see that the situation is not right, I will definitely let go in time. Since he couldn't tell anyone about the system, Yi Dong had to explain it slowly to his parents. Afterwards, Yi Daming and Qin Li asked a few more questions and Yi Dong slowly explained them one by one. Anyway, relying on the professional knowledge I learned and a little bit of fabrication, I managed to get away with making so much money. After Yi Dong's strong persuasion, the two agreed to open the breakfast shop tomorrow. His son is so promising now. From Yi Dong's tone, he can earn tens of thousands of dollars in every minute. I really don't want to let them work hard to earn 1 or 200 yuan a day. Yi Dong then looked at the time and it was not yet 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then he said, Dad, Mom, it's still early now, why don't we go look at houses now, and when my little sister comes back we can give her a surprise. Yi Daming and Qin Li looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Then the three of them went downstairs and hailed a taxi, deciding to go and take a look at the most luxurious property in the county. If you have the conditions, you must buy the best. In the taxi, Yi Dong joked, Dad, Mom, you are still young anyway, why don't you all go get a driver's license and I will buy you a car each. What Yi Dong said was true. Yi Daming and Qin Li were probably in their 40s and less than 50 years old. Although they opened a breakfast shop, it was not a hard job. The two of them actually looked quite young and could definitely get a driver's license. After listening to Yi Dong's opinion, both of them were quite opposed to it. They still have a sense of awe towards things with 4 wheels and still think that 2 legs are the safest. Seeing this, Yi Dong did not try to persuade him much. At most, he would wait until he made more money in the future and hire 2 drivers to take care of his parents. Soon we arrived at a newly opened real estate project in the county Xingqian Garden. The entire community's houses have been topped off, and once they are decorated we can move in at any time. However, the main feature of this community is luxury, and the housing prices are nearly half as expensive as those in other communities. Other new residential areas only cost around 50-100 to 60-100 yuan per square meter, but the price of Xingqian Garden is nearly 10,000 yuan per square meter. This developer may have overestimated the wealthy families in Luo County. The building has been topped out for several months, but not even half of the houses have been sold. This is the first of its kind in Luo County. When Yi Dong and his parents arrived at the sales hall, there were actually quite a few people looking at the house, but most of them were just there to watch the fun. The house prices are half as expensive as other places. Relatively speaking, the sales ladies hired are also prettier. Many people who come here to watch the fun come just to feast their eyes. After seeing Yi Dong and his 2 companions coming in, many sales ladies took a quick look at their clothes and naturally classified Yi Dong and his 2 companions as part of the crowd of onlookers. Needless to say, Yi Daming and Qin Li were still wearing the same work clothes from the breakfast shop. They didn't change when they came. They looked like catering waiters. Although Yi Dong's clothes are quite fancy, they are not from a very famous brand. In addition, the 3 of them came in together, so many sales ladies just glanced at them and automatically ignored them. After Yi Dong came in, he was very upset to see that no one greeted them. If there weren't so few choices of high-end residential areas in Luo County, he would never have chosen this place. Just when I was about to take my parents to have a look around, I heard a girl's voice next to my ear. Yi Dong. Yi Dong heard the voice and looked and immediately saw a familiar figure. Yang Yan, why are you here? Wow. Squad leader Yi Dong, it's really you. I was worried that I recognized the wrong person. Yi Dong didn't expect that when he came to see the house he would actually run into his former high school classmate. Judging from the other person's dress, she should be the sales lady here. I felt a little strange and asked Yang Yan, why are you working here? Aren't you studying at university? After hearing Yi Dong's question, the girl named Yang Yan immediately looked at Yi Dong with a resentful look. Class monitor, do you think everyone can afford to go to a key university like you? I just went to a junior college and graduated last year. I feel like this college education is useless. Even this job as a sales lady was only obtained through connections. Yi Dong was a little embarrassed after hearing this. He thought what he said just now was careless. Then he changed the subject and said, it's a good thing that you work here. I just happened to bring my parents here to look at houses today. You can introduce them to them. Hearing Yi Dong say this, Yang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 35. Do you think I'm making fun of you? Due to the poor sales of the houses in Xingqian Garden, the developer has offered a very large sales commission. The sales lady can get a very large return by selling any ordinary suite. Although Yang Yan felt that Yi Dong was probably just asking, she still introduced him enthusiastically. The rooms here are basically duplexes and there are basically no small units, usually around 200 square meters. The largest apartment is even more than 400 square meters. Of course, this type of apartment is also the hardest to sell. There are a total of 8 units of this type in this community and only 2 have been sold so far. Since this type of apartment also comes with a sky garden, the price is even more expensive than that of a small apartment. If calculated at 10,000 yuan per square meter, each of these large duplex apartments would cost 4 million yuan. After hearing about the market situation, Yi Dong finally understood why this community had been capped for so long and yet there were still so many houses that could not be sold. Even if you buy a small apartment of 200 square meters in this community, you can buy 3 or 4 apartments in other communities. Of course, there is a reason why it is so expensive. Before they entered the sales hall, they went to the residential area for a stroll. Whether it is the community environment or the facility, Xingqian Garden is far better than other communities. After listening to Yang Yan's introduction, Yi Dong turned to his parents and asked, "Dad, Mom, why don't we just look at the larger apartment?" Of course, Yi Daming and Qinli had no objections. After all, it was their son's money, so they let him make his own decision. Yi Dong then said to Yang Yan, "There's no need to look at the small apartment. Old classmate, can you take us to see the large apartment now?" Yang Yan still believes that Yi Dong's family just wanted to see what a mansion looked like. After all, Yi Dong and I were high school classmates. Although we didn't know each other as family situations inside and out, we knew most of them. Yang Yan didn't believe at all that Mr. Yi could afford the large duplex here. If it weren't for her old classmates' sake, she really wouldn't want to waste this time. But since Yi Dong had said so, she certainly couldn't refuse, no matter from which perspective, so she had no choice but to get the key from her supervisor. Then he smiled at Yi Dong and the others and said, "Class monitor uncles and aunts, please follow me." Looking at Yang Yan twisting her waist in front of her, Qinli became interested. He whispered to Yi Dong, "Yi Dong, is this your high school classmate? I think she's pretty. Take a chance and ask her if she has a boyfriend?" After hearing what his mother said, Yi Dong was speechless. Yang Yan's appearance was above average, but after careful dressing up, she looked a little pretty. But according to the system's standards, she doesn't even reach the level of a beauty. How could Yi Dong possibly fall in love with her now? I could only whisper back, "Mom, your son is a multi-millionaire now. Are you still worried that I can't find a girlfriend?" After hearing what Yi Dong said, Qinli probably knew that Yi Dong probably had no feelings for this girl, so she didn't say anything more. In fact, if she thought about it carefully, she also knew that if her son revealed his conditions, the girls who want to become his daughter-in-law can really line up from the south gate to the north gate. He is a little over 1.80 meters tall with a sunny and handsome appearance. Most importantly, his current wealth has reached the top level in a small county like Luo County. Yang Yan, who was walking in front, did not hear the conversation between Yi Dong and his mother. She didn't have any thoughts about Yi Dong. To her, there were 2 types of men. One was a man with money and ability, and the other was a man with no money and no ability. As for appearance, as long as the man is not so ugly that he is not palatable to her, it doesn't matter to her. Soon, under the guidance of Yang Yan, they went directly to see the only renovated model house. Yi Dong has been living in a luxurious suite these days and doesn't feel anything about the model house in front of him. But Yi Daming and Qinli had never seen such a luxurious room. There are 2 floors, each covering 200 square meters, and the decoration is very luxurious. The staircase is also beautifully designed and it looks no different from an ordinary villa. Afterwards, everyone came to the sky garden on the top floor. This is a unique garden that comes with this type of large apartment. The area of the garden alone is nearly 200 square meters. There is also a small swimming pool in the middle, and the water in the pool is crystal clear. The various flowers and plants around make you feel like you are in the embrace of nature. Yang Yan has been studying here for more than half a year, and this is her second time visiting the sky garden. It is inevitable that I was shocked again. She was fantasizing in her heart that if she could live in such a beautiful room, she would be willing even if her boyfriend was a pig. Then he glanced at Yi Dong and saw that the other party did not look too shocked. He joked, "Old classmate, class monitor, why aren't you very satisfied with this place?" Yi Dong smiled and told the truth. "It's okay, everything else is just average, but I love this garden so much." After hearing this, Yang Yan rolled her eyes in her heart. If Yi Dong wasn't her old classmate, she would have ridiculed him long ago. "What do you mean by okay? It's just average." Yang Yan is sure that it is hard to find a second apartment like this in the whole county, both in terms of structure and decoration. Yi Dong didn't care what Yang Yan thought. Seeing the shocked expressions on my parents' faces, I smiled and asked Dad, Mom, are you satisfied with this house? Needless to say, the two of them just kept nodding their heads. They have been ordinary people for most of their lives and never imagined that a house could be so beautiful. Seeing this, Yidong continued to smile and said, Dad, Mom, you may think this place is great now. In 2 years I will take you to Shanchang or even the Magic City or Yanjing to see the luxury houses there, and you will think this place is nothing special. Yi Daming and Qinli didn't think Yidong was bragging, but Yang Yan, who was standing next to them, felt like vomiting after hearing it. She had never imagined that her former high school class monitor would be so fond of bragging, and his boasting was so endless. Shancheng Modu Yanjing, why don't you talk about Mars? Yidong also noticed the change in Yang Yan's expression, but he didn't think much about it. I asked with a smile, old classmate, is your model house for sale now? Yidong was quite satisfied with the decoration plan of this apartment, and he was too lazy to spend time redecorating it. After hearing what Yidong said, Yang Yan asked in confusion, Squad leader, why are you asking this? Do you want to buy it? Yidong smiled and said, I'm not buying it. I asked you to take us to see something. You don't think I'm teasing you, do you? Chapter 36, My Own Mansion. Seeing that Yidong didn't look like he was joking and the other party's parents were also here, it was even more impossible for him to joke about such a thing. Yang Yan's puzzled expression instantly turned into shock. He said incoherently, Yidong, wait a minute, I'll make a phone call and ask. Since she started working, she has only sold 2 or 3 small-sized houses. How could she know the buying and selling rights of this kind of model house? On the phone, the matter was quickly made clear in a few words. After hanging up the phone, he said excitedly, Captain, this house can be sold, but it will cost about 1 million more than the bare bones house if you add the renovation fee. This amount of money was nothing to Yidong. He nodded and said, let's sign the contract now. I want to move in tonight. After seeing this elegant and luxurious room, Yidong no longer wanted to go back to the old house he rented. Yang Yan was overjoyed when she heard this. If she really sells this house, she can get at least 50,000 commission. The basic salary for sales ladies like them is actually not very high. If they have no sales performance, it is even lower than the factory salary. The community is now saturated with potential homeowners. Those who should or want to buy have already bought, and the others are waiting for the developer to lower the price. During this period, it was not uncommon for the sales department to have 0 sales performance every day. It is conceivable that if Yang Yan sells this large duplex apartment herself, not only will she get a high return, but she will also be appreciated by her leaders. It is not impossible for her to be promoted to team leader. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Yidong was completely different. He quickly returned to the sales office and drafted the contract in no time. Yang Yan introduced, Yidong, your large duplex mansion plus the renovation costs is 5.18 million. Our manager just said that the decimals can be eliminated and you only need to pay 5 million. Seeing Yidong nodded and had no objection. Then he continued, here we require a down payment of at least 10%. Of course, you can choose other proportions. Please think about it so that I can contact the bank for you. Yidong waved his hand and said, no need to bother, I will pay the full amount directly, and it would be best if I can get the property certificate right away. Yang Yan and the girl who was drafting the contract next to him looked at Yidong in shock when they heard this. They have sold quite a few houses here, but this is the first time they have met someone like Yidong who paid in full. This is not a house that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if it is a house that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, at least more than 90% of it is mortgaged. And the house worth millions is paid in full. How could you dare to speak in such a tone if your net worth is not tens of millions or hundreds of millions? Afterwards, Yidong swiped his card to pay 5 million in cash without hesitation. The look Yang Yan gave Yidong changed again. She even pushed her breasts forward to make herself look even more charming. It's a pity that Yidong didn't even look there. After Yidong paid the full amount, the other sales ladies in the sales department suddenly realized that they had missed such a big order. Afterwards, accompanied by Yang Yan, they took their company's special car to the real estate center and completed the transfer procedures very smoothly. After leaving the real estate center, Yang Yan saw that Yidong had no intention of asking for her phone number, so she separated from Yidong and the others with a resentful look in her eyes. Yidong looked at the time, it was not yet 5 o'clock. In other words, it took Yidong less than 2 hours to complete all the procedures for purchasing this 5 million mansion. After thinking for a while, he said, Dad, Mom, let's go to the mall to buy some necessities and move into our new home tonight. Yi Daming and Qinli were still thinking about the scene in their new home in their minds, and of course they agreed with Yidong's request. Once again, they came to Xingchen Garden with large and small bags. The security guard had received a notification from the system and knew the information of Yidong's family. Helped Yidong and others move the purchased items to the penthouse. Looking at my new home again, I feel that it is different from before. I feel that everything about it is pleasing to the eye. After sitting in their new home for a while, the family of 3 came to the gate of the county's #1 middle school again. It didn't take long before students started to leave the school gate one after another. Yi Xiaoyu is now in the 2nd year of high school. He is the same height as Yidong and has inherited his father's good tradition. He has grown to 1.65 meters. With her beautiful face, she is also a famous beauty in the county's #1 middle school. Walking among the crowd, you naturally become a beautiful scenery. After seeing his sister Yidong wave to her from a distance. After discovering that his brother had returned, Yi Xiaoyu also quickened his pace. He walked up to Yidong and asked in surprise, "Brother, why are you back?" Yidong smiled and replied, "I finished my school classes and came back to do some small things." Qinli also smiled and said, "You two should stop chatting here. If you have anything to say, go back and talk about it." Then I hailed a taxi at the school gate. Yi Xiaoyu was also very confused about her mother's behavior. The house they rented was only a few minutes away, so why take a taxi? Yi Dongjian looked at Yi Xiaoyu with doubt, but without any explanation he gently pushed his younger sister. Said, "What are you standing there for? Get in the car quickly." Yi Xiaoyu responded, "Oh," and got into the car with her parents in a daze. In the car, Yi Dong directly told the driver the name of Xingqian Garden. Yi Xiaoyu felt even more puzzled because Xingqian Garden had nothing to do with their family at all. Are we going over there to eat? This was all she could guess. She could never have imagined that her home had changed. After getting off the bus, I saw that my parents were not walking towards the restaurant nearby but were walking towards the community instead. I couldn't help but ask, "Mom, where are you going?" Yi Dong didn't want to tease her anymore, so he explained with a smile, "Xiaoyu, this will be our new home from now on. You don't have to live in that shabby house anymore." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide and looked at the 3 people in shock. Yi Dong's words were so unreal that Yi Xiaoyu even suspected that she was dreaming. Seeing this, Qinli touched Yi Xiaoyu's little head lovingly and said with a smile, "I didn't tell you just now because I wanted to give you a surprise. We just bought this house this afternoon. This will be our new home from now on." Hearing her mother's affirmative tone, Yi Xiaoyu finally realized that she was not dreaming. Wow! After a scream, he jumped around happily. At Yi Xiaoyu's age, who doesn't want to live in a better environment? Sometimes when I see classmates posting on WeChat moments showing off their beautiful homes, if I say I'm not envious, I'd be lying. Chapter 37, 9 Heaven's Resurrection Needle. The moment she opened the door of the mansion, Yi Xiaoyu was shocked again. The bright eyes are full of wonder. This new home was more than 10 times more satisfying than she had imagined. Each bedroom has its own private bathroom with a large luxurious bathtub. This is definitely the condition that a girl of Yi Xiaoyu's age wants most. When Qinli brought her to the top floor sky garden, Yi Xiaoyu could no longer control her joy and shouted loudly while standing on the sky garden. This is also normal. No matter who it is, if they encounter such a dreamlike thing, they will probably feel the same. Yi Xiaoyu must be very clear about her family's conditions. After calming down, he excitedly asked his mother, "Mom, did our family win the super jackpot? How come we can suddenly afford to buy a house here?" Qinli smiled and replied, "This is all thanks to your brother. He didn't win the grand prize, but it seems he made a lot of money from some financial investment." After hearing what her mother said, Yi Xiaoyu didn't quite understand. She just knew that the comfortable environment she was in was brought to her by her brother, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for him. The family just had a casual dinner in their new home. When they came back just now, they bought a lot of cooked food downstairs. At the dining table, Yi Dong thought for a moment and said, "Dad, Mom, I plan to tear down the old house in the countryside and rebuild it. What do you think?" After hearing this, Yi Daming and Qinli both nodded in support. They said that their roots are still in their hometown, and if their son has the ability to rebuild the old house, it will be a matter of honor for the family. Generally speaking, building and renovating a house in the countryside will only cost about 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. But Yi Dong will definitely not worry about money, whether now or in the future. If he wants to build something, he will definitely build a beautiful villa. After the meal, the family happily discussed treating everyone. Normally, a party should be held before buying a new house or moving into a new home, but it was only a few hours from the time Yi Dong's family bought the house to the time they moved into the new home, and he didn't have time to notify everyone. He doesn't have many relatives. In addition to Qin Li's cousin Yi Daming also has a brother in the county town. The family's conditions are much better than Yi Dong's family. They have opened a large-scale construction company in the county. I heard that the assets are almost reaching tens of millions. This is how relatives work in rural areas. When the gap between the rich and the poor becomes too great, they visit each other less and less. Normally, unless there is something big going on, the two families rarely contact each other. Of course, for a big event like hosting a dinner party when moving to a new home, notification is definitely required. This kind of notification matter must be handed over to Yi Daming and Qin Li. Yi Dong said something to his parents and returned to his bedroom. Lying on the bed and looking through the messages on my phone, I found that Wen Rushuo had actually sent me a few messages on her own initiative. Yi Dong, thank you for helping my brother yesterday and thank you for giving me so many gifts. Yi Dong, why don't you reply to my message? Are you angry? Yi Dong, could you please reply to my message? Seeing these messages, Yi Dong couldn't help but laugh. Women are like this. No matter how beautiful a goddess is, as long as she is good enough, she will take the initiative to lick you even if you don't lick her. After thinking about it, he replied to Wen Rushuo's message. Swear, I just saw your message. I'm going home today. I'll come back to see you in a couple of days. As soon as I sent the message, Wen Rushuo replied immediately. Got it. Good night, Yi Dong. After chatting with Wen Rushuo via message, Yi Dong had a passionate chat with Zhou Hanyun on the phone before lying down on the bed and having a good sleep. The next morning when I woke up, my younger sister Yi Xiaoyu had already gone to school. After having a quick breakfast, I went to the largest shopping mall in Luo County with my parents and went on a shopping spree. After completing the items in the mansion, it finally feels like a real home. Since I had just bought a lot of ingredients at the mall, I made a delicious meal at home at noon. After dinner, Yi Dong came to the rooftop garden and took a nap on a folding chair. That kind of life felt so comfortable. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wen Rushuo. Shuer, do you have time to start a live broadcast now? I want to give gifts. After Wen Rushuo received Yi Dong's message, she didn't know what to reply. She suddenly had an inexplicable idea. It seemed like Yi Dong approached her just to give her gifts. After a long time, Yi Dong still didn't receive a reply from Wen Rushuo, so he just called her. After thinking for several seconds, the call was finally connected. Yi Dong was a little dissatisfied and asked, Shuer, didn't you receive the message just now? Wen Rushuo asked with a bit of melancholy, Yi Dong, if I don't start the live broadcast, will you not want to pay attention to me? When Yi Dong heard Wen Rushuo's words, he was stunned. He doesn't take the tenfold rebate from Wen Rushuo very seriously now. For Yi Dong now there is no difference between having 30 million and 300 million because he can't spend them all anyway. Then he replied, look at what you said. If you don't want to be a host, then don't do it. What's the big deal? How could I ignore you? Wen Rushuo was stunned for several seconds after hearing this, and then she said faintly, Yi Dong, I miss you. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Yi Dong's response. Wen Rushuo's whispered confession made Yi Dong tremble all over. Ding! It is detected that the favorability of goddess number 1 towards the host has reached 100 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the luxurious gift package. Do you want to open it? The system information in his mind immediately made Yi Dong confused again. I didn't do anything. This is a 100-point favorability rating. Yi Dong didn't think much about why. What he wanted to know most now was what was inside the luxurious gift package. System open the luxury gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the rebate amount to 10 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 beauty pills. Note, any woman who takes 1 beauty pill can improve her overall appearance score by 0.1 points. Each person can take up to 2 pills and the third pill will be ineffective. Ding! Congratulations to the host for inheriting the 9 Heavens Soul Restoring Needle of the Medical Saint. Note, after the host obtains this needle method, he can cure any disease in the world. It can kill people invisibly, and it can also save dying people who have stepped into the gates of hell. As soon as the system opened the gift package, Yi Dong suddenly felt that he had reached the pinnacle in all medical skills. There was no disease in the world that could stump him anymore. At the same time, he also felt that there were 9 invisible chi needles arranged in his mind, and he could control these 9 chi needles at will with his mind. Yi Dong was stunned. He felt that he could understand the first 2 rewards. What the hell is this 9 days resurrection needle at the end? Chapter 38, A New Worldview. After thinking for a long time, Yidong asked a profound question. System, the world I'm in now is a little different from what I imagined. Ding. Host, you think too much. It's not just a little different, it's completely different from what you imagined. System, could it be that there are immortals in this world too? Ding. Host, you are overthinking again. There are absolutely no immortals in this world, but some people have reached the pinnacle of martial arts and the abilities they possess are definitely beyond your imagination now. After listening to the system's explanation, Yidong let out a long sigh. As long as there are no monsters or ghosts. As soon as he thought about it, a crystal clear pill appeared in his hand, emitting a faint fragrance. Just the appearance alone makes people want to swallow it in one bite. System, can I take this beauty pill? Ding. This is a beauty pill for women. You can eat it, but its effect is no different from that of ordinary candy. After listening to the system's explanation, Yidong felt a little unhappy. Although he is considered to be stunning and handsome, he is just above average. If calculated according to the scoring system, he would only get a little over 8 points. Who wouldn't want to be 2 points more handsome? Then with a thought, the pill in his hand disappeared without a trace and turned into 9 silver needles shining with silver light. These 9 resurrection needles can become visible or invisible according to Yidong's thoughts. Looking at the 9 silver needles dancing in front of him, Yidong suddenly felt like he had turned into Dongfang Booby. After taking a deep breath, my eyes became brighter than before. Today the system opened the door to a completely new world for him that he had never been to before. With a magical item like the super system in hand, Yidong firmly believes that he can stand at the top no matter what world it is. Then he sent a voice message to Wen Rushuei in the tone of a domineering president. Shuer, send me your personal bank account number now. After Wen Rushuei received this message, she had probably guessed what Yidong was going to do. She bit her lip and sent the bank number to Yidong. After she said those words of missing him, her mind was 100% on Yidong. Not to mention that Yidong just asked her to send a bank card number. Even if he asked her to go to Luo County right now, Wen Rushuei would probably do it. After receiving the bank card number, Yidong transferred 10 million to Wen Rushuei without hesitation. Ding! 100 million rebate funds have arrived. From this moment on, Yidong officially entered the ranks of billionaires. The moment Wen Rushuei received the bank transfer information on her phone, she was suddenly confused. After counting carefully, they are all 10 million. Yidong sent another message immediately. Shuer, this is your pocket money, spend it however you want, don't be polite. Damn! 10 million is also called pocket money. Wen Rushuei was shocked again. I've earned more than 1 million yuan from live streaming these days and I don't know how to spend it. Now there's no need to give out gifts anymore. I'll just give out 10 million in cash directly. This is even more luxurious than the richest man in Shihong City. Wen Rushuei is just an ordinary girl, but in her worldview, Yidong's figure is becoming more and more mysterious. In the evening, Yidong came to Luoyan Lake alone and planned to run around the lake. Although the scenery here is nice, there are usually not many people here, making it a perfect place for jogging. After running a lap, Yidong was about to go home when suddenly a few people came towards him. The leader was an old man accompanied by a very beautiful and stunning woman. The other 5 or 6 people looked like bodyguards, and one middle-aged man among them actually gave Yidong a very dangerous feeling. Ever since Yidong was directly infused with power by the system, he has become very sensitive in this regard. He didn't even doubt his feelings at all. The system also told him that this world was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. The middle-aged man in front of me is definitely an expert among experts. To have such a master as bodyguard, the old man and the stunning beauty must not be ordinary people. Several bodyguards saw Yidong looking at them and also looked over vigilantly. The old man waved his hand indicating that they were fine. He smiled at Yidong and asked, little brother, are you from Luo County? Seeing that the other party had a good attitude, Yidong also smiled and replied, Grandpa, I am a local from Luo County, but my family is in the countryside. The old man was obviously stunned when he heard this. He also acted on his intuition that the young man in front of him should not be an ordinary person, but he did not expect that he was from a rural background. Then his face returned to normal and he muttered to himself a little sadly, alas! I haven't been back for decades. Apart from this Luoyan Lake, I can no longer find any memories of my childhood. After listening to the old man's words, Yidong probably knew that this old man should be a big shot from Luo County. I don't know why he hasn't come back for decades. The stunning beauty next to him comforted him. Grandpa, don't think too much. The doctor said that you can't be sad. Just take this trip back to relax. As soon as Yi Dong heard the girl's words, he guessed that the relationship between the two was grandfather and grandson. From what he said, it seems that he is getting old and not in good health, so he wants to go back to his childhood hometown to take a look. Yi Dong didn't think much about it. Although his medical skills had reached the pinnacle in this world, he was not really interested in being a good man. Although this old man seems to have an extraordinary identity, my current identity is definitely more extraordinary than anyone else's, so there is no need to please anyone. Then he nodded politely to the two of them and continued walking forward. After taking only 2 steps, there was a sudden loud thunder in the sky, and then a girl's scream was heard from behind. "Oh, Grandpa, are you okay?" Yi Dong looked over and saw that the old man was being supported by 2 followers. His face had turned red and big beads of sweat were running down his face. Judging from the situation, Yi Dong knew that the old man was suffering from great pain. One of the attendants, who seemed to be a doctor, was giving the old man a massage to relax him, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Yi Dong thought about it and felt that meeting each other was fate, so he turned around and walked away. Stopping within 5 meters also shows the other party that you have no ill intentions. He said calmly, "Old man, you have been in this pain for about 30 years. It occurs every time it rains and thunders, and it is getting worse and worse. If you don't get treatment in time, the consequences may be unimaginable." Originally, several people thought that Yi Dong turned around to watch the fun, but from the other party's tone, he seemed to be a doctor. The old man, who was sweating coldly, was also shocked when he heard this. Many people should be able to tell that this will happen when it thunders and rains based on the unusual weather changes just now. But the year Yi Dong mentioned is too mysterious. Chapter 39: Treatment of Toxins. After a short massage, the old man no longer felt the pain that penetrated his bones. He waved his hand and said to the doctor who was massaging him, "Shall I stop? It's not as painful as before." Then he nodded to Yi Dong and said, "Little brother, are you studying Chinese medicine?" Sure, Dong said calmly, "Old man, it doesn't matter what I studied. It's fate that we met here. I just want to tell you that although your problem doesn't look serious, if it is not completely eradicated in time, you will be in danger of death within a year." Yi Dong's words made everyone's faces change greatly. The girl said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? My grandfather is in such good health, how can it be as serious as you say?" The middle-aged man, who looked like a doctor, also said unhappily, "Little brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I am a professional doctor, don't I understand as much as a young man like you?" The old man didn't quite believe what Yi Dong said. This pain had been with him for decades. Although it was unbearable, it would be healed in a minute or two. It was not as serious as Yi Dong said that he would lose his life. Although Yi Dong just mentioned the year of the injury, who knows if it was just a guess. When Yi Dong saw the old man's expression, he knew that the other party did not quite believe what he said. The girl and the middle-aged doctor were not very friendly in their conversation, and she already had the idea of not wanting to get involved. He said calmly, "I'm just giving you a reminder. If you don't believe me, forget it." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. The girl refused to let Yi Dong go when she saw him wanted to leave. She shouted, "Stop! You cursed my grandfather and you think you can just leave like that?" Yi Dong was also a little displeased when he heard this. Turning around, he asked calmly, "I'm just reminding you kindly. If you don't believe me, that's fine. But do you want to do something to me?" The old man said embarrassedly, "Little brother, I'm sorry, my little granddaughter has been spoiled. I apologize to you on her behalf. You can go now." After hearing that, the girl didn't say anything else but just glared at Yi Dong fiercely. Yi Dong originally didn't want to bother with this matter anymore, but the old man's attitude made him change his mind. He said again, "Old man, you may not believe what I just said, then let me give you another hint. Is your pain caused by someone poisoning you in your early years?" Upon hearing this, the old man looked at Yi Dong in horror. Very few people knew the cause of his illness, and even his family thought it was just a cold or something like that. He asked in disbelief, "Little brother, how did you figure out the cause of my illness?" "Old man, don't worry about how I saw it. What I just said is absolutely true. If you believe me, I can completely eliminate the root of your disease right now." After hearing Yi Dong's words, the old man was moved. Regardless of whether what Yi Dong said just now about his life being in danger is true, if the pain can be eradicated, it is definitely the thing that the old man is most looking forward to. "I have tried various treatments for this illness and have seen no less than 10 famous doctors with the title of miracle doctors, but none of them could cure it." Although this young man looks young, the old man has already determined in his heart that he is definitely not an ordinary person. It would be difficult for even the miracle doctors in the Forbidden City to tell the cause and year of one's illness at the same time. After thinking it through, the old man said enthusiastically, "Little brother, if you can really cure my disease, you can set any conditions. As long as it is something I can do, I will definitely do it." The old man's words moved everyone around him. Yi Dong didn't know the old man's identity, but they definitely knew it. Not to mention, in this ordinary small county, even in the entire southwestern province, the old man's words carry considerable weight. With such a promise, if Yi Dong could really cure the old man's illness, it would be very easy for him to soar to the sky. Of course, they were skeptical about what Yi Dong said. The girl even advised, "Grandpa, why don't you reconsider it? It's not too late for us to find out the other party's identity." The old man smiled and shook his head. Then he said to Yi Dong enthusiastically, "Little brother, look at where you are being treated and whether you need to prepare anything." Yi Dong glanced at the surrounding environment. Then he said, "Don't bother with that, just do it here." Everyone was shocked again when they heard this. This was too careless. The girl was about to get angry, but the old man waved his hand and said, "Then I'll listen to you, little brother. You decide how to treat it and I'll cooperate with you." Yi Dong pointed to a stone bench not far away for pedestrians to rest. He said, "Just go to that place and sit there." When the others saw this and saw that the old man had no objection, they slowly helped him over. Yi Dong also followed and waited for the old man to sit down. Then he smiled and said, "Old man, my name is Yi Dong. It is fate that we meet here. Pull your shirt up one notch and I will use silver needles to expel all the toxins from you." The old man became very nervous when he heard this. This disease has tormented him for decades. If the root of the disease could be cured, it would definitely be a great joy for him. He said enthusiastically, "Shall Yi, I'll leave it to you then." Having said that, he pulled his shirt down to his chest without asking for help. Seeing this, Yi Dong didn't say much. He also wanted to experience the magic of the Nine Heavens Resurrection Needle. As there were other people present, Yi Dong did not directly perform his unique skill of transforming objects with his bare hands. Instead, he pretended to search in his bag, and then 9 silver needles appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the middle-aged doctor hurriedly asked, "Have you disinfected the silver needle?" Upon hearing this, Yi Dong glared at the middle-aged man with a very displeased look. He nodded to the old man, indicating that he would start treatment soon. The old man also waved to the middle-aged doctor, signaling him not to speak anymore. He also believed that even if Yi Dong could not eradicate the cause of his illness, he had no reason to harm himself. Upon seeing this, Yi Dong directly demonstrated his acupuncture technique of the Nine Heavens Resurrection Needle. No one could see clearly what Yi Dong's method was, but the 9 silver needles had already penetrated into the old man's body and they were immediately horrified. They also know the principles of traditional Chinese acupuncture, which is usually done by inserting the needle halfway and then adjusting it with hand gestures. As for Yi Dong's acupuncture method, not only had I never seen it, I had never even heard of it. 9 3-inch long silver needles actually all penetrated into the body. Yi Dong simply ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd. After the 9 silver needles penetrated the old man's body, they transformed into invisible chi needles and the toxins were almost eliminated in just a few strokes. In order to avoid being too shocking, Yi Dong forced the treatment to last about half an hour instead of just 1 minute. It also makes her body look very haggard, and it is obvious that she has overexerted herself. Chapter 40, Wanting Yi Dong to be my grandson-in-law. The old man was nervous at the beginning, but he gradually relaxed as Yi Dong treated him. In the end, a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Seeing this, the people around also breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is not known whether the effect has achieved what Yi Dong said, but looking at the current situation, the pain the old man just felt should have been eliminated. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Dong pulled his hand that was wandering on the old man's body outwards, and immediately the 9 silver needles were sucked out by Yi Dong. Suddenly, the old man's throat moved and a small mouthful of black blood spurted out. Seeing this, everyone looked at the old man nervously. The girl screamed, "Ah! Grandpa, are you okay?" Then he looked at Yi Dong with fiery eyes. If anything happened to his grandfather, the man in front of him would be killed. 2 followers even stood behind Yi Dong and reached out to touch the guy in his arms. If anything happens to the old man, they will definitely take action without hesitation. Although Yi Dong looks gentle and refined, judging from the magical acupuncture techniques he just demonstrated, he is definitely not an ordinary person. After spitting out the black blood, the old man closed his eyes for a few seconds and then slowly opened them. Then he did something that shocked everyone. He just bowed deeply to Yi Dong in front of him. "Master Yi, thank you for saving my life. Gu Ziyuan has no way to repay you. You can always be at my disposal if you need anything in the future. This is much better than the promise just now." The girl next to him said in surprise, "Grandpa, could it be that the root of your illness is?" Gu Ziyuan knew his illness too well. Although the pain was particularly severe when it thundered or rained, he felt uncomfortable at other times as well. After Yi Dong's acupuncture treatment just now, the discomfort in his body completely disappeared and he could clearly feel a sense of rebirth and rejuvenation in his body. He now firmly believes what Yi Dong just said. If I hadn't met Yi Dong today, I really might not live beyond a year. What surprised Gu Ziyuan even more was that the bottleneck that was blocking his career as a warrior showed obvious signs of loosening. Suddenly there was a flash of lightning across the sky and then there was another loud thunder. While everyone was worried, Gu Ziyuan stared at the sky with his eyes sparkling and his aura gradually became stronger. Then he laughed loudly, ha ha ha. I never thought that I, Gu Ziyuan, would also become an innate strong man one day. When everyone heard this, they were all surprised and happy. They are not ordinary people, so of course they know what Gu Ziyuan means by innate strong people. The middle-aged man who made Yi Dong feel dangerous said with surprise, "Congratulations, Mr. Gu, you have broken through the innate realm." Gu Ziyuan took a deep breath. Bowed to Yi Dong again. The reason why I was able to break through to the Xiantian realm this time is all thanks to Master Yi. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to help you. After hearing his grandfather say such exaggerated words, Gu Mingyue, who was originally full of surprise, looked at his grandfather in shock. Although Yi Dong cured Grandpa's illness, there was no need to use such an exaggerated tone. Then he said dissatisfiedly, "Grandpa, Yi Dong cured your illness, we will repay you tenfold, you don't have to bow anymore." As soon as Gu Mingyue finished speaking, Gu Ziyuan rarely scolded her, "Shut up, Mingyue, you can't be rude to Master Yi and don't say such nonsense again." Then he turned to Yi Dong and said apologetically, "Master Yi, this is my granddaughter Gu Mingyue. Please forgive me for any offense." In fact, Yi Dong was also confused when he heard it just now. He had no idea what the other party meant by the innate realm. But judging from the aura emanating from Gu Ziyuan, the sense of oppression he brought to Yi Dong was at least several times stronger than that of the middle-aged man just now. Puzzled, he asked, "Mr. Gu, what do you mean by the innate realm? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Gu Ziyuan was also very surprised when he heard this. When Yi Dong was treating his wounds just now, it was obvious that Yi Dong had extraordinary skills. In addition, Yi Dong demonstrated super terrifying medical skills. Just now, Gu Ziyuan had already silently regarded Yi Dong as an extraordinary person in his heart. Otherwise, given his status, it would be impossible for him to call a young man in his 20s a master. Now, hearing that Yi Dong didn't even know what the innate realm was, he was of course extremely surprised. Then he thought that Yi Dong might only have the strength but didn't know the name of the realm. He explained, "The vast majority of warriors in our country are in the acquired realm. Breaking through the acquired realm will reach the innate realm. Less than 1 in 1,000 warriors can enter this realm. Of course, if one reaches the innate realm, one's strength can be increased at least tenfold. As for the Grandmaster realm above the Xiantian realm, it is a figure like a dragon in the sky." When Gu Ziyuan talked about the Grandmaster realm, his face was full of admiration. Then he said to Yi Dong, "Master Yi, judging from your skills just now, you should be quite skilled. Didn't your master tell you about these realms?" Yi Dong was also a little embarrassed when he heard this. He had just learned about the other side of this world and had not had time to ask the system about many things. Seeing that Yi Dong didn't want to talk about the issue of his master, Gu Ziyuan didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he took out a card from his pocket, handed it to Yi Dong and said, "Master Yi, here is my personal number. If you have any problems that you can't solve in the future, just call this number and I will help you solve it." Yi Dong's heart was moved when he heard this. No matter from which perspective, the other party was definitely a big shot. Although I don't need their help now, I will inevitably encounter troubles in the future and perhaps this card can really come in handy. He immediately took it and said with a smile, "Mr. Gu, you don't have to call me Master Yi. Just call me my name or Xiao Yi." Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyuan nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at his granddaughter Gu Mingyue again and said, "Mingyue, you are often impatient when doing things. You should learn this from Xiao Ye." Then he looked at Yi Dong and said, "Xiao Yi, you and Mingyue look about the same age. Why don't you add each other on WeChat and talk to each other more often?" After hearing what Gu Ziyuan said, Yi Dong was obviously stunned. Only then did he take a serious look at Gu Mingyue. Although she was not as beautiful as Wen Ruxue, she was definitely a top beauty. Why does Gu Ziyuan's tone make it sound like he wants to be his grandson-in-law? In fact, Yi Dong was not wrong. Gu Ziyuan really had this idea. Putting aside Yi Dong's looks and temperament, just based on his terrifying medical skills, if he really became his granddaughter's son-in-law, it would definitely be a high-class marriage for their Gu family. Chapter 41 The Master is guiding me. But since Gu Ziyuan said so, Yidong certainly had no objection. Being able to get to know a beauty like Gu Mingyue, he might even have a chance to earn some rebates. Gu Mingyue pouted her lips, looking unwilling. Perhaps he didn't dare to refute Gu Ziyuan's opinion, so he reluctantly took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat. Said to Yidong, "Are you going to add me or am I going to add you?" Seeing this, Yidong clicked on the QR code and said calmly, "Add me." If it weren't for Gu Ziyuan's sake, he really didn't want to bother with such a self-righteous girl. Gu Ziyuan was very pleased to see that the two of them had added each other as friends. He smiled and said, "Friend Yi, thank you again for your help today. If you have any requests, just let me know. I am willing to pay for it no matter how much it is." Yidong waved his hand and said, "Mr. Gu, it is fate that we meet here. I have no shortage of money, so let's not talk about money." Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyuan looked up to Yidong even more. He smiled and said, "I know that Mr. Yi is not an ordinary person, so let's not talk about money and mundane matters. Let's just say what I said before. If there is anything you can use me for, just call me. As long as it is within the scope of the Southwest province, it will be of some use." Yidong nodded and smiled. "Okay, Mr. Gu, it's time for me to go home, so I won't bother you anymore." Gu Ziyuan looked at Yidong's departing back, feeling infinite emotion in his heart. I didn't expect that when I returned to my childhood hometown I would encounter such a big surprise. I didn't expect that a real dragon would appear in such a small place. Just based on Yidong's mysterious medical skills, there are countless powerful people who want to curry favor with him. Then he turned to Gu Mingyue and said seriously, "Mingyue, your first task from now on is to maintain your friendship with Xiaoye. You must treat it as the most important thing. Do you understand?" Gu Mingyue was very dissatisfied with her grandfather's request. Although their Gu family is not the top wealthy family in the entire Dragon Country, it is definitely ranked among the top 3 in the southwestern province. Although Gu Ziyuan has retired from his high position in Yanjing this time, his disciples are still spread across the business and political circles across the country. In addition, this time he unexpectedly broke through the innate realm, and his influence in some aspects is even greater than that of the governor. Even if Yidong just cured Grandpa's illness, is it necessary for me to lick him? Looking at Gu Mingyue's dissatisfied expression, Gu Ziyuan sighed. The younger generations like us were born with a silver spoon in our mouths and grew up surrounded by the flattery of others, so we really don't understand many things. He said seriously, "Mingyue, you know that with Xiaoye's medical skills, even if he were sent to Yanjing, he would be the object of everyone's flattery. You have such a good opportunity, but you don't know how to cherish it. I tell you, if you can handle this matter well, you will definitely make a great contribution to the Gu family." Gu Mingyue was not too stupid, she just couldn't switch roles for the time being. Hearing Grandpa say this, I went over what had just happened in my mind. Knowing that Yidong does have the capital to be proud, it wouldn't be too shameful for me to lick his ass. After thinking it through, he said to Gu Ziyuan seriously, "Grandpa, I understand." Yidong was also sighing in his heart. I just got to know the other side of this world, but I didn't expect to come into contact with it so soon. It turns out that the higher you stand, the farther you can see. If Yidong was just an ordinary person, even if he met Gu Ziyuan today, the two sides would not have any intersection. System: what level of warrior have I reached now? Ding. Late stage of acquired warrior. What level is the middle-aged man who gave me a sense of danger just now? Ding. The peak period of the acquired warrior. So does that mean I have absolutely no chance of winning against him? Ding. Host: don't underestimate yourself. With the 9 Heaven Soul returning needle, the host can fight a higher level. Warriors below the late Xiantian stage are like lambs to be slaughtered in front of the host. Hearing the adjective system, Yidong couldn't help but laugh. After returning home, the family had dinner. While chatting in the living room, I found out that my dad had scheduled a dinner party at the new house for tomorrow. The banquet had already been booked, so we invited the more familiar friends and relatives. Since his son is rich now and has bought the best mansion in Luo County, Yidaming directly chose the only 5-star hotel in Luo County, Kenan Hotel, as the dining location. Yidong actually didn't care whether he invited guests or not, but as Yidaming and Qinli were having such a big happy event, how could they possibly go out at night in their fine clothes? Yidong glanced at his sister Yi Xiaoyu beside him, and suddenly something came to his mind. Asked, "Xiaoyu, are you satisfied with your appearance? Do you want to become more beautiful?" Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll her eyes at her brother's question. Brother, do you even need to ask such a simple question? Who doesn't want to be beautiful? Yidong also knew that as his abilities grew stronger, many things would become difficult to understand. It would be better to let them accept something that is difficult to understand now. She casually took out 2 beauty pills and said with a smile, "Xiaoyu, do you believe your brother?" Yi Xiaoyu looked at the beauty pill in Yi Dong's hand and asked in confusion, "Brother, what is this? It smells so good." Yi Daming and Qin Li also looked over with curiosity. Yi Dong explained, "This is called beauty pill. It can change skin problems to achieve the effect of beauty." Qin Li frowned and said, "Yi Dong, why did you buy this thing? The name is a lie. Throw it away." Yi Dong smiled and said, "Mom, I didn't buy this. You can't buy this beauty pill even if you want to. This was given to me by an expert." Upon hearing this, Yi Daming frowned and said, "Yi Dong, there are no masters in this world. You didn't need a liar. Dad, do you know why I can make so much money all of a sudden?" Yi Dong's words changed Yi Daming's expression. Yi Dong was able to earn so much money suddenly. Although everything had been explained, he still found it unbelievable. Yi Dong continued, "I can make so much money because of this master's guidance. What can he cheat me of?" After Yi Dong said this, Yi Daming and Qin Li suddenly realized. No wonder my son suddenly became so powerful. When looking at the beauty pill in Yi Dong's hand, she suddenly felt that it was becoming more and more mysterious. Of course, Yi Xiaoyu knew that her brother would never harm her, so she grabbed the 2 beauty pills. He smiled and said, "Brother, do you swallow it directly?" Seeing this, Yi Dong nodded. Under the gaze of the 3 people, Yi Xiaoyu swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 42: The Miraculous Effect of the Beauty Pill. After seeing Yi Xiaoyu swallow the beauty pill, Qin Li and Yi Daming both stared at Yi Xiaoyu with nervous expressions. Yi Dong looked calm. He absolutely believed in this system 100%. "Xiaoyu, are you feeling well?" Half a minute later, Qin Li asked worriedly. Yi Xiaoyu was not worried about herself at all. When she heard her mother ask this, she began to feel the condition of her body. "Suddenly I felt a little bit of heat on the surface of my body. Mom, why is my skin a little hot?" Hearing this, Qin Li nervously touched Yi Xiaoyu's skin. Xian Yedong asked nervously, "Yedong, is there really nothing wrong?" Yi Dong explained, "Mom, don't worry, the medicine must be taking effect." Yi Dong didn't know the specific process of the beauty pill, so he could only explain it this way. Ah! After a scream. Suddenly a lot of yellowish liquid gas was discharged from the pores of Yi Xiaoyu's face and body. That scene looked a bit scary no matter how you looked at it. Yi Daming and Qin Li were both shocked. Yi Dong was a little panicked. Although he believed in the system unconditionally, this scene was really creepy. "System, what's going on with my sister?" Ding! This is normal drug detoxification. Rinse it off to achieve the best effect. Yi Dong also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Smiling, he explained to the others, "This is the normal effect of the beauty pill. Just rinse it off in the bathroom with some rain." Yi Xiaoyu was panicking when she saw so much dirt oozing out of her skin, but after hearing what her brother said, she quickly got up and went to the bathroom in her bedroom. Seeing this, Qin Li still asked with some concern, "Yi Dong, is Xiaoyu really okay?" Yi Dong smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. Would I harm my sister?" Seeing Yi Dong so confident, Qin Li and Yi Daming finally felt more at ease. After waiting for half an hour, just when Qin Li couldn't help but want to take a look, the door of Yi Xiaoyu's room opened. Yi Xiaoyu came out wearing a blue pajamas. Although he knew that the medicine would be extremely effective, Yi Dong was still completely shocked. Although her overall appearance has not changed much, Yi Xiaoyu's temperament has completely improved to a higher level. Coupled with the baby white skin all over his body, he looks like a completely different person. Yi Dong was so amazed. Yi Daming and Qin Li looked at their daughter in disbelief. What happened today really overturned their 3 views. Although they don't know much about other beauty products, they know that those fantastic beauty products mentioned on TV may not be even 1/10,000th as good as this beauty pill. Not only does it work quickly, not to mention the skin whitening effect, but what does it mean to improve your temperament? This is not a beauty pill at all. It's not an exaggeration to say it's an elixir. When Yi Xiaoyu saw the astonished looks in the eyes of the 3 people, she was also very shocked. She had just looked at herself in the mirror in the bedroom and was shocked. Beautiful girls love looking in the mirror, and Yi Xiaoyu is no exception. She knows what she looks like best. Although she was considered a great beauty before, she was at most the class belle. But now, compared with the school belle of number 1 middle school, there is no difference. Yi Dong felt that the system was understating the issue. The improvement effect of these 2 pills was definitely not as simple as the 0.2 points the system said. Yi Daming looked at the changes in his daughter and glanced at Qin Li beside him. He asked hesitantly, "Donzi, do you still have this beauty pill?" Yi Daming's words stunned Yi Dong. Then he replied, Dad, making pills has no effect on men. After hearing what Yi Dong said, Yi Daming really wanted to slap him twice. His eyes looked at Qinli again. Seeing this, Yi Dong slapped his head immediately. He actually ignored his mother Qinli. Mom, I still have this kind of medicine here, do you want to take two too? Qinli heard this and quickly waved her hands and said, this beauty pill is obviously very expensive. I'm so old, why would I waste it? Yi Daming became anxious when he heard this and quickly advised, Lily, how can you say that you are wasting something given by your son? It's okay, just take 2 pills. Upon hearing this, Qinli glared at Yi Daming shyly. She pretended to be angry and said, Yi Daming, do you think I'm ugly? Yi Daming quickly explained, Lily, how can you think like that? Don't you want to be more beautiful? Seeing this, Yi Dong quickly took out 2 beauty pills. He persuaded her mom, I don't need this thing at all, just help Dad. Seeing Yi Dong say so, Qinli was of course moved. No matter how old a woman is, she always loves beauty. Qinli just felt that the medicine was too expensive and she couldn't bear to part with it. After glaring at Yi Daming again, she took the 2 beauty pills from Yi Dong. Under the gaze of the 3 people, he swallowed it in one gulp. Then the same situation happened as Yi Xiaoyu just now, and this time everyone had nothing to worry about. After the medicine took effect, he got up and went to his bathroom. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoyu smiled at Yi Dong and said, Brother, do you think there are any more pills? Seeing Yi Xiaoyu's silly smile, how could Yi Dong not know what she was thinking? She said unhappily, each person can only take 2 of these beauty pills at most. The 3rd pill is no different from candy and may even have side effects. After hearing this, Yi Xiaoyu was still a little disappointed. But then he remembered that he was not a big star and his current appearance was definitely outstanding among ordinary people. Thinking of this, I didn't think about it anymore. Not long after, Qinli also came out in pajamas. The whole family looked at Qinli in amazement. Although they had already expected the result, Qinli's change still surprised the 3 of them. The effect of this beauty pill on Qinli is definitely more exaggerated than that on Yi Xiaoyu. Since Qinli has been doing physical work for a long time, she is only in her 40s but looks like she is in her early 50s. But now he looks like he's in his early 30s. Yi Xiaoyu was the first to speak. Wow. Mom, you are at least 20 years younger now. I can even call you sister. Listening to Yi Xiaoyu's disrespectful words, Qinli pretended to be angry and said, Girl, who did you learn to talk like that? You're so slick. Yi Dong couldn't help but laugh and said, Mom, Xiaoyu is right. If you go out with me, I'm afraid others will really mistake us for brother and sister. Looking at Qinli, who suddenly became younger and more beautiful, Yi Daming swallowed his saliva and was extremely excited. Chapter 43, Being Teased by a Little Hooligan. When Yi Dong woke up the next day and looked at the changes in his mother and sister, he sighed inwardly. It has not been more than 10 days since I got the system and my family's life has changed dramatically. While the family was having breakfast at the dining table, Yi Dong thought about it. Still, she said carefully, Mom, you have really changed a lot. If someone asks you the reason later, you and your sister must not tell anyone about the beauty pill. Qinli originally wanted to show off the Mei Dan when she invited everyone to dinner later. After hearing what Yi Dong said, he asked doubtfully, Yi Dong, is there anything wrong with this pill? Yi Dong explained, Mom, there is definitely nothing wrong with the pill, but this kind of pill is not sold on the market at all, so it's hard to explain. Qinli nodded, not quite understanding. Although this kind of beauty product is not a banned item, its effect is just like a magic pill. After listening to Yi Dong's explanation, she more or less understood the reason. After the family had discussed it, they went out to the Kenan Hotel at 10 o'clock in the morning. There weren't too many friends and relatives invited this time, so we just booked a large private room and set up 4 banquet tables. Of course, everything is in accordance with the highest standards of Kenan Hotel. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Qin Li's cousin Qin Fong, her cousin-in-law Lei Zhenghua, and their daughter Lei Zihan also arrived first. When they entered the private room, they were not too surprised to see Yi Dong, but the moment they saw Qin Li, the whole family was shocked. It took a long while to come back to her senses. Qin Fong said in disbelief, Sister, I am not dreaming, how come you have become so much younger? Qin Li didn't know how to explain it, so she just smiled and said, Really? I also feel that you have changed a lot recently. Have you really become much younger? Qin Fong heard this and said exaggeratedly, Sister, no way, can't you see such a big change? Now when we go out for a walk, others will only say you are the younger sister. What she said was not an exaggeration. Now that the 2 of them are standing together, Qin Li is better in terms of skin and temperament. Lei Zihan also saw Yi Xiaoyu becoming more beautiful and said in shock, Wow. Sister Xiaoyu, you seem to have become more beautiful too. After hearing this, Qin Fong turned her gaze to Yi Xiaoyu again. Yi Xiaoyu's change was not as dramatic as Qin Li's, but even Qin Fong felt a little jealous when she saw her tender skin. She took her sister Qin Li's hand and asked enthusiastically, "Sister, your and Xiaoyu's skin has changed a lot. What kind of cosmetics are you using?" Qin Li was a little uncomfortable with Qin Fong's sudden enthusiasm. Although the two are cousins, their relationship can only be described as neither hot nor cold. Faced with Qin Fong's questioning, she couldn't tell her about the beauty pill, so she could only attribute the reason for her change to her mood. She smiled and said, "I can see such a big change even though I am just using ordinary cosmetics. It may be because I am in a good mood." Hearing Qin Li say this, Qin Fong also became interested and asked hurriedly, "Sister, is there any happy event in your family?" "It's nothing happy, it's just that Yi Dong started a business in college and made some money. He came back and not only asked us to sell the breakfast shop but also bought a house in Xingqian Garden with full payment." Taking advantage of this incident, Qin Li also proudly spoke out about Yi Dong's promising future. Upon hearing this, Qin Fong and Lei Zhenguo looked at Yi Dong beside them in shock. "I didn't pay much attention to the changes in my cousin. Of course they knew the housing prices in Xingqian Garden, which were definitely the most expensive in the county, no doubt about it. Unexpectedly, my cousin and her family quietly bought a house there with full payment." Now comparing the two families again, Lei Zhenguo's identity as a civil servant in the finance department is nothing to brag about. Just when I was about to ask Yi Dong what business he had started and how he made so much money, Yi Dong's uncle and his family arrived. Normally for such a house buying party only one person from their family would come, but when they heard Yi Daming say that he would host the party at the Kenan Hotel, the whole family became interested. Even if their family wanted to host a banquet, they would definitely not want to hold it in a 5-star hotel like this. When I came in, I saw that it was a luxurious private room, which surprised me even more. Especially Yi Dong's aunt. After seeing the changes in Yi Dong's mother, her expression was exactly the same as Qin Fong's. Although the families don't visit each other often, they are all in a small county town and would occasionally run into each other. Suddenly such a big change happened, it was like a dream. Later, when he learned that Yi Dongjia had bought a house in Xingqian Garden with full payment, he was even more shocked. Friends and relatives who arrived later were all shocked like them. The eyes looking at Yi Dong were also full of envy and jealousy. Seeing that most of the relatives and friends had arrived, the waiter was arranged to start serving the dishes. Various delicacies from land and sea were also served on the table. Then amid the congratulations, Yi Daming, as the head of the family, raised the wineglass in his hand. He smiled and said, "Today I welcome all my relatives and friends to my housewarming party. I would like to toast everyone here." No matter what the guests at the tables thought in their hearts, they all had congratulatory smiles on their faces. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, everyone was eating and chatting. Yi Daming accidentally revealed that his family bought a large duplex mansion, which made everyone envious again. Even Uncle Yi Dong's family, who has the best conditions here, has assets approaching tens of millions. However, if he wants his family to pay in full for such a nice house, they don't have the financial resources to do so unless they clear out the company's assets. As for the fact that Yi Dongjia had become rich, he could only accept it unwillingly in his heart. Most family relationships are like this. They are not afraid of you being poor, they are afraid of you becoming richer. During this period, many people came to Yi Dong's table and toasted him. If he is so promising before graduating from college, he will definitely take off after graduating from college. Yi Dong can drink quite well, and since today is a happy occasion in his family, he drank 2 extra glasses today. Suddenly Qin Li and Yi Xiaoyu walked in a bit panicked, and they still looked a bit uneasy when they sat down. Seeing this, Yi Dong quickly asked, "Mom, are you okay?" Before Qin Li could say anything, Yi Xiaoyu replied in a panic, "Brother, my mother and I went to the bathroom just now and a little hooligan tried to tease me, so my mother had a little dispute with him. He won't come to cause trouble for us, will he?" After hearing Yi Xiaoyu's words, Yi Dong's expression suddenly changed. The people he cares about most in this world are his family. Although his mother and sister should not have suffered any harm, Yi Dong would not let anyone off easily, no matter who bullied his family. Chapter 44: Yi Dong suddenly takes action. The conversation between Yi Dong and Yi Xiaoyu was also heard by everyone at the same table. Before Yi Dong could say anything, his cousin Yi Nan could no longer sit still. "In the past, when my family members attended such family dinners, they were the protagonists no matter where they went. However, today when I attended my uncle's housewarming party, I had no sense of presence at all. Hearing my cousin Yi Xiaoyu talk about this, it's a good opportunity to find a sense of my own existence." He stood up and said to Yi Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, don't worry, it's okay if the little hooligan who teased you doesn't come. If he really dares to chase after me, I will make him pay for it." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the private room was kicked open. I saw 7 or 8 men with unfriendly faces walking in from outside. It scared everyone who was having dinner. The only one who was very arrogant was a young man who asked calmly, "Who's which bitch grabbed you just now?" A man with a buzz cut called Who's glanced towards Yidong's table. Pointing at Qin Li, he said, "Third brother, it's her." The arrogant young man did not look at Qin Li at this time but stared at Yi Xiaoyu beside him with shining eyes. Then he laughed out loud. "Who's no wonder you were caught by a woman, it turns out you were absent-minded." Hearing this, the man with a buzz cut smiled innocently in front of the man he called third brother. "Third brother, isn't this in Brother Long's hotel? If I wasn't afraid of causing trouble for Brother Long, how could I have let this bitch leave safely just now?" The arrogance of these few people who didn't care about the people around them made everyone who was having dinner at a loss. Yi Nan, who was bragging just now, suddenly became dispirited. Yi Nan also knew the name of the young man who was the leader of the other party. He is the biggest gangster in the entire Luo County. His name is Huang San and his nickname is Third Brother. What's even more terrifying is that Huang San has a second brother named Huang Long who is known as the richest man in Luo County. He owns countless industries and he controls at least 90% of the gray industries in Luo County. The 5-star Kenan Hotel where we are dining now is also Huang Long's asset. And I also heard that Huang San's eldest brother-in-law was also a powerful man in the Luo County police force. With such a powerful background, Huang San is basically a person who can walk sideways on a mountain. Yi Nan had just arrogantly said that he would teach the other party a lesson, but when he saw that it was Huang San himself, he was already scared. Coming to his senses, he quickly stood up, took out the cigarette from his arms and walked up to the man called Third Brother. He smiled flatteringly. "Third brother, come and have a cigarette. I am Yi Nan from Shangyang Construction in South City. I once had the honor of toasting you with a glass of wine. Do you remember?" However, the other party did not take Yi Nan's cigarette but stared at Yi Nan with an unfriendly expression. He said coldly, "Yi Nan, I have a little impression, so what do you want to say?" Yi Nan listened and smiled. "Third brother, the one who had a conflict with your brother just now was my aunt. Can you please give me some face and let this matter go today?" Huang San sneered after hearing this. "Huh? I'm giving you face, but who the hell do you think you are? Get out of here." Huang San's arrogant words made Yi Nan feel very uncomfortable and his face suddenly turned blue and purple. Seeing that Yi Nan was standing there without moving, Huang San suddenly felt that his authority was challenged. Without warning, he kicked Yi Nan in the lower abdomen. Frame. Yi Nan fell to the ground along with the chair. Huang San's sudden move caused everyone in the private room to become restless. After Yidong's uncle and aunt hurriedly helped Yi Nan up, they glared at Huang San with angry eyes. Yidong's uncle Yi Dalong said angrily, "How can you hit someone so casually? Call the police immediately." After hearing what Yi Dalong said, Huang San and his group of hooligans burst into laughter. A sturdy man with a green dragon on his left and a white tiger on his right said arrogantly, "Old man, you still want to call the police to arrest my third brother in Luo County? You must be living in a dream." Yi Nan, who was helped up, endured the pain and quickly stopped his mother from calling the police. He endured the pain and said, "Mom, don't call the police. It's useless. If you call the police now, we will be retaliated against in the future." Seeing Yi Nan say this, Huang San snorted coldly and said, "You are quite sensible. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way." He glanced at the shocked people around him and pointed at Qin Li and Yi Xiaoyu. He said arrogantly, "Those who have nothing to do with these two people, get out now. Don't force me to do it, I will throw you out." When people from other tables saw this, one person took the lead and walked out, and in a few seconds all the people left. Huang San stared at the people at Yidong's table with a half smile and looked around. He sneered, "What about you guys, don't you want to leave?" When Qin Fong heard this, she shuddered and looked at her cousin apologetically. Then she pulled her frightened husband and daughter out. Yi Dalong was also very tormented at this time. His son being beaten was just a small matter. But if he and his family left here with everyone else now, he might never have the face to see his own brother again in his life. Although the two families seldom visit each other, they are still true relatives after all. After thinking for a long time, they decided to stay here. Huang San was not surprised to see the few people left at the table. There was no need to guess, they were all the other party's family members. Then he glanced at Yi Xiaoyu and said with a lewd smile, "Wow. I didn't expect that there is such a beautiful girl in Luo County. Beautiful girl, how about going to my private room to have a drink with me?" As he spoke, he wanted to reach out and touch Yi Xiaoyu's face. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Yi Dong grabbed his wrist. Yi Dong didn't take action immediately because he wanted to see everyone's reaction. His impression of his uncle's family also changed a lot. Seeing that Huang San still wanted to take advantage of his sister, he sneered and then exerted force with his hands. Snap! Huang San didn't even have time to react before his outstretched hand was broken by Yi Dong. Bitter. Shock. Unbelievable. All kinds of emotions flashed through Huang San's mind and then he let out a scream. Ah! My hand! You bastard, you broke my hand. Help me kill him quickly. The people who followed Huang San and finally reacted. He looked at Yi Dong in disbelief. In Qinan Hotel, someone actually dared to attack Huang San. Xinli and others were also frightened by Yi Dongdu's sudden attack. They were all ordinary people and had never seen a wrist being broken on the spot. Yi Nan was even more frightened. Others didn't know Huang San's background, but he knew it. It's over, it's all over. This was the first thought in his mind. He could even imagine what kind of storm would be waiting for his family. Even if no one was hurt, all the industries built up in the county over the years would definitely be gone. Even wanting to keep people completely safe is a luxury. Chapter 45, Killing. Yi Nan now has no time to hate Yi Dong for being so ruthless. Although he was full of fear about what would happen next, he also felt a sense of pleasure when he saw Huang San howling. The senses of several people flashed in an instant and the gangsters had already rushed towards Yi Dong. Yi Dong let go of Huang San and rushed into the crowd first. When he was still as strong as the Triple Slayer, he had no problem dealing with these idiots, not to mention that he is now at least 10 times stronger than the Triple Slayer. With a series of sounds, click. Click. Since he had already made a move, Yi Dong showed no mercy. With one blow, the opponent's hand bones or foot bones broke. In less than half a minute, all the hooligans were lying on the ground wailing. Huang San looked at the scene and knew that he had met a tough guy today. But now he is on his second brother's territory and he is not willing to give in at all. With a fierce look in his eyes, he said to Yi Dong, "Asshole, if you have the guts, kill me or I will kill your whole family in the future." When Yi Dong heard this, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Threatening himself was no big deal, but threatening his family was something. Yi Dong had already sentenced Huang San to death in his heart. After learning about this new world from the system, Yi Dong no longer had much off of the so-called law. He then took out his cell phone and dialed the private number that Mr. Gu gave him yesterday. The fact that he was able to injure someone so skillfully today was largely due to his acquaintance with a mysterious figure like Mr. Gu. The phone rang twice before it was connected. Yi Dong didn't waste any words and said directly, "Mr. Gu, I'm Yi Dong. There's a bastard threatening my whole family. I want to kill him now. Can you help me settle it?" After 2 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Gu Ziyuan replied affirmatively, "It's a small matter, no problem. Where are you? I'll send someone to deal with it right away." Hearing Gu Ziyuan's affirmative answer, Yi Dong also breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I told the other party my current address." After hanging up the phone, I also took a deep breath. It seems that this world is far more complicated than he had imagined. Judging from the other party's tone, of life for a person of Gu Ziyuan's level may be as simple as crushing an ant. Yi Dong did not avoid anyone when making this call, so Huang San of course heard it clearly. Seeing the fierce light in Yi Dong's eyes, Huang San also knew that Yi Dong was not joking about the phone call just now. He suddenly became dizzy and was about to surrender and beg for mercy, but suddenly he felt dizzy and then fell into deep darkness. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in this hotel, and Yi Dong's current financial resources do not allow him to kill people openly. But it would be too easy for him to let an ordinary person die quietly, and no matter who checked, no information would be found. Just now he used the Nine Heavens resurrection needle and instantly pierced Huang San's heart. Yi Nan and others also heard the phone call Yi Dong made just now and thought that Yi Dong was just trying to scare Huang San. Unexpectedly, Huang San was so frightened that he fainted. When they looked at Yi Dong again, everyone's expressions were filled with surprise, shock and confusion. Especially for Yi Daming and Xinli, their son's actions just now were just like the special effects in kung fu movies, which made them feel like they were dreaming. But then he thought of the expert his son had mentioned, and in no time the two of them made up a script of their own in their minds. I didn't feel as shocked as before. The fight here lasted no more than 10 minutes from the time Huang San and his men came in. After the security personnel received the notification, they came in and saw several hooligans lying in a mess and crying. They were shocked. When he saw Huang San lying motionless on the ground, he was immediately shocked. As security personnel of the Qinan Hotel, they certainly knew Huang San's identity, as he was the younger brother of their hotel boss. Two people went to check it out immediately, and when they saw it they were almost scared to death. He immediately made a phone call while trembling. After receiving the notification, the security captain immediately informed the hotel manager Huang Long about the matter. Huang Long happened to be in this hotel today. His elder sister Huang Yun had nothing to do today, so she went to the beauty salon on the first floor of the hotel to relax. The two of them happened to stay together. When I received the call from the hotel security captain, I felt unbelievable. My own brother was beaten in my own hotel. On the phone, the security captain just said that Huang San was in the restaurant on the second floor and was beaten because of a conflict with others. He didn't know the truth very well and didn't dare to say anything casually. Even so, Huang Long and Huang Yun were extremely furious after hearing the news. In Luo County, no matter whether it was the underworld or the white world, it was always the Huang family that bullied others. This was the first time they were bullied by others. Immediately the two of them brought their men to the private room where the incident occurred. As soon as he came in, he ignored the wailing thugs. When he saw Huang San lying motionless on the ground, he immediately had a bad feeling. Huang Yun loves his younger brother so much. Xiao San. While shouting, he walked towards Huang San. When he came in front of Huang San, he saw that the other party did not look injured at all, so he hurriedly put his finger between his nostrils to test it. Ah! Following a scream, Huang Yun also wailed loudly. Xiao San. Huang Long, who came later, also tried to feel Huang San's breath. Anger. Super angry. Huang Long didn't know how to describe his current mood. He shouted at the security guard who had just come in, "Whoever killed my brother, I want him to pay with his life." The security guards glanced at Yi Dong and others. The answer was obvious without them having to say anything. Yi Dong spoke calmly at this time. "Your brother was the first to hurt someone. I just taught him a lesson, but he was scared to death. Haha, I think his death is not a pity." After hearing Yi Dong's bland words, Huang Long was almost going crazy. Huang Yun couldn't help it. She just wanted to avenge her brother. "I'm going to kill you." While shouting harsh words, he pounced towards Yi Dong like crazy. Although Huang Yun is a woman and a beautiful young woman with a pretty face, but Yi Dong would not tolerate her at all. Before Huang Yun could get close to him, he slapped her hard in the face. Ah! Suddenly Huang Yun let out a mournful howl. Along with this wailing sound, Huang Yun was also knocked to the ground by the huge force. But the physical pain was far less than the pain she felt in her heart. When he thought that his brother was killed by the bastard in front of him, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he got up again. He wanted to rush over but was pulled back by Huang Long. He glanced at the people on Yi Dong's side. He said fiercely, "Sister, don't do it. None of them can leave this hotel today. I will make sure they all die." Chapter 46. Mr. Yi is actually a master. Huang Long's fierce words made Yi Dong narrow his eyes slightly. Just when he was about to let him go down to see Huang San, a few people hurried in from outside. It was Gu Mingyue and others whom I met at Luoyang Lake yesterday. Gu Ziyuan was in a good mood because Yi Dong cured his old illness yesterday, so he planned to stay in Luo County for a few more days to see if he could get closer to Yi Dong. He knew too well the importance of Yi Dong's medical skills. Making friends with such a person would simply mean saving himself an extra life. Just when I was thinking about how to improve my relationship with Yi Dong, I received a call from Yi Dong. Of course I agreed without saying a word and directly asked Gu Mingyue to take care of it personally. Gu Mingyue also knew the seriousness of the matter. When she came in, she ignored Huang Long's people and went straight to Yi Dong. Gu Mingyue looked at everyone and asked, "Mr. Yi, are you okay?" Seeing this situation, Yi Dong did not rush to take action. He said calmly, "What can I do? Mr. Gu should have explained the matter to you clearly. Can you handle it?" Hearing this, Gu Mingyue said with a serious expression, "No problem, leave the rest to us." Huang Long also felt something was wrong ever since Gu Mingyue and her group came in. This group of people had extraordinary temperaments and did not look like ordinary people at first glance. He was sure that they were definitely not from Luo County. At this time, the subordinates who had rushed over from downstairs after hearing the news had basically arrived. There were about 70 or 80 people, and judging from their clothes they looked like thugs, and they were holding iron bars, machetes and the like in their hands. Huang Long felt much calmer when he saw this and walked up to Gu Mingyue. Pointing at Yi Dong, he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you and what is your relationship with him?" Gu Mingyue ignored Huang Long and turned to look at Yi Dong. Yi Dong said casually, "This is the second brother of the dead bastard, and he is also the owner of this hotel. But he has just threatened me. He wants to kill my whole family." Although Yi Dong spoke very casually, Gu Mingyue and others could hear the murderous intent in his words. Huang Long got angry when he saw that no one paid any attention to him. He said in a deep voice, "I advise you guys not to interfere in today's incident. I don't care who you are, I advise you to leave here immediately." Gu Mingyue had no idea what Yi Dong was planning and ignored Huang Long at all. Instead, he turned to Yi Dong and asked, "Mr. Yi, do you want us to help you get rid of this person?" Of course, Yi Dong would be willing to let others help him. He nodded and said calmly, "It would be great if you could help." Huang Long was listening to the conversation between several people and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Master Huang had been camped in Luo County for so many years and he had never suffered such humiliation. His own brother had just died in his own hotel and suddenly a few inexplicable people showed up and said they wanted to get rid of him. And looking at that casual tone, it's as if he were a grasshopper and could be crushed to death with one claw. Then he pointed at Yi Dong, his eyes red as he shouted to the younger brothers behind him, "Kill him for me and kill anyone who tries to stop us." The group of younger brothers behind him were quite loyal and rushed over one after another. Seeing this, Gu Mingyue said to the middle-aged man next to him, "Uncle Li, please help me." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "A few of them are enough to deal with this little thug." As he spoke, he nodded to the people around him. Then several people rushed into the crowd first. Although they did not have weapons in their hands, they were basically warriors. Although Huang Long's group of younger brothers are numerous, they are all low-level thugs and are no match for these acquired warriors. In less than a few minutes, at least 1/3 of the people lay down. Huang Long narrowed his eyes at this time. How could he not know the scene before him? Today might be the biggest disaster in his life. But he had no way out. From Yi Dong's words just now, he knew that even if he wanted to make peace now, the other party would definitely not let him go. At this time, another 7 or 8 gangsters walked in from outside. They were shocked by the situation in the private room, but when they saw the homemade guns in each other's hands, they became braver. Walking up to Huang Long, one of the burly men said, "Brother, bring all the weapons." Huang Long saw this and knew that today's matter would not end well. The ruthlessness that he had gained from working at the bottom of society since childhood emerged from his eyes. He took a musket from the sturdy man and fired a shot at the top without warning. Suddenly, a huge glass chandelier was smashed to the ground. After hearing the gunshot, the people fighting on both sides stopped at the same time. Li Tai, the top post-natal warrior next to Gu Mingyue, took a step in front of Gu Mingyue. Neither he nor Gu Mingyue had expected that a local thug from a small county would have a gun, and not just one. Although he is a peak-acquired martial artist, this gun is still very intimidating to him, not to mention that the other martial artists are far inferior to him in skills. At this time, Huang Long had already walked up to them with a gun in his hand. He said arrogantly, "Aren't you guys very powerful? Come on, let's see who is better, your skills or my gun." Li Tai narrowed his eyes, stared at Huang Long and said, "Do you know who we are? I advise you to throw away the gun, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences." Huang Long laughed loudly after hearing this and said, "You're going to kill me and now you're threatening me with this. Do you think I'm an idiot? You'd better not move now or I'll accidentally fire my gun and hurt you." Until now, Huang Long has not dared to do anything extreme. The person he wanted to kill the most was Yi Dong. As for Gu Mingyue and the others, as long as they did not pose a danger to him, he did not want to take the risk of killing them. Huang Yun then saw that her second brother had the situation under control. He also stepped forward and pointed at Yi Dong, saying frantically, "Xiaolong, stop talking nonsense with them, just shoot him to death first." Li Tai and Gu Mingyue were both shocked when they heard this. Yi Dong had just cured Gu Ziyuan's illness yesterday. If he was beaten to death in front of them today, he would not know how to explain to old Master Gu when he returned. But I also knew that the person in front of me had gone crazy and there was no point in saying anything. Li Tai was just about to take the risk to control Huang Long first. Yi Dong smiled. The smile is so natural. It seemed that what Huang Long was holding was not a rifle but a toy gun. "Since you all want to die, then all of you should die." Yi Dong had just finished saying this when Huang Long, Huang Yun and a few other thugs who came in from behind came in with guns in their hands. Their eyes suddenly became blurry and then they all fell limply to the ground. Li Tai and Gu Mingyue looked at Yi Dong in horror. "If I tell you to die, you die." This unprecedented method simply scared them all. One word determines life and death. Killing without being seen. As a peak-acquired martial artist, Li Tai understands this method better than Gu Mingyue and knows what level of people are needed to use it. A voice that only Gu Mingyue heard came out of his mouth gently. "Yi Shangsheng is actually a master." Chapter 47, Killing Without Being Seen. Everyone behind Yi Dong looked at Yi Dong in shock. Yi Daming and the others were better off. At least they knew that there was a master behind Yi Dong who could easily give him magical items like the beauty pill. So they could understand Yi Dong's behavior today a little better. But Uncle Yi Dong and his family were simply shocked by Yi Dong's performance. I tell you to die, so die. Isn't this a power that only the King of Hell has? They were all ordinary people and had never seen such a ferocious fight, let alone a performance that was equivalent to superpowers. Since Yi Dong knew that this world was no longer the world he originally understood, he didn't want to hide his abilities anymore. I'd like to take this opportunity today to let my parents see my abilities so that I don't have to go through the trouble of explaining myself later. Then he walked to the table and said with a smile, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry that you were scared by what happened today. I'll explain everything to you when I get back. Then he smiled at Yi Delong and said, Uncle, I will remember your friendship today. You and Auntie should go back first. Yi Delong looked at the extremely confident nephew in front of him, opened his mouth slightly a few times but ultimately did not ask any questions. Judging from the strength Yi Dong showed today and his current friendly attitude, he just knew that his decision to stay today was definitely the best thing he had ever done in his life. He smiled and nodded, then left with Yi Nan's mother and mother. Seeing this, Yi Dong turned to Gu Mingyue and said, Miss Gu, thank you for what happened today. Please take care of the aftermath. I will take my parents home first. After hearing Yi Dong's words, Gu Mingyue slowly came back to her senses. But the shocked expression on his face was still so obvious. Although she didn't know as much as Li Tai, Gu Mingyue had never heard of or seen such a method of deciding life and death with just a word in her life. There has been a big change in the attitude towards Yi Dong. From the arrogance I first saw yesterday, it turned into respect and now even a little awe. He replied hesitantly, Mr. Yi, please don't be polite. We didn't help much. Then he turned to Li Tai and said, Uncle Li, why don't you send Mr. Yi and his family back in person? I will take care of the rest of the matter here. After hearing this, Li Tai looked at Yi Dong and said with a look of obvious awe, Mr. Yi, let me drive you back. It will be more convenient. Yi Dong was not pretentious. He thought it was better to have someone as a free driver than to take a taxi, so he just nodded and agreed. After Yi Dong's family left, Gu Mingyue quickly took out her phone and told Gu Ziyuan what had just happened. Especially when talking about Yi Dong's unpredictable methods, he was still horrified. On the other end of the phone, after Gu Ziyuan confirmed it again and again with shock in his heart, a huge wave of emotions had already been set off in his heart. After he learned about Yi Dong's extremely high medical skills yesterday, he knew that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. And today I learned that Yi Dong might actually be a young master in martial arts. This shock was more than 10 times stronger for Gu Ziyuan than the medical skills Yi Dong demonstrated yesterday. Although the Gu family has never produced a martial arts master, Gu Ziyuan has been in power in Yanjing for so many years and has heard rumors about many martial arts masters and has even seen them with his own eyes. In his opinion, not to mention a martial arts master in his 20s, even a martial arts master under 40 years old is not a martial arts master. There are very few of them in the entire Dragon Country or even in the entire world. The current number one person in Long Country, the Grand Marshal of the Army Long Jingtian, was said to have achieved the title of martial arts master only after he was 35 years old. If the outside world knew that a young master in his 20s had emerged from a small county in a remote southwestern province, Gu Ziyuan could hardly imagine what kind of uproar it would cause. How could he know that Yi Dong's true martial arts level had not even reached that of a congenital warrior? He just had some mysterious and unpredictable methods. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ziyuan could no longer sit still and decided to come and handle the matter personally. He must do it beautifully and give Yi Dong a perfect impression. When the police arrived at the Kenan Hotel, the entire hotel had been taken over by the military. This was done by Gu Ziyuan using his special connections to directly transfer troops from a nearby military camp. Until now, all the important figures in Luo County have been notified to some extent, but the situation in Luo County has completely changed. An hour later, the county government held a press conference. It was announced that the largest criminal gang in the county, headed by the Huang brothers and sisters, was completely eliminated in today's special crackdown on gangs. Because of their stubborn resistance, all the Huang brothers and sisters died tragically. Huang Yun's husband, the head of the county bureau, was subsequently placed under double supervision and died quietly in the detention room. Although this incident caused an uproar among the entire high-level officials in Luo County, for many ordinary people they almost bought firecrackers to celebrate. Huang Long has done countless evil things in the past 10 years in Luo County, and the number of people who have died at his hands is at least in double digits. Under Gu Ziyuan's operation, except for the bank's fixed assets which belonged to the county government, all other industries were transferred to Yi Dong's name. Yi Dong had not originally intended to take these things. For him who had the godly rich system, these assets were completely insignificant. But when I thought about the fact that my family would be living in Luo County for a long time and it would be nice to have some property, I handed over the legal representative of Kenan Hotel to my father. Today Yi Dong has a great change in his opinion of his uncle Yi Dalan and his family. In such a dangerous situation, Yi Dalan did not abandon his family, which made Yi Dong a little moved. Directly handed over all of Huanglong's construction business to my uncle's family. Yi Nan's small and medium-sized construction company suddenly became the largest construction company in Luo County. Of course, this is all a story for later. Until all the information was handed to them, they were still confused. Until now, they still didn't know what happened to Yi Dong. In half a day, because of Yi Dong, they became the most prominent figures in Luo County. Towards evening, Gu Ziyuan, accompanied by the first and second in command of Luo County, arrived at Xingchen Garden. In the shocked eyes of the top two leaders, Gu Ziyuan, the godlike figure in their hearts, treated Yi Dong like a student meeting his teacher. Gu Ziyuan's respectful attitude also made them realize that the family in front of them was definitely not as simple as they seemed. What followed was that their attitude towards Yi Dong's family was even worse than Gu Ziyuan's. Chapter 48: Hiring a Special Bodyguard. Yi Daming looked at the two middle-aged men in front of him with such a humble attitude. If someone had not introduced them as the top leaders of Luo County, he would have suspected that the two were imposters. When Yi Daming thought about the two most powerful officials in the county trying to please him, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction when he was so excited. Moreover, Gu Ziyuan's status was obviously much higher than those of these two officials, but he also had to put on an educated look in front of his son. Yi Daming was both excited and confused. What a journey my son must have gone through to reach his current level of strength. After seeing Gu Ziyuan and the others off, the whole family looked at Yi Dong with surprise. Without waiting for them to ask, Yi Dong directly brought up the story of the master again. He smiled and explained, "You don't have to guess. It should be what you think. When I was studying at university in Shansheng, a master said that I had a special physique. He then accepted me as his apprentice and passed on all his medical skills and martial arts to me." Although they had already thought of this in their hearts, the whole family couldn't help but sigh. Yi Xiaoyu was the first to say with a smile, "Brother, I was really scared in the hotel today. Fortunately, you showed up and eliminated the big bad guy." Shi Li thought for a moment and said seriously, "Yi Dong, I know that your future path will definitely not be the path of ordinary people, but you must also pay attention to safety and don't do anything violent unless necessary." Of course, Yi Dong knew his mother's good intentions. He nodded seriously and said, "Mom, don't worry, as long as others don't provoke me, I will definitely not take the initiative to cause trouble." Yi Daming said awkwardly, "Don't talk about other things for now, let's discuss what to do with this hotel." "I don't know anything about this except cooking." Yi Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said happily, "Dad, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that you are the chairman of the Kenan Hotel now." Upon hearing this, Yi Daming glared at Yi Xiaoyu and said in feigned anger, "Do you think it's so easy to be the chairman? Otherwise, just let you be the chairman." After hearing what his father said, Yi Xiaoyu could only smile foolishly. To be honest, if Yi Xiaoyu didn't have to study now with her education level of a sophomore in high school, she might be better than Yi Daming in becoming the chairman of the Kenan Hotel. Seeing this, Yi Dong smiled and said, "Dad, you are just a figurehead. You can fire those who need to be fired, replace those who need to be replaced, and recruit a new batch. As long as the salary is high, are you still worried about not being able to recruit management people?" Qi Li also laughed and said, "That's right, if you really don't want to be the chairman, just recruit another chairman." Upon hearing this, Yi Daming laughed. He said, "That won't do. I finally get to be the chairman of the board for once in my life. I have to be the chairman for 2 days at least." Watching the family talking and laughing, it seemed as if they had forgotten all the things that happened in the afternoon. Yi Dong also sighed. This is really the charm brought by power and money. Thinking that it was impossible for him to stay in Luo County for a long time, Yi Dong thought about his family's safety again. After returning to the room, he searched the internet for Longbao Group, the largest security company in Long Country. After entering the official website, I found that Longbao Group's private bodyguards are divided into several categories. The monthly salary is mostly between 10,000 and 30,000 yuan, and each person's photo is also provided. Yi Dong took a quick look and found that there was also a VLP service. I consulted the customer service staff directly online. "What are the requirements for your company's VLP service?" "Hello, sir. To become a VLP of our company, you must register with your ID card and pay a membership fee of 1 million yuan per year." When Yi Dong heard that he had to pay so much money to become a VLP, he was actually surprised. Just by paying the annual membership fee, you can hire 10 better elite bodyguards. Needless to say, after becoming a VLP, the bodyguards you can hire will at least be at the warrior level. 1 million is just a drop in the bucket for Yi Dong now. Afterwards, Yi Dong registered an account on Longbao's official website using his ID number and directly recharged 1 million to become a VLP. After clicking login again, the interface will become much more beautiful. The nature of private bodyguards here is indeed different, and their salaries are all based on annual salary. The lowest level of private bodyguards costs 1 million and the highest level has an annual salary of 3 million. Although the cost is expensive, it is introduced above and all of them have reached the warrior level. The highest level bodyguard has even reached the realm of a mid-stage acquired warrior, and one person can deal with dozens of ordinary people at the same time. After Yi Dong took a look around, he was still a little disappointed. Then I found the online customer service and asked, "Is this what the most powerful private bodyguard here is like? Mr. Yi, are you not satisfied?" "It's not that I'm dissatisfied, I just want to hire a more powerful bodyguard." "Don't you have bodyguards who are in the Xiantian realm?" When the online customer service saw this, he immediately sent two helpless smiling faces. "Mr. Yi, are you kidding? A warrior who has reached the Xiantian realm will be treated with courtesy even by the most powerful families in the country. How could he be a private bodyguard?" When Yi Dong saw this, he immediately smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that I was overthinking. Even a big shot like Gu Ziyuan was ecstatic because of breaking through to the innate realm. How could a warrior of this level be able to work as a private bodyguard? After a little thought, Yi Dong placed the order and directly selected 20 special private bodyguards with an annual salary of 3 million. 10 men and 10 women can basically protect the family 24 hours a day. The headquarters of Longbao Group in Yanjing, Longhua. The entire business department was in an uproar. This is a huge order worth 60 million yuan. This is the first time their company has received such a large order in more than 10 years of operation. Not to mention 60 million, even if it reaches tens of millions, it is only a handful among all the orders received by their company's business department. After seeing the address, it was even more difficult to imagine that it was not one of the top big cities like Yanjing or Magic City, but an ordinary small county town whose name I had never heard of. After repeated confirmation with Yi Dong over the phone, Longbao Group promised that all the personnel would be paid over tomorrow. After Yi Dong finished this matter, he looked at the balance and found that there were only tens of millions left. Then a wicked smile appeared on his face. Wen Rushue has not felt at peace since Yi Dong directly transferred 10 million yuan into her card yesterday. Chapter 49, Spending a Lot of Money. While Wen Rushue was daydreaming, her brother Wen Zihao came to her house. He asked Xiaoxue, "Why haven't you been live streaming these past 2 days? Didn't Yi Dong come to see you?" Wen Rushue was worrying about the 10 million yuan. When she saw her brother coming, she hesitated for a moment. Then he stammered in a low voice, "Brother, Yi Dong asked me for my bank number yesterday and directly transferred some money to me." Wen Zihao was stunned when he heard this, and then he reacted. He asked uncertainly, "You said Yi Dong directly transferred the money to you?" Seeing Wen Rushue nodded, Wen Zihao was also a little bit unbelievable. Giving gifts in the live broadcast room to pursue girls is a very normal thing, but directly transferring money into the card has changed the nature of the thing a bit. Then he asked politely, "Xiaoxue, Yi Dong didn't make any excessive demands on you, did he?" After hearing what Wen Zihao said, Wen Rushue's face turned red instantly. He pretended to be angry and said, "Brother, what are you thinking? Yi Dong didn't ask for anything." Wen Zihao didn't care about his sister's expression. He felt relieved when he heard her say that. Then he asked curiously, "How much money did Yi Dong give you? Didn't he tell you why?" Wen Rushue said in a mosquito-like voice, 10 million. What? 10 million? Wen Zihao was immediately shocked by the number his sister said. Wen Rushue has earned more than 1 million yuan from live streaming in the past few days. Wen Zihao was shocked, and his view on money has changed a lot. You have to know that their family has an upper middle income which is only a few 100,000 a year. In just a few days, the income Wen Rushue generated was equivalent to their family's income in 2 or 3 years. Now I heard that Yi Dong directly transferred 10 million to his sister. What a concept! His parents worked so hard for so many years and they still couldn't save so much money. She asked in disbelief, "Xiaoxue, does Yi Dong really have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Do you know what kind of business he does?" Wen Zihao just couldn't understand it. Although his sister was a great beauty, she wasn't beautiful enough to make people spend a lot of money on her. This 10 million cannot even be described as a huge amount of money. It is not an exaggeration to say it is a huge amount of money. But when he thought that Yi Dong didn't make any requests when Zihao could understand it even if he did. Then he said with some embarrassment, "Xiao Shui, you have so much money on you anyway, can't you lend some to your brother?" Wen Rushui was not surprised at all by what Wen Zihao said. Even when he only earned a few thousand yuan a month from live streaming, Wen Zihao would occasionally ask her to borrow some money. Of course the two siblings had a good relationship. Although it was a loan, they never asked Wen Zihao to pay it back. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Brother, how much money do you want?" When Zihao swallowed his saliva, hesitated for a moment, and then said with some embarrassment, 100,000 is fine. When he borrowed money from his sister before, it was always a few hundred at a time. It was a bit embarrassing to suddenly ask for 100,000. When Rushui didn't ask why. She nodded and took out her cell phone. She was about to transfer 100,000 yuan to Wen Zihao. Suddenly I received another bank reminder message. Click in and take a look. Dear user, your bank card with the last digit 520 received a transfer of 10 million. Wen Rushui was stunned immediately, standing there stupidly. Since the transfer of 10 million was just an information reminder, Wen Zihao had no idea what happened. Seeing his sister standing there in a daze, he asked in confusion, "Xiao Shui, what's wrong with you?" Wen Rushui came to her senses after hearing her brother's question and stammered, "Brother, Yi Dong transferred another 10 million to me." Wen Zihao was shocked when he heard this and took the phone from his sister. After looking carefully, when I looked at my sister again, I even felt a little envious. If only I were a girl. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Yi Dong, who was eating breakfast at the dining table, received a call from Longbao's customer service saying that 20 special private bodyguards had arrived in Luo County. Yi Dong directly told them the address of Xingchen Garden and asked them to call him when they arrived. He hasn't told his family yet about hiring a bodyguard yesterday. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Daming asked directly, "Yi Dong, who was on the phone just now, saying that he was coming to our place?" "Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu, for your future safety I hired a private bodyguard from Yanjing Online last night and he has just arrived in Luo County." After hearing Yi Dong's words, the whole family looked at Yi Dong in amazement. Although Yi Dong had performed exceptionally well yesterday, the term personal bodyguard still felt so far away from his home. A few days ago, Yi Daming and Qinli were still running a small restaurant. To put it bluntly, they were just a small chef. It's only been a few days and he already needs a private bodyguard. Qinli, who had come back to her senses, asked first, "Yi Dong, we are all ordinary people, we don't need any personal bodyguards." Yi Dong explained with a smile, "Mom, even if you don't mention me, Dad is now the chairman of the Kenan Hotel. How can you be an ordinary person? This private bodyguard is just a standard configuration." When Yi Daming heard this, he was immediately delighted. She added, "That's right. From today on, Lily, you are the chairman's wife." Yi Daming's serious words immediately made everyone burst into laughter. Not long after, Yi Dong received a call saying that people had arrived at the gate of Xingchen Garden. The whole family was also very curious about what the private bodyguard hired by Yi Dong looked like. In order to have a quick glimpse, the whole family came to the gate. Looking at the 10 men and 10 women with extraordinary temperament, except Yi Dong, the other 3 were also extremely shocked. These 20 people are all warriors in the middle stage of the acquired realm, and they naturally have an invisible sharpness. Even ordinary people like Yi Daming can feel it. After greeting each other, Yi Dong solemnly introduced his parents to everyone. "This is my father, mother, and my sister. They are the ones you will focus on protecting from now on. I don't care how you divide the classes, you must provide me protection 24 hours a day. If it is because of your own mistakes that something happens that no one wants to see, no matter who you are, even if you are innate warriors, I will make you pay an unimaginable price." When the warrior bodyguards first heard Yi Dong's words, although Yi Dong was their employer, they felt a little unhappy. But when he heard Yi Dong say that he didn't even take innate warriors seriously, he was suddenly shocked. Chapter 50, When Rushui Takes the Beauty Pill. You know, in the entire huge Longbao group there is only one innate warrior, the chief instructor. Since Yi Dong mentioned the term innate warrior, he is most likely a warrior. Of course, these special bodyguards did not think of the young man Yi Dong as a master. The main reason is that Yi Dong looks too young. Every one of them is at least 10 years older than Yi Dong. Their martial arts aptitude is also good, but they are only mid-stage acquired martial artists now. Yi Dong can say such words now, and he is so generous, there must be a powerful force behind him. He also put away his contempt for Yi Dong in his heart. Seeing this, Yi Dong continued, "Of course, as long as you can do your security work to my satisfaction, in addition to the salary your company pays you, I will also give you a big red envelope at the end of each year. If you perform well, you will get no less than 1 million. As soon as Yi Dong finished talking about the generous reward, the group of special bodyguards were in an uproar. Although they asked for an annual salary of 3 million at Longbao Company, what they could get was just over 2 million. For large security groups like Longbao Company, their main source of income is kickbacks, otherwise how can they maintain the operation of such a large group? As the backbone of Longbao Company, it is their duty to go on a mission to protect their employer. This is the first time they have heard their employer promise such a huge reward in addition. Originally, when I heard Yi Dong's words just now, I still felt a little resentful in my heart. And now the complaints have completely disappeared. At their age, most of them have started a family and a career. Who doesn't want to earn more money so that their family can live a better life? Besides, 20 bodyguards of their level are here to protect 3 ordinary people. This is the easiest job that Longbao Group has ever received in all these years. With the allocation, they will also have more personal vacation time. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Yi Dong realized that his carrot policy had been very effective. Then he said, since you have no objections, now find 5 people who can drive and go with me to the mountain city to buy a few cars for travel. The rest of you can assign protection tasks on the spot. After he finished speaking, he turned to his father and said, Dad, please arrange for them to stay at the Kenan Hotel first. Their daily food, clothing, housing and transportation will be arranged there. Try to choose a better room. Yi Daning's mind is still hazy. He originally thought that even if he was to be equipped with bodyguards, there would only be 1 for each person. Who would have thought that Yi Dong would hire 20 bodyguards at once? I don't want to be Gao Yichun. After explaining everything clearly, Yi Dong took 5 bodyguards to the mountain city. The bodyguards did not expect that Yi Dong did not have a car, but instead chose 2 online hailing taxis. After arriving in the mountain city, we directly chose the largest local car dealership. After considering many aspects, we selected 3 of the most top-of-the-line Land Rovers and 3 off-road Mercedes-Benz vehicles. The 5 cars cost about 10 million, which gave the bodyguards a more intuitive understanding of Yi Dong's financial resources. Afterwards, Yi Dong called his mother and told her that he would go back to school for the time being and would not come back. After instructing the bodyguards to drive the car back, Yi Dong called Wen Rushui. Wen Rushui has been looking worried ever since she received the huge sum of tens of millions from Yi Dong. What she wanted most now was to find out what Yi Dong really thought of her. Damn! It's tens of millions of dollars at any time. Anyone would have wild thoughts. After receiving Yi Dong's call, she immediately asked for leave from her teacher. When I arrived at the place where the two had agreed to meet Yi Dong in person, I didn't know how to start the conversation. Yi Dong had already learned from the system that Wen Rushui liked him, so there was no need for him to be polite. A big hug came straight away. Sure enough, the system won Li. Wen Rushui didn't even resist at all. After releasing the beauty in his arms, Yi Dong smiled mysteriously and said, Shuer, have you missed me these past 2 days? I called you out today because I want to give you a huge surprise. Wen Rushui blushed and asked in confusion when she heard this, surprise, what surprise? Yi Dong smiled and said, I definitely can't tell you about the surprise right now, come with me. After saying that, he took Wen Rushui directly to a 5-star hotel. I saw that Yi Dong actually brought me to the hotel. Wen Rushui couldn't help but think shyly in her heart. Could it be that the surprise Yi Dong mentioned is to take me here? Although it was already very obvious, Wen Rushui didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she felt more expectant. After seeing Yi Dong directly book a presidential suite, Wen Rushui's face turned even redder. After arriving at the room and seeing such a luxurious environment, Wen Rushui's heart was filled with happiness. I'm already imagining what's going to happen next. Yi Dong saw Wen Rushui standing there in a daze, her face flushed with shame and her eyes blurred. Seeing such a beautiful woman in such a scene made Yi Dong feel angry. But he still wanted to see a more perfect Wen Rushui, and it was with great difficulty that he suppressed the evil fire in his heart. He smiled and said, Shuer, what are you doing standing there? Come over here and sit down. After hearing this, Wen Rushui shyly came to Yi Dong's side. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was like a rose that could be picked at any time, Yi Dong calmed himself down. Then he said seriously, Shuer, do you want to become more beautiful? After hearing what Yi Dong said, Wen Rushui looked at Yi Dong in confusion. Seeing this, Yi Dong also smiled bitterly. Isn't that question of mine nonsense? I'm afraid there is no girl in this world who doesn't want to become more beautiful. Then like magic, 2 beauty pills appeared in his hand. Shuer, trust me, just eat it. Wen Rushui was shocked and surprised when she saw 2 pills suddenly appear in Yi Dong's hand. Yi Dong, can you perform magic? Yi Dong did not explain. Wen Rushue was destined to become the person closest to him. He did not want to hide some of his abilities from her. Then he smiled and said, just think of it as a magic trick and eat it. Wen Rushue then turned her eyes to the two pills. These two beauty pills are absolutely super tempting both in appearance and fragrance. Wen Rushue definitely believed that Yi Dong would not harm her. Although she didn't know what this had to do with becoming beautiful, she still swallowed the two beauty pills in one gulp. Seeing this, Yi Dong smiled and said, hurry up and go to the bathroom. There will be some dirty stuff on your body in a while. Don't be afraid. After washing it off, you will definitely become more charming. Chapter 51 Gift Pack. Although Wen Rushue chose to completely believe Yi Dong's words, she still found it hard to believe that she would become more beautiful after washing. But she didn't say much, just got up with a blushing face and went to the bathroom. Not long after, like Yi Xiaoyu and the others, many small yellow dots were secreted from the pores of their skin. Fortunately, Yi Dong reminded her, so she wasn't too nervous and was even a little excited. Such a magical scene made her believe 80% to 90% of what Yi Dong had just said. After rinsing carefully several times, I was shocked to find that my skin had become extremely smooth and white. There is also a mirror in the bathroom. Looking at the flawless body in the mirror, I was stunned. What kind of magic pill did Yi Dong give herself? Not only did her face become more charming, but what shocked Wen Rushue even more was that some parts of her face had become 2 times bigger. Even if you go to Korea for the most advanced plastic surgery, the effect won't be even 1/10,000th as good as this. Just when I was thinking about putting on my clothes and going outside to give Yi Dong a surprise, I realized that I forgot to bring clothes when I came in just now. In fact, I didn't bring any clothes with me, and now the clothes I was wearing were all dirty. Wen Rushue is embarrassed now. Although he has a 100% favorable impression of Yi Dong, he feels embarrassed just thinking about walking out naked like this. Yi Dong was outside imagining in his mind how charming Wen Rushue would become after taking the beauty pill. As time passed slowly, an hour passed quickly. Yi Dong was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, it shouldn't take that long to rinse. I came to the bathroom door and knocked. Asked, Shwer, are you okay in there? Wen Rushue had finished washing a long time ago and was feeling at a loss as to what to do when she suddenly heard Yi Dong's voice. There was no choice but to say shyly, Yi Dong, I forgot to bring clothes just now. Yi Dong suddenly realized what was going on outside the door and was just thinking about calling the hotel's customer service to ask them to prepare a set of women's pajamas. Suddenly changed my mind, why do I need pajamas? Just push open the bathroom door and go in. Then a sexual intercourse took place in the bathroom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the first Super Goddess. The Super Goddess rebate system gift pack is being sent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the rebate amount to 100 million yuan. Congratulations to the host for achieving Grandmaster Martial Arts Cultivation. Yi Dong had just conquered a nearly perfect goddess, and then a strange power surged into his body. This force is many times greater than the previous 10-man slaying. Yi Dong feels that he can destroy everything in front of him with just a wave of his hands and feet. The influx of power coupled with the master's cultivation made Yi Dong's temperament invisible and had a fatal temptation to women. Wen Rushue was lying on the bed. As a new woman, she felt particularly tired. After seeing the change in Yi Dong's temperament, her eyes became blurry again. An hour later, Wen Rushue fell asleep contentedly. Yi Dong looked at the stunning beauty in his arms and felt an infinite sense of satisfaction in his heart. Suddenly remembering the huge change in the rebate amount, he quickly took out his mobile phone and transferred 100 million directly to Wen Rushue's personal bank card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 billion in rebate funds. Although he had already guessed the result, Yi Dong was still shocked. Damn it! 10 billion a day, how can we spend all this money? Suddenly Yi Dong lost interest in money. To him now there is no difference between 100 million and 10 billion, as he can never spend all of it anyway. After slowly letting go of the beauty in his arms, he put on his clothes and went to the balcony alone. Looking outside, it was getting dark and the neon lights of the entire city were already flashing. He took out a cigarette from his arms, lit it, and took a deep puff. Feeling that he had basically reached the top of the world in every aspect, Yi Dong no longer had any goals. After taking a deep breath, he took out his cell phone and called Zhou Hanyun. After answering the call, Zhou Hanyun was obviously very happy. Tell Yi Dong that she has returned to her hometown and may not be back for 2 days. When Zhou Hanyun returned to her hometown this time, she truly enjoyed the charm brought by money. With a generous gesture, he bought a house in the county town for his younger brother with full payment and also bought a house in the same community for her parents. The whole family was shocked. After further questioning, they found out that Jo Han-yoon had found a wealthy boyfriend. And this rich boyfriend is not the middle-aged man with a big belly as they imagined, but a handsome college student. This completely overturned their three views. Although Jo Han-yoon is beautiful, she is not so beautiful that she can topple a country and make other men spend a lot of money on her. Judging from how her daughter spent money, her boyfriend's generosity is simply unimaginable. Of course, what followed was Jo Han-yoon's status in the family, which instantly rose to the top. Just imagine if Fan Shangmei and Oh Tae-joy also found a boyfriend like Yi-dong. Would all those trivial matters at home still be a problem? Does Yi-dong care about the other party's family situation? He will just use money to make you dizzy. As soon as the two hung up the phone, Jo Han-yoon received a transfer from Yi-dong. Jo Han-yoon counted several times in shock, and it was always 1 plus 8 zeros. She rubbed her chest with both hands, her little heart almost couldn't bear it. 100 million. Yi-dong gave her 100 million without saying a word. I quickly picked up the phone and dialed again. As soon as the call was connected, he said excitedly, "Yi-dong, why did you transfer such a large sum of money to me? Did you click the wrong button?" Yi-dong laughed and replied, "You are my woman now. That little money is nothing. Spend it as you like. Don't treat yourself badly." After hearing that Yi-dong had really transferred 100 million yuan to her, Jo Han-yoon was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Even if you are the richest man in the world, you wouldn't be so generous to the women around you. A few days ago I was still worried about tens of thousands of yuan, but now I am worried about how to spend so much money. Afterwards, Yi-dong transferred a huge sum of 2 billion yuan to his father and mother's personal cards. Yi Daming called immediately. Although what had happened in their family over the past 2 days was bizarre enough, the huge amount of money still frightened them. After Yi-dong repeatedly assured him that the funds were safe, he hung up the phone with mixed feelings. The joy that Yi Daming had just felt today when he became the chairman of the Kinan Hotel was instantly swept away by this huge sum of money. How much does this hotel earn in a day? I have absolutely no interest at all. Chapter 52, School Beauty Controversy. The next day when Yi-dong woke up, he found that Wen Rushiwei had already woken up and was staring at him shyly. After seeing Yi-dong open his eyes, he quickly closed them again. Yi-dong laughed and said, "Schwer, why are you still shy now? Hurry up and get up." Wen Rushiwei opened her eyes when she heard this and said shyly, "Yi-dong, I have no clothes." Yi-dong was immediately happy when he heard this. He joked, "It's okay. There are only 2 of us in this room. It doesn't matter whether you wear it or not. I won't laugh at you anyway." After hearing what Yi-dong said, Wen Rushiwei gently hit Yi-dong's chest with one hand. She said coquettishly, "You are so bad, hurry up and find a solution for me. I have to go to class later." After hearing this, Yi-dong stopped teasing Wen Rushiwei. After thinking about it for a while, he picked up the bedside phone and called the exclusive waiter directly. This is also one of the benefits of the presidential suite. You can give orders to the other party 24 hours a day. Soon a pleasant voice came. "Hello, distinguished guest, what can I do for you?" Yi-dong didn't hesitate and said directly, "Hello, please buy me a few sets of underwear and coats for girls who are about 1.65 meters tall and weigh about 100 kilograms. Try to buy the best ones. If my girlfriend is satisfied, there will be a big reward." The exclusive waiter of the presidential suite was also stunned when he heard Yi-dong's request. She has been working here for so long, but this is the first time she has heard of such a request to buy clothes for others. And you have to buy inner and outer clothes together. If the other party hadn't called from the presidential suite, she would have thought someone was making fun of her. As for the huge reward that Yi-dong mentioned, she didn't care too much about it. Working as a hotel waiter is not like being a mistress. Even if you meet the most generous guests, 100 yuan is the maximum you can get. After hanging up the phone, she still went to the women's luxury store downstairs and bought 3 coats and 2 sets of underwear, spending more than 20,000 yuan. As soon as I walked out of the luxury store, I felt a little regretful. Why didn't I talk to my supervisor just now? Nima. If the customer denies it, the 20,000 yuan was paid out of her own pocket, which is equivalent to her 3 months' salary. She would not be willing to wear such good clothes. But when I think about it, someone who can afford to live in the presidential suite would not be short of his 20,000 yuan. Only then did he come to Yi-dong's presidential suite with a nervous mood and knocked on the door gently. Yi-dong opened the door and said with a smile, "Thank you, please sit in the living room for a while. I will try it on my girlfriend to see if it fits." Then he took the package into the bedroom and waited for about 5 minutes. Yi Dong then walked out with satisfaction and said to the waiter with a smile, "You have a good taste. I'll transfer the money I spent to you." The beautiful waitress finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "The total cost is 21,600 yuan. As he said this, he pulled out his WeChat payment code, imagining that the other party would be so satisfied that it was impossible for him to only give him 100 yuan. Ding! 200,000 yuan has been received via WeChat. Suddenly, the voice broadcast from WeChat scared the beautiful waitress. When she took out her phone and looked at it, she found that the other party had really transferred 200,000 yuan to her. The waiter looked at Yi Dong in disbelief and asked stutteringly, Did you send it to the wrong person?" Yi Dong smiled faintly and said, "My girlfriend is very satisfied with the clothes you just bought. The remaining money is a tip for you." The beautiful waitress was extremely shocked. "Damn it! Do you have to be so generous? This tip is equivalent to her 2 years' salary. Not to mention that I have never seen such a thing. I have never even heard of such an outrageous thing. Even if 10 little Wangs were combined, they wouldn't be as generous as him." If Yi Dong hadn't called her girlfriend all the time, she would have suspected that he had some bad intentions. Then an evil thought suddenly occurred to him that the man in front of him must be extremely wealthy. Should he seduce him? But before she could take any action, a girl as beautiful as a fairy was already standing in front of her. The evil thought just now suddenly disappeared. After the changes that Wen Rushue underwent yesterday, although her face remains the same, her overall temperament has improved a lot. She was already a super beauty before, and now she has white and translucent skin and a figure that would make any woman jealous. The beautiful waitress suddenly felt like an ugly duckling. After thanking Yi Dong profusely, he hurriedly left the room. Yi Dong smiled and said, "Swear your aura is so strong now that you actually scared this little girl away." When Rushue heard this and said coquettishly, "Luckily I came out quickly. Didn't you see that she wanted to pounce on you?" Yi Dong felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. It seems that he should not be so generous in the future. When Rushue checked the time and said gently, "Yi Dong, please take me back to school first." Of course, Yi Dong would not be so selfish as to ask Wen Rushue to stop studying and come to accompany him every day. After arriving downstairs, I didn't use the hotel's exclusive car and took a taxi directly to the university. While in the car, Yi Dong asked Shuer, "Do you want to drive yourself? I'll buy you a sports car." Wen Rushue smiled and replied, "I don't know how to drive by a car and you can be my driver." Yi Dong laughed dryly. Although he had a driver's license, he was not interested in driving at all. Although he has not tested it yet, he now believes in his speed. If he accelerates at full speed, it will definitely be faster than the fastest car in the world. After arriving at the school, Yi Dong personally sent Wen Rushue to the dance academy. This was the peak period for school. Many students from the dance academy were immediately surprised to find that Wen Rushue had become much more beautiful overnight. Not only her temperament and skin, but her figure also suddenly became perfect. Even if she had not taken beauty pills before, Wen Rushue's figure was quite outstanding in the dance academy. And today it is even more prominent. It's no exaggeration to say that Wen Rushue has a devilish figure. For a time, many people compared Wen Rushue with the first and second most beautiful girls in the school. They were immediately shocked to find that Wen Rushue had completely defeated them in every aspect. Before long, many people from dance academies posted on the campus beauty forum. The most beautiful girl in Southwest University is definitely Wen Rushue. Goddess Wen Rushue, whether in terms of appearance or figure, completely beats the current top campus beauty. Once this post was published, it immediately aroused heated discussions among many people. The first and second ranked campus beauties, of course, also have many fans and were very disdainful of such remarks. It's not like they haven't seen Wen Rushue before. Although she is indeed a goddess level beauty, it is completely nonsense to say that her beauty and figure are better than their goddess. Chapter 53, Arrogant Gao Yichun. After Wen Zihao heard the rumors about his sister, he immediately came to their class. When he saw the changes in Wen Rushue, he was shocked and surprised. He quickly called Wen Rushue out and asked impatiently, "Rushue, why do I feel that you are different from before? Did you apply any skincare products?" Wen Zihao has always known that his sister has good skin and basically doesn't use any skincare products, so he asked this question. Wen Rushue didn't know how to explain it. The beauty pill was too magical. Even if I say it out loud, no one will believe it. I could only laugh and say, "Brother, have I changed? How come I didn't know?" Wen Zihao looked at his sister with doubt. Is it that I am dazzled? Or has Wen Rushue always been like this? Yi Dong looked at Wang Jinchuan in front of him, who had obviously gained weight. He said with a smile, "Jinchuan, it's only been a few days since we last met. What kind of life have you been living?" Wang Jinchuan felt a little embarrassed. She lived in Yi Dong's luxurious room. Zhou Hanyun had arranged all her meals before she left. They were all foods that she had only seen in her dreams. An ordinary loser like Wang Jinchuan has never enjoyed such a life before. "I ate as much as I could at every meal, and finally my skinny body became bigger." He smiled awkwardly and said, "Dongzi's sister-in-law is too enthusiastic. It's good that you're back. Otherwise I'll move back to the dormitory today." Yi Dong patted Wang Jinchuan on the shoulder and laughed. "Jinchuan, just stay there and feel at ease. I will extend your stay until you graduate from university. You can eat whatever you want at the hotel. This little money is nothing to me." Hearing Yi Dong's arrogant words, Wang Jinchuan was shocked. "Damn it! Even if you won the 5 million double color ball jackpot, you wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. Dongzi, tell me the truth, what kind of luck did you have? Did you inherit the estate of some tycoon like the richest man in Shihong City?" Wang Jinchuan said with great imagination. He thought about it and thought that this was the most likely idea. "In just a few days you have endless money to spend and endless beautiful girls to date. I feel like my good friend has reached the peak of his life all of a sudden." Upon hearing this, Yi Dong gave Wang Jinchuan an approving look. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly. How about it? Are you extremely envious?" Yi Dong didn't know how to explain his sudden wealth, so he just admitted it. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinchuan was speechless. Damn it! He was just talking nonsense, and he actually became the richest man in Shihong City. If you say you are not envious, you are absolutely lying. Dongzi, how much money did you inherit? Yi Dong laughed and said, "Jinchuan, although we have a good relationship, you are asking too many questions." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinchuan immediately felt that his question was too abrupt. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "I said too much. Since you really sent it, I won't be polite to you." As the two were chatting, Yi Dong's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Li Xiaowei calling. After the call was connected, Yi Dong asked directly, "Li Xiaowei, what's the matter?" "Senior Yi Dong, it's bad. Gao Yichun came to our class and proposed to Wen Rushuei in front of the whole class. He also announced to her face that Wen Rushuei is his woman. If anyone dares to hit on Wen Rushuei, he will kill them." Li Xiaowei said anxiously on the phone. Li Xiaowei's words made Yi Dong instantly angry. Wen Rushuei has just become his woman, and yet someone is so ignorant of the consequences. Yi Dong had also heard of Gao Yichun's name a long time ago. The richest boy in the entire Southwest University. I heard that his family's assets are almost reaching 10 billion. I don't know how many girls he has played with at school. After hanging up the phone, he said hello to Wang Jinchuan and went to the dance academy. A few minutes later, Yi Dong rushed into Wen Rushuei's classroom and immediately saw a scene that made him angry. Wen Zihao was pinned to the ground by a man, and another man standing next to him said arrogantly, "I like your sister is lucky, and you dare to stop me? If it weren't for the fact that you are my brother-in-law, believe it or not, I would cripple you in front of you." The tone of his voice showed that he had absolutely no regard for the school rules. Wen Rushuei was almost in tears as she was protected by Li Xiaowei. Yi Dong hurriedly stepped into the classroom, walked to Wen Rushuei's side and comforted her. "Shuai, are you okay?" After Wen Rushuei saw Yi Dong, she knew that Yi Dong was an extraordinary person. He quickly said, "Yi Dong, hurry up and save my brother." Yi Dong had already seen what happened to Wen Zihao, but he was just pinned to the ground and was not injured at all, so he did not rush to take action. Gave Wen Rushuei a reassuring look. Then he looked at the arrogant Gao Yichun with cold eyes. Gao Yichun had been furious since the moment Yi Dong came in and started talking to Wen Rushuei. The other party felt as if he didn't exist. He hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. Seeing Yi Dong looking at him coldly, he immediately shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you? Who told you to talk to Wen Rushuei? If you look at me like that again, I will dig your eyeballs out." Yi Dong felt very strange when the other party was so arrogant. He could feel that the man in front of him really did what he said, which meant that the other party's identity might be completely above the law. After knowing the other side of this real world, Yi Dong was not too surprised. Slowly walking up to the man, he asked coldly, "Do you really want to dig out my eyes? Don't you have any law in your mind?" Gao Yichun laughed out loud. "That's for ordinary people like you. It looks like you're Wen Rushuei's boyfriend. You'd better pray that you haven't done anything to her or you're dead." As soon as Gao Yichun finished his arrogant words, Yidong slapped him hard. Bang! This slap not only stunned Gao Yichun but also stunned all the students in the dance class. Almost everyone has heard of Gao Yichun's name. To call him the richest young man is a compliment. He is definitely the #1 bully on campus. I heard that he once broke another student's legs in front of the teacher, but he just paid a little money afterwards and nothing happened. This ruthless person was actually slapped in the face by other students. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Gao Yichun, the person involved, was so furious after receiving this slap. You! Bang! Ah! Just after saying the word, Yidong slapped him hard in the face. At this time, the man who pressed Wen Zihao to the ground finally reacted. After letting go of Wen Zihao, he said, "If you dare to hit Brother Chang, I will kill you." As he spoke, he rushed over. He came quickly and left even faster. Yidong didn't show any mercy to this vicious dog and kicked him away with one kick. Chapter 54. I can also donate. Gao Yichun had just been slapped twice by Yidong when he saw his #1 follower on campus Wu Dekuei being easily kicked away by the other party. Suddenly the harsh words that he was about to say were swallowed back. Although Gao Yichun is arrogant, he is not a fool. He knows that a wise man should not suffer a loss in front of him. Wu Dekuei is the boss of the boxing club and he knows best how powerful the boxing club is. Such a fierce guy was knocked down before he could even last a single round. You can imagine how fierce the breakup was. Gao Yichun had no idea that Yidong didn't use any strength at all, otherwise it would not be so simple that Wu Dekuei was just kicked away. I'm afraid that not even a trace of bones could be seen. Although Yidong knew that this world was different from what he had imagined, he did not dare to kill anyone on campus in front of so many classmates. Of course, if the other party really wants to die, he also has 100 ways to make the other party die quietly. After Gao Yichun helped Wu Dekuei up, he looked at Yidong fiercely again. His eyes seemed to say, "Just wait for me." The result. Again bang. Gao Yichun was suddenly confused. Damn it. He suppressed his anger and walked out of the classroom with Wu Dekuei without even raising his head. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Although he could not defeat the opponent in terms of force, Gao Yichun never thought of giving up. The Gao family donates tens of millions to the school every year, and it is not just for fun but to give Gao Yichun some privileges in the school. Inside the classroom, Wen Zihao stood up and looked at Yidong with glowing eyes. Yidong's skills were much better than he had imagined. Wu Dekuei was at the same level as the leader of their fighting team. Such a fierce man couldn't even last a single round in front of Yidong and was kicked away. And Wen Zihao felt so relieved when he saw Yidong slapping Gao Yichun a few times just now. Then he said excitedly, "Brother Dong, your moves just now were so cool. You will be my idol from now on. Teach me a few moves sometime." Yidong smiled and said, "Brother, how you are too polite. What idol? We are all a family from now on." When Rushue stepped forward and said nervously, "Yidong, Gao Yichun will definitely not let it go like this. You have to be careful." Humph. I was hoping he wouldn't just let it go. Yidong certainly knew that someone as arrogant as Gao Yichun would definitely not suffer such a loss in silence. But how could Yidong take the other party seriously now? If the other party really wanted to reincarnate, Yidong wouldn't mind giving him a ride. Afterwards, after briefly comforting Wen Rushue, Yidong left the classroom amid the shocked eyes of his classmates. At this time, everyone came to their senses and realized that Wen Rushue had found a boyfriend without realizing it. But when people thought about how fierce Yidong was just now, even daring to slap the school bully Gao Yichun, few people dared to feel jealous. Many girls even envy Wen Rushue. Having a boyfriend like Yidong, no matter if he is rich or poor, at least gives them a sense of security. Not long after Yidong came out, he received a call from the academic affairs office. A male voice told him very seriously to go there immediately. Yidong sneered in his heart. Without a second thought, he knew that Gao Yichun must have used his connections to put pressure on the school. He wanted to see how the school office treated them differently. When I arrived at the door of the academic affairs office, I could hear people arguing from a distance. The voice of his tutor Zhang Jiming came over. "Director Liu, is it necessary to expel a student for such a small conflict between classmates?" Liu Liren's serious voice also came out. "Xiao Zhang, I know Yidong is your student, but do you know who he beat up this time? Gao Yichun. You should also know the Gao family's Goldman Sachs Group. Every year Gao Yichun, the CEO of Goldman Sachs Group, donates tens of millions to our school, and now he has held the position of honorary vice president of the school. Now Gao Yichun has said that the student who beat his son must be expelled, otherwise he will not donate a penny to our school. You know our school has always been short of funds tens of millions a year. I have no choice. Even if I report it to the principal, the result will definitely be the same. Although Zhang Jiming knew that he was powerless, he still begged for mercy and said, Director Liu, can you please say a good word to General Manager Gao and just give Yidong a serious warning? This child's family is not very well off. If he is expelled when he graduates, how will his family survive? Yidong was also very moved when he heard Zhang Jiming's words at the door. For a young tutor who has just entered the industry, knowing that the Gao family is powerful, he can still say such things. There is absolutely nothing to say. Then he walked in without knocking. Zhang Jiming felt very complicated after seeing Yidong. I don't understand why Yidong would provoke a school bully like Gao Yichun. He and Yidong are both teachers and friends, so of course he doesn't want to see Yidong being fired like this. Yidong, however, acted as if nothing had happened and said to Zhang Jiming with a smile, Brother Zhang, thank you for your kindness. I can handle this little thing and the school will definitely not expel me. Listening to Yidong's big talk, Zhang Jiming didn't say anything yet. Director Liu next to him sneered, haha. You must be Yidong, you are still talking big now, you probably don't even know who you hit. Have you heard of Goldman Sachs? The son of the Gao family, Gao Ziqiang, is the student you hit. If they want to expel you, it's as easy as slapping a mosquito to death. After hearing this, Yidong looked at Director Liu and laughed sarcastically. Director Liu, is it possible that such a big school like ours is still being manipulated by a Goldman Sachs group? If that's the case, I don't want this diploma. You, what do you know? Are things at the top as simple as you say? After hearing Yidong's sarcastic words, Director Liu said with a guilty conscience. Yidong sneered again, haha. Isn't it just that the Gao family donated some money to the school? Then if I donate some money to the school, can I also expel Gao Ziqiang? After hearing Yidong's bragging, Director Liu was delighted. He laughed sarcastically and said, okay, as long as you donate more than the Gao family, I can fire Gao Ziqiang. Of course, Director Liu didn't believe that Yidong could donate so much money. Just now Zhang Jiming said that Yidong's family is an ordinary person. Let alone donating tens of millions. Even if he is asked to donate 10,000 yuan, he may not be able to come up with it. Zhang Jiming, who was listening to Yidong's bragging, was also confused. Although Yidong bought him tea worth tens of thousands of yuan a few days ago, it was just that Yidong had made a small fortune. How could he dare to compete with a big group like Goldman Sachs in financial strength? Chapter 55, I want to donate 5 billion. Hearing Yidong's big talk, even Zhang Jiming became a little angry. Dissatisfied, he said, Yidong, stop talking nonsense. I'll go and ask the principal to see if we can change your expulsion to a serious warning. Of course, Yidong knew that Zhang Jiming was really good to him and would definitely not bother with him. He smiled and said, Brother Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but I really plan to donate some money to the school today to drive out school bullies like Gao Ziqiang. After hearing what Yidong said, Zhang Jiming didn't know what to say. Director Liu on the side sneered and said, Student Yidong, how much money do you plan to donate? Yidong also asked coldly, Director Liu, how much money do you think I have to donate to get Zhang Ziqiang fired? Seeing Yidong asking so seriously, Director Liu couldn't help but get furious. His tone became even colder as he said, then you can earn 100 million yuan and donate it immediately. I will fire Gao Ziqiang immediately. Yidong didn't care about Director Liu's tone at all. Ha ha. He laughed and said, turn up the account number, I will donate right now. Director Liu would never believe Yidong's lies, and besides, he was not qualified to get the account. Instead, he turned to look at Zhang Jiming and said in a cold voice, Xiao Zhang, this is the good student you brought up, full of nonsense and big talk. Even if Gao Ziqiang hadn't happened, I think this kind of student should be expelled. In fact, Zhang Jiming also felt that Yidong was going too far. But he still sided with Yidong and said to Director Liu, Director Liu, it is wrong for you to say that. Yidong is saying such nonsense because of your influence. Why can you do whatever you want in school just because you donated money? Why can Gao Ziqiang break a classmate's leg in front of the teacher and nothing happened to him? Don't you feel guilty? Zhang Jiming was also angry and got angrier the more he spoke. He didn't even care about Director Liu's ruddy face. After hearing what Zhang Jiming said, Director Liu was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Yidong was about to be fired anyway, so it was reasonable for him to talk back to him. But Zhang Jiming, a small mentor, dared to question himself why. Director Liu suddenly felt that his dignity had been infinitely trampled upon. He stood up suddenly and scolded loudly, Xiao Zhang, I think you have a problem with your attitude when you speak. Do you want to stop working in school? You are just a small tutor who gave you the courage to talk to me like this. Zhang Jiming finally came to his senses and cried out in his heart. Finished. He was only concerned about his quick words just now, but now even if Director Liu doesn't have the ability to fire him, his life in school will not be easy in the future. In a university, the director of the academic department has considerable power. It is so easy to find fault with an ordinary teacher. Yi Dong could hardly bear to watch this anymore. A mere director of the teaching department acted as if he were the principal. If he hadn't taken Zhang Jiming into consideration, he would have slapped Director Liu long ago. He also knew at this time that Director Liu in front of him would definitely not be able to make the decision on the donation matter. He said directly to Zhang Jiming, "Brother Zhang, stop arguing with this Mediterranean, let's go and find the principal." After hearing what Yi Dong said, Director Liu became furious. His biggest shortcoming is that he has no hair on his head. He is not very old and he is most afraid of people making trouble about his hair. Pointing at Yi Dong, he trembled and said, You, regardless of whether it has something to do with Gao Yichun or not, I won't be named Liu if I don't get you out of school." Yi Dong slapped his hand, causing Director Liu to scream in pain. "Take your dirty hands away, then let's see who gets kicked out of the school first." Yi Dong's patience has also reached its limit. "I have already decided in my heart that not only will I get the bully Gao Yichun out of the school, but I will also get Director Liu in front of me to fire him." Zhang Jiming no longer cared about Yi Dong's affairs. He only had one thought in his mind. Finished. He is getting married soon. If something unexpected happens at work, he will regret it so much. He was let out of the teaching office by Yi Dong in a daze and only came to his senses when he arrived outside the principal's office. Then he smiled bitterly at Yi Dong and said, "Yi Dong, don't hold out too much hope. I think we're both almost done for." Yi Dong smiled calmly and said, "Who knows, maybe the principal will be merciful and give you the position of Director Liu." At this point, hearing Yi Dong still talking nonsense, Zhang Jiming no longer cared about being angry. "Now that we're here, we might as well give it a try." After knocking on the door and entering the principal's office, Yi Dong didn't give Zhang Jiming a chance to speak. I walked directly to the principal and said, "Principal, I want to donate some money to the school." Zhang Jiming didn't expect Yi Dong to be serious, but he didn't know what to say at this time. Principal Zhu had no idea who Yi Dong was and glanced at Zhang Jiming behind him. Puzzled, he asked Xiao Zhang, "Who is this?" Zhang Jiming had no choice but to answer, "Principal Zhu, he is Yi Dong." After hearing this, Principal Zhu frowned. He had a very deep impression of Yi Dong. It was he who gave the order to expel Yi Dong. There is no way the school's funding is too tight and the annual donation from Goldman Sachs is too important to the school. Yi Dong also took action in front of many classmates, so it is reasonable to say that he was expelled. I didn't expect the other party to come here to donate. Do you still want to compete with Goldman Sachs? Yi Dong didn't give Principal Zhu too much time to sigh and said directly, "Principal Zhu, I really came here to donate money today and I plan to donate 5 billion directly." Yi Dong's serious words stunned both Principal Zhu and Zhang Jiming. "Damn it! 5 billion. Just open your mouth. You thought it was ghost money? Even Goldman Sachs can't come up with so much money unless it sells off company assets." Yi Dong ignored the other party's confused look and directly opened the balance of his mobile phone account. He handed it to the principal and said, "If you don't believe what I say, you should at least believe this balance." Principal Zhu rubbed his eyes and looked at the long list of balances on Yi Dong's phone. A huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. After counting several times, it's really close to 6 billion. Yi Dong hasn't transferred 100 million to Wen Rushui today. This is the 10 billion returned yesterday. He gave 4 billion to his parents and 100 million to Zhou Hanyun, leaving nearly 6 billion. Principal Zhu finally came back to his senses and quickly stood up and helped Yi Dong to the sofa. The wrinkles on my face are looking like chrysanthemums from smiling. Damn it! This is definitely a super god of wealth. Zhang Jiqian was even more confused by Yi Dong and Principal Zhu's actions. Didn't Yi Dong brag? Chapter 56, Expelling Gao Yichun. Principal Zhu then personally made a cup of tea for Yi Dong and glanced at Zhang Jiming, who was standing there in a daze. After hesitating for a moment, he personally made a cup of tea for Zhang Jiming. He smiled warmly and said, "Xiao Zhang, don't stand there anymore. Come and sit down." When Zhang Jiming saw Principal Zhu's enthusiastic attitude towards him, he became even more curious. He walked to Yi Dong and asked hesitantly, "Yi Dong, do you really have 5 billion? Seeing this, Principal Zhu gave Zhang Jiming a dissatisfied look without waiting for Yi Dong to answer. Then he looked at Yi Dong kindly and said with a kind smile, "Student Yi Dong, are you really going to donate 5 billion to the school?" Yi Dong laughed and replied, "Principal Zhu, this is such a big thing, do you think I would joke? Facing Yi Dong's questioning, Principal Zhu didn't dare to get angry at all. Are you kidding? 5 billion. Yi Dong really donated 5 billion yuan. Not only will the school's future funding be completely solved, but Principal Zhu will also gain a huge political achievement. Of course, he still had many questions in his mind. Yi Dong, how could there be so much money in the card? 6 billion in cash. I'm afraid that in the entire Dragon Country there are definitely no more than 100 people who can take out so much cash at any time. Even many super rich people with a net worth of over 100 billion probably cannot mobilize so much cash at any time. Not to mention that Yi Dong is still a senior student. After thinking about it, he asked carefully, "Student Yi Dong, where did you get this money?" Yi Dong was not surprised at all when faced with Principal Zhu's question. He also guessed that the other party would definitely ask about the safety of the funds. I directly pulled out my international stock account, which contained the profit details of the past 2 days. Principal Zhu also likes to trade stocks, and he easily understood the information that Yi Dong showed him. The more this happens, the more shocked I am. What did he see? Yi Dong actually made 10 billion in the US stock market in just 1 day. When he looked at Yi Dong again, his eyes had turned into deep admiration and envy. And he didn't doubt at all that Yi Dong was lying. Damn it! Make 10 billion a day. The terrifying ability of this classmate in front of me in the financial market is probably 100 times more powerful than that of the stock god Buffett. Then he said excitedly, "Student Yi Dong, on behalf of the entire school, thank you for your huge donation." It was not until this time that Zhang Jiming, who was standing aside in a daze, realized that Yi Dong had never said anything big or nonsense. And the donation of 100 million was directly increased to 5 billion. He even wanted to speak up to persuade Yi Dong. With 5 billion, why does he go to such a shitty university? If you want to expel him, just fire him. But as a school teacher, it was not appropriate for him to say such things at this time, so he finally held back. Facing Principal Zhu's thanks, Yi Dong waved his hands and said, "Principal Zhu, this money of mine didn't come from the wind. You don't think I'm donating it to the school for nothing, do you?" After hearing what Yi Dong said, Principal Zhu was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that he had just asked Director Liu to fire Yi Dong. Then he slapped his forehead and said, "Student Yi Dong, don't worry, you can study until you graduate from university. Just pretend that your beating today never happened." Yi Dong heard this and laughed. Then his face turned cold and he sneered, "Principal Zhu, you must be talking in your sleep. You don't think that I donated 5 billion just to get a useless diploma from you? I won't waste my time talking to you. If you agree to my 2 conditions, I will make the donation immediately. Otherwise, I won't go to school." Upon hearing this, Principal Zhu broke out in a cold sweat. If the duck in his mouth flew away, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He immediately stated, "Student Yi Dong, feel free to mention any conditions you have. Don't even mention 2. Even if it's 10 or 100, I will definitely do whatever I can do." I saw that Principal Zhu had a pretty good attitude. Yi Dong casually said, "The first condition is to immediately expel Gao Yichun, the campus bully. The second condition is that I think Director Liu is not capable of taking that position. I think my mentor teacher Zhang is quite suitable for that position. What do you think, Principal Zhu?" Principal Zhu was not too surprised by Yi Dong's first condition. You are going to bully others, and since they have the ability, how can they not bully you? But he was a little surprised that Director Liu was going to be removed. Then he thought that Director Liu must have offended Yi Dong badly just now, which was why Yi Dong had such thoughts. These 2 conditions were not difficult for him. He had long been dissatisfied with Gao Yichun of Goldman Sachs Group for interfering in the affairs of their school. If it weren't for the tens of millions of donations every year, how could he keep a campus bully like Gao Yichun in the school? As for Director Liu, he can only die, not his fellow Taoists. It's not bad to let Xiao Zhang be the director. After thinking it through, he answered directly and straightforwardly, "Student Yi Dong, both of your conditions are fine, so when will you donate?" Yi Dong laughed and said, "When you finish these 2 things, I will donate money immediately." Upon hearing this, Principal Zhu stood up immediately. He smiled and said, "Student Yi Dong, wait for my good news. I will go and take care of these 2 things myself." When Director Liu received the notice from the Human Resources Department that he was fired, he almost collapsed and was extremely confused. Damn it! I was doing a good job and was suddenly fired. I didn't offend anyone. Suddenly a figure flashed through my mind. No way. The moment Gao Yichun received the notice that he was fired, he was in disbelief. Who is he? The eldest son of Goldman Sachs. His family donates tens of millions to the school every year. Who dares to fire him? He was extremely angry and called his father. After Gao Yichun answered the call, he was even angrier than him. Damn it! Who is so bold as to fire his own son? I immediately called Principal Zhu. Mr. Zhu, I heard someone in your school wants to expel your son. What idiot is so bold? After hearing this, Principal Zhu almost vomited blood. Mr. Gao, please don't curse. This is my decision. After research by the school, it was decided that your son is simply lawless in school. Not only does he bully boys and girls, but he also doesn't take teachers seriously at all. Is it wrong to expel such a student? Gao Yichun was stunned when he heard this. Old Zhu, are you mistaken? My son has such a good character, how could it be like what you said? Have you forgotten the money our Gao family donates to your school every year? Principal Zhu heard this and sneered, don't threaten me with donations. Our school doesn't need your money. Chapter 57 Donation Ceremony. As soon as Principal Zhu finished speaking, he hung up the phone without giving Gao Yichun a chance to speak. Then he looked at Yi Dong with a smile on his face. The meaning is very clear. I have already fulfilled the conditions you mentioned. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise to donate. Yi Dong certainly would not go back on his word. In the eyes of most people, 5 billion seemed to be an unimaginably huge amount of money. But for Yi Dong, it's just a matter of moving his fingers. Of course, it is impossible to transfer such a large donation directly to Principal Zhu. We decided to hold this event tomorrow in front of all the students in the school and invite some big names in the city's education field to hold a grand donation ceremony. The next morning, vehicles from the city's education department drove into the university. All students and teachers were notified yesterday that a major donation ceremony will be held in the school today, and all teachers and students must be present. Liu Weiwei was indeed the most beautiful girl in class. After being dumped by Li Jigang, she started dating a rich second-generation guy from the next class within 2 days. The family conditions of this rich second generation are similar to those of Li Jigang, and most importantly, he is more willing to spend money on Liu Weiwei. Although the other person's appearance was a little unpleasant to the eyes, Liu Weiwei didn't care. She turned off the lights and closed her eyes. She couldn't see anything anyway. But her material enjoyment has reached a completely new level. At that time, she was hanging out in the school with her new rich second-generation boyfriend. Seeing so many vehicles with official license plates, he was shocked and asked, wow. Today's donation ceremony is so grand, is there some super rich person who was going to donate hundreds of millions? Her boyfriend replied, several hundred million is impossible. With the current economic depression, who would donate so much money to the school? 100 million is good enough. Liu Weiwei thought with stars in her eyes. Oh my god. Even if it was 100 million, it was too scary. She really didn't understand the world of super rich people. Did all their money come from the wind? You know, the total assets of the rich second-generation boyfriend next to her are only tens of millions. While sighing in her heart, Liu Weiwei held her boyfriend's hand and slowly walked towards the playground. When we arrived at the playground, everyone lined up according to their classes. Usually the school was so sparsely populated that you couldn't tell how many people there were. But now all the students and teachers of the entire school have gathered together. There are at least tens of thousands of them, and the scene looks really spectacular. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after all the school staff had arrived, Principal Zhu led the bigwigs of the education department onto the podium. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, he began to introduce himself. We are very honored today that Mayor Ma and Director Zhang of the city have come to the scene in person to witness this great donation ceremony. The students in the audience were shocked to find out at this moment that even the mayor came in person to today's donation ceremony. How much money would it take to alert an existence of this level? Principal Zhu looked around and continued, I feel very honored today because the main contributor to today's donation is not a large company or group, nor is it a super rich person, but a student trained by our school. Hearing this, everyone in the audience was in an uproar. Damn it! There is such a tough guy hidden in our school. There is no doubt that although this classmate is not a super rich man, his father must be a super rich man. In other words, there is a super rich second generation hidden in the school. All the pretty girls have shining eyes. If this has anything to do with the super rich second generation, then they can just lie back and relax for the rest of their lives. Principal Zhu took a look at the shocked expressions of the people in the audience and decided not to keep the matter in suspense. He announced loudly, now please welcome today's protagonist, classmate Yi Dongye. As soon as Principal Zhu finished speaking, Yi Dong slowly walked onto the stage. Many people who didn't know Yidong didn't feel anything, but Yidong's classmates all looked like they had seen a ghost. Damn! Isn't this Yidong who licked Liu Weiwei for several years? A few days ago the rumor in class was that Yidong had won a super prize of several million. But even if he really won several million, it has nothing to do with such a large donation ceremony today. Could it be that Yidong's real identity is really a mysterious super rich second generation and he just hid his identity before? No wonder the school beauty when Rushuei came to the class to find Yidong in person a few days ago. As soon as Yidong appeared, many of his classmates who knew him automatically imagined. Then everyone turned their eyes to Liu Weiwei. What on earth did this woman miss? At this moment Liu Weiwei's face turned pale and her eyes were filled with infinite disbelief. There is only one voice inside. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming now, this is definitely fake. But the real expressions of the classmates around her coupled with her own personal experience forced Liu Weiwei to admit that this was real and she was not a dream. The nails of both hands involuntarily dug deeply into the flesh. The pain even made Liu Weiwei feel a little more comfortable. Oh my god. What did I miss? Another class beauty and person was also filled with regret. If I had known that Yidong's identity was so terrifying, I would have taken him down even if I had to force myself. Wang Jinchuan also looked at Yidong in shock. How much inheritance did this guy inherit to hold such a grand donation ceremony? Li Shaoqian also looked at Yidong with disbelief and then looked at her good friend Wen Rushuei next to her, only to see that there was no expression of surprise on the other person's face. Asked, "Shuer, aren't you surprised?" After hearing this, Wen Rushuei smiled faintly and shook her head. Just kidding, what's so surprising? Yidong transferred another 100 million to her yesterday. Adding the 100 million from the day before yesterday, she has become numb to the money and has even lost interest in it. When you have too much money to spend, it's just a number. Even if Yidong donated a lot of money today, it would not make any difference in Wen Rushuei's heart. When Principal Zhu saw Yidong coming on stage, he quickly introduced Mayor Ma and Director Zhang to Yidong. Both of them knew clearly the amount of donations today, and they did not put on airs in front of Yidong and even deliberately lowered their posture a little. Afterwards, Mayor Arima spoke personally. The donation ceremony now officially begins. It was actually quite simple. Yidong directly made an on-the-spot transfer on his mobile phone. Soon the amount of Yidong's donation was displayed on the giant LCD screen behind the platform. 5 billion yuan. Chapter 58, Hidden Ancient Clan. Looking at the long string of zeros on the LCD screen, everyone counted it several times in a row. After it was confirmed that it was 5 billion, everyone in the audience felt a little suffocated. At first they thought that after making such a big fuss, at most they would just donate a few hundred million. Damn it! It turns out that my imagination is not strong enough. Liu Weiwei looked at the string of terrifying amounts of money that was enough to make her pay any price, even sell her soul. I feel like I'm going crazy. Suddenly I felt chest tightness, nausea, and dizziness. With a bang, he fell straight to the ground and fainted. Maybe fainting and not thinking about anything is the best outcome for her. Otherwise, for a gold digger like her, it is possible that she would be driven crazy on the spot. When Liu Weiwei fainted, everyone except her classmates who knew the inside story thought she was stunned by the huge amount of money. Principal Zhu calmly ordered the school medical staff to help Liu Weiwei away. This little thing was just a small surprise to him. In front of the leader, he must make this donation ceremony perfect today. Immediately handed the microphone to Yidong and asked him to say a few words. Facing tens of thousands of teachers and students in the audience, Yidong was not at all stage frightened. His mentality has undergone a drastic change now. To put it bluntly, he can now look down on everyone present. After scanning the entire audience, his eyes finally stopped on Wen Rushuei. He smiled faintly and said, "Swear, I donated 5 billion for you today. Are you satisfied?" Yidong's words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Wen Rushuei's fame in school has reached its peak these days. She has been voted as the most beautiful girl in school by many classmates. Judging from the situation of the two of them, she has probably been a couple with Yidong for a long time. But no one felt envious or jealous of Yidong. Joke. If they could also come up with 5 billion, let alone one beauty like Wen Rushuei, even if they had 10, 100 or 1,000 of them, they would probably be able to get them easily. On the contrary, all the girls' envy and jealousy towards Wen Rushuei had almost solidified into one substance. Not to mention those with average looks, those girls who were school beauties simply had their eyes shining when they looked at Yidong on the stage. I already have my own little ideas in mind. Among them was an old acquaintance of Yi Dong, the school beauty Ouyang Lina. Ouyang Lina recognized Yi Dong the moment he came on stage. She didn't expect that Yi Dong's background was so powerful that he could easily come up with 5 billion yuan for his students. Apart from those hidden super families, who else has such courage? She originally thought that her family was already quite wealthy with assets reaching 2 or 3 billion. But compared to Yi Dong, it's child's play. Although their family has assets of 20 to 30 billion, most of them are fixed assets, and the actual cash flow they can produce will definitely not exceed 1 billion. It is conceivable how much of a shock Yi Dong's casual donation of 5 billion yuan, and it was for a woman, caused to Ouyang Lina. The eyes looking towards Yi Dong were also filled with countless little stars. When Wen Shuwei heard Yi Dong say this on the stage, her heart was filled with infinite pride. This is my man. Not only can he make magical elixirs like the beauty pill. In terms of generosity, I'm afraid there's no other man in the world who would spend 5 billion yuan as if it were 50 yuan. Wen Shuwei's brother Wen Zihao was completely shocked by Yi Dong's generosity. Damn it! Why do you call it a donation to the school when you have so much money? Wouldn't it be better to give it to your brother-in-law? Yi Dong's good friend Wang Jinchuan was also shocked. He now realized that Yi Dong was definitely not an inherited person. Even if you inherited the estate of the world's richest man, you wouldn't be so generous. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out why Yi Dong had become so arrogant now. Shancheng Longtan Villa District. In the Gao family villa, Gao Yichun angrily threw things on the table. He angrily said, "Principal Zhu, that son of a bitch ate so much from me, yet he is so disrespectful to me." Gao Yichun was like a little lamb standing aside. In front of his father, he was just a good son. There was no trace of the school's arrogance at all. She said weakly, "Dad, why don't you just forget it? I'll just transfer to another school. I didn't expect Yi Dong to be so rich. He must be someone special. No wonder Principal Zhu didn't give you face this time." After hearing this, Gao Yichun glared at Gao Yichun. He scolded loudly, "You were such a tough guy in school, how come you have become a coward now? I have already checked out Yi Dong's funds. I don't know how lucky he was, but he managed to easily make 10 billion in the international financial market. As long as he doesn't have a big background, it's not that easy to let go of him if he offends me." Gao Yichun. When Gao Yichun thought of Yi Donglai's extremely ferocious skills, he suddenly became afraid. He said timidly again, "Dad, Yi Dong's skills are too amazing. I feel he is even more powerful than your personal bodyguard. Let's just forget it." After hearing this, Gao Yichun slapped Gao Yichun in the face. Bang! He shouted angrily, "Fuck you, are you my son? How could I give birth to a coward like you? People are shitting on your head and you still have to endure it. No one has ever messed with my Gao family and gotten away with it. Good skills, but what is the use of having good skills? It's time to show you, my son, the true strength of my Gao family. Otherwise, when something happens, you will just act like a coward." When Gao Yichun heard what his father said, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that my home is not as simple as I imagined. The slap from his father just now didn't feel that painful anymore. She asked in surprise, "Dad, is our family some kind of hidden family? Is there something I don't know?" Hearing this, Gao Yichun glanced at his son indifferently. Then he said with an unfathomable expression, "I originally wanted to tell you after you graduated from college and inherited the family property, but now if I want to deal with Yi Dong, I have to tell you a few things. Your father is not an ordinary businessman. You know, our company has made at least tens of billions over the years, but why are there only a few billion on the books? That is because most of them were handed over to the Gao clan, an ancient family in Wulong Mountain. Although I am only an outer disciple of the Gao family, I have some blood of the Gao family. Plus I pay so much money every year, and if I ask them to send 2 experts to deal with Yi Dong, it will be as easy as stepping on an ant." Gao Yichun was also very confused after hearing this. Wulong Mountain is not far from the mountain city, and he has been there several times. There is no such thing as a hidden ancient clan. Chapter 59, Entering the Ancient Clan to Find Helpers. Wulong Mountain, located 30 miles south of the mountain city, is a national 3A-level scenic spot. Although there are not many people here on weekdays, there are many local people from the mountain city who come here to play during weekends and holidays. But none of them could have imagined that in Wulong Mountain, which did not seem very big, there is also an independent small space which actually hides a secluded family isolated from the world, the Gao family. The space inside is almost as big as a small county town. Thousands of years ago, during the ancient martial arts period, the Gao family, like other ancient martial arts families, spent enormous amounts of energy to open up an independent space in order to avoid the chaos of the end of the world. It looks similar to space, but in fact it is equivalent to a formation. To date, the family population has reached over 10,000 people. Since the space inside is large enough, these people can be completely self-sufficient. It was not until modern times that the formation of the small space was slightly damaged due to the passage of time, and the Gao family inside was able to see the light of day again. Thousands of years have passed and the world outside is completely different from what they imagined. At the beginning, I discovered that although this world is extremely prosperous, the physical fitness of the vast majority of ordinary people is simply outrageous. The largest family in the mountain city actually only has a few innate warriors in charge. This formed an extreme contrast with the scene in their tribe where there were innates everywhere and masters were as numerous as dogs. The ambition of the entire tribe was extremely inflated at the time, and they were thinking about whether they should become the current master of Dragon Kingdom. Several grand masters at the elder level went to Longjing together, but they never returned. Only then did they realize that the world today is not as simple as they had imagined. The second most powerful person in the clan after the clan leader, the high priest Gao Taichung, went to Longjing in person. I don't know how we negotiated with Longjing, but we finally brought back a few grandmaster elders who were only half dead. After returning to the tribe, I don't know what I discussed with the tribe leader. Since then, although some members of the Gao family occasionally went out, they were basically below the master level. In order to let the tribe members live a luxurious life, they chose an outer disciple who was a little smarter but had no foundation in martial arts to go out into the world to do business. Gao Zixing is a man specially trained by the Gao family to make money. That day, Gao Zixing brought his son Gao Zichun to the Xiantian cliff of Wulong Mountain. Gao Zichun looked at the 1,000-foot cliff in front of him and his legs and feet were shaking. He asked nervously, "Dad, the hidden ancient clan you mentioned is not under the cliff, right?" Upon hearing this, Gao Zixing glared at his son fiercely. He cursed in a low voice, "You son of a bitch, didn't I tell you not to talk too much before I came here? If someone from the tribe comes out later and you dare to talk nonsense and offend them, I can't save you." Gao Zichun didn't dare to say anything more when he heard what his father said so seriously. But in his heart he was skeptical about Gao Zixing's words. There is not a single bird on this cliff. It doesn't look like the place where a secluded family lives. If it wasn't his father who said this, he would definitely suspect that the other party was crazy. While I was daydreaming, suddenly ripples appeared in the space on the edge of the cliff. Slowly it turned into a mountain path and a middle-aged man walked out. As a modern person with higher education, Gao Zichun was shocked and excited by the scene before him. He knew that what was happening before his eyes was definitely not a 3D projection. It seemed that this world was much more exciting than he had imagined. As a middle-aged man, he dresses like a modern person. Seeing Gao Zixing and his son, he frowned and said, "Gao Zixing, who is this kid? Didn't I tell you not to bring outsiders here?" Gao Zixing quickly smiled and said, "Brother Gao Jianfeng, please don't misunderstand me. This is my son Gao Zichun, and he can be considered a descendant of the Gao family. He is now old enough to return to his ancestral home. I want to take him back to the clan to see if he can still practice ancient martial arts." The middle-aged man named Gao Jianfeng at the seat finally relaxed his frown upon hearing this. "Move slowly." But he still replied unhappily, "Remember, next time, no matter who you want to bring, you must inform me in advance. Besides, don't you know what your qualifications are? How good can the son you give birth to be? I think we should not waste time. Let your son go back." Gao Zixing was so angry that his lungs almost exploded when he heard this. After all, he is the Gao family's spokesperson in the world, but he was scolded like this. Gao Jianfeng's qualifications in the clan are not that high, otherwise he would not be guarding the passage here. But at the moment he really didn't dare to turn against the other party, otherwise, not to mention his son, he himself wouldn't be able to get in. He could only force himself to smile and say, "Brother Jianfeng, you are right. I just wanted my son to give it a try. I'd better give up on this idea." As he spoke, he gave Gao Zichun a look. When Gao Zichun saw this, he immediately understood what his father meant. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Gao, this is the first time we meet. This is just a small gift. It's not a sign of respect." As he spoke, he stuffed a card into the other person's hand. Gao Jianfeng is just a warrior at the early innate level. When he doesn't have to guard the passage, he can go outside and have some fun. Of course I know what this card means. Then the cold face was suddenly filled with a warm smile. "Oh my dear nephew, you are too polite. Go in with your father quickly. Maybe you will be lucky and have the qualifications of a warrior." Gao Jianfeng's speed of changing his expression made Gao Zichun and his son ashamed. "Damn it! It seems that no matter where you go, the power of money cannot be underestimated. Afterwards, Gao Yichun followed his father into the passage. Not long after, the view in front of me suddenly opened up. Looking at the paradise-like scene inside, Gao Yichun was also suddenly enlightened. Although there are no tall buildings, cars, horses, or water dragons here, but everywhere is filled with birdsong flowers and beautiful pavilions. It's just like the Wonderland in the movies. Gao Yichun was dazzled by the sight of everything along the way. Except for the different buildings, it looks exactly like a small town. Gao Jianfeng had already notified the people inside, and soon someone took Gao Yichun and his son to a lobby. The one who received the two was an outer hall elder of the clan named Gao Tianbao, who possessed the cultivation level of a peak grandmaster. After briefly understanding the other party's intention, he first checked Gao Yichun's martial arts qualifications and immediately shook his head with regret. Gao Yichun and his son were also extremely disappointed when they saw this. Gao Yichun originally wanted to defeat Yi Dong himself after he had mastered his martial arts. This result was also expected by Gao Zixing. Although he was disappointed, he could still accept it. Then he told the story of how his family was bullied. Gao Tianbao became angry when he heard this. Chapter 60: Gu Family Visits. An hour later, Gao Zixing and his son walked out of the passage, followed by three young men around 20 years old. There are two men and one woman. The two men are named Gao Changshan and Gao Chenghe, and the girl is named Gao Yulian. Because they have been practicing ancient martial arts since childhood, the girls inside are generally much more beautiful than those outside. When Gao Yichun first met Gao Yulian, he was simply stunned by her beauty. The other person's appearance was not even inferior to one Liu Weiwei who took the beauty pill. Of course, Gao Yulian's appearance is among the best in the entire Gao family. Moreover, he is from the lineage of the head of the Gao family, and his status in the entire family is relatively high. This time, when he heard that he was going to go out and gain some experience, he begged his grandfather, saying that he also wanted to go out and see the colorful world outside. She had only been out for once 10 years ago, and she had longed for the outside world for a long time. Her grandfather, a grandmaster elder, also felt that his granddaughter was a late-stage innate warrior with her skills. There shouldn't be any danger in this southwestern province, so he nodded and agreed. After coming out of the passage, Gao Yulian asked as she walked, "Uncle Sheng, the person you want us to deal with this time is just a college student?" Although she had only been out once, she was very familiar with the outside world. You know that in ordinary universities, even acquired martial artists are very rare. I didn't expect that this time, in order to deal with a man named Yi Dong, Gao Zixing would actually come to the family in person to invite people. Gao Zixing heard this and said cautiously, "Miss Yulian, that Yi Dong is not an ordinary college student. He should also be a warrior, otherwise we would not ask you to come out." Hearing this, Gao Chenghe said disdainfully, "Uncle Gao, you have been outside for so long that you may have forgotten what our family is like." "Ha ha. He is just an ordinary warrior. I can easily kill him with just one blow." Listening to the young man beside him mocking him, Gao Zixing did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. These people are all members of the inner sect of the family, and their status is much higher than that of ordinary members of the family, not to mention Gao Zixing, who was at the bottom of the outer sect. If Gao Yichun hadn't just stuffed a card into each of their hands, the word uncle would probably never have been used to describe Gao Zixing. Although Gao Yulian and her companions are young, Gao Lisheng has just learned from the clan that the three younger generations in front of him have already reached the innate realm. If this happened in the outside world, one could reach the innate realm at around the age of 20. He will definitely be called a 1-in-a-million martial arts genius. Among all the prominent figures in the entire Dragon Kingdom, perhaps only the current Grand Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom, Long Jingtian, has achieved this at this age. When Gao Zixing thought of this, he became even more respectful to the people in front of him. He lowered his head and replied, "Master Chenghe, you are absolutely right. It is a waste of your talents to let you deal with a small fry like Yi Dong. It is a great honor for Yi Dong to die at the hands of a rare talent like you." Gao Chenghe heard this and snorted coldly. He said, "Uncle Sheng, whether Yi Dong should die or not is not up to you. The inner sect elders have already told us that we must not kill people unless it is absolutely necessary. Of course, if Yi Dong doesn't know how to appreciate it, I don't mind giving him a ride." Gao Zichun listened from the side and his eyes rolled around. He had already made up his mind that he would make Yi Dong not appreciate his kindness. In a mysterious base in the southwestern province, Molan, the leader of the southwestern region team of the Dragon Group, is checking the information. Suddenly, a team member knocked on the door and walked in. "Sister Lan, there's news from Wulong Mountain that the Gao family, a hidden family, is suspected to have a master-level expert born." Upon hearing this, Molan looked at the team member with her beautiful, delicate and pretty face. He frowned and said, "Is the news reliable?" "Sister Lan, this is the news sent back by Sky Eye. It should be 100% reliable. Tell our people in Shancheng to keep a close eye on them. If a master-level expert comes, let him go. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble, that's fine." Molan thought about it for a moment and gave instructions to the team member in front of him. Then he muttered to himself, "These hidden families are becoming more and more restless. Humph. You'd better not go too far." The Gao family in a luxurious room within the family. Several tribesmen gathered together and talked. "Elder Tianyang, didn't the high priest Gao Taichong repeatedly tell us masters not to leave the valley? Will anything happen if you send Gao Fu to follow Miss Yulian and the others out this time?" "Ha, do you think I dare to let the Grand Master out without the approval of the high priest?" Intersect Elder Gao Tianyang replied with cold eyes. "The agreement we made with Long Jing 30 years ago has trapped all of our Gao family's masters above the Grandmaster level in this broken place for nearly 30 years. Now our clan leader has reached the legendary realm. Sending Gao Fu out is just to test the waters and see if there is any official response." Humph. Our Gao family was also a wealthy and powerful family during the ancient martial arts era thousands of years ago. How could we be trapped in such a shabby place? When the other tribesmen heard this, their eyes lit up. They are all masters of the Gao family above the Grandmaster level, and most of them have never left the valley. Occasionally I hear the younger generations talking about the colorful world outside, and I dream of going out to see it. Now I suddenly heard that my family had this idea of leaving the world again, and my heart was filled with excitement. A group of very mysterious and distinguished guests came to the university campus where Yidong is studying today. In the past 2 days, Yidong donated 5 billion on campus, and the news spread throughout Longhua. As a large local family in Shancheng, the Gu family must have also received the news. When Gu Ziyuan heard the news, he was also very shocked. 5 billion yuan, even for the Gu family, they couldn't gather so much cash in a short time, but Yidong donated it just by asking him to. Early this morning, he brought his granddaughter Gu Mingyue and several of his sons to the school to visit Yidong. In the private room specially for receiving VIPs, Principal Zhu saw that all the big shots of the Gu family had come out just to visit Yidong. I became more suspicious about Yidong's identity. Principal Zhu realized afterwards that Yidong's donation was definitely not that simple. Can an ordinary person easily make so much money in the international financial market? The answer is definitely no. Seeing the huge display made by the Gu family today, I knew that I was absolutely right. Yidong is definitely not an ordinary person.